Samu kuɗin ka kawai ka kashe.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, you don't be cheap. It's so second. Everybody can pay up. If anybody follow move, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love it. The refinery, Lamigeta, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. You really move, I really master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my therapy, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the I be the master. Refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. I be the master.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Okay now. Okay.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? Ajagun Lolo de Oron. I mean, you know, you have to speak the language to understand the resonance. But Ajagun Lolo de Oron. So Ajagun Lolo de Oron and all that. Apologies for yesterday, I didn't come out. But this month, April, that we have embarked upon, I'm making them the resolve that will be coming out every single day of this month. So that is my determination, and I'll try and work on the timing as well, so there's some sort of consistency. If we're going to do it, let's do it seriously, shall we? So all that. Pardon me. Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? Protocol remains the same. Click. In fact, before we get to the protocol, you can see on your screen we have a guest joining us on Saturday. I'm very, very excited by this one. We have Dr. Akin Fakunda joining us. You must be living under a rock not to know who Dr. Fakunda is. Is one of the preeminent advocates of restructuring. Is a chieftain of the Afenifere space. Is a closet Yoruba nationalist and a veritable Nigerian historian. So the broad spectrum of everything is what is bringing to to your delight on Saturday. So make sure you bookmark him. So not Chioma, but Adama tells me she doesn't know him. So I'll introduce him in a moment. But the link in the comment section then is the link to Saturday's session. Click on that link, go bookmark it, and make sure you dial all your excitement to ready for Saturday. It's going to be an epic session. It's going to be an epic session because Dr. Fakonda, he doesn't hold back. So for the benefit of Adama and all the rest of you that were living under a rock, this is the gentleman joining us. So here is a little flavor of what is going to bring. I've been speaking to him over the course of the week and he's looking forward to it with great excitement. He wants to hear your thoughts and rub minds with you. Dr. Akin Fakonda, the link in the comment section, go bookmark it. Here is a little flavor.
Elite, the few elite in the north, like, as if feeding bottle is about to remove from their mouth. That's what they are doing. About was talking. They want to pay salaries again. They want to do that. Look, the north has damaged Nigeria fundamentally with this attitude. Who are the Nigerians who are now Japan now? They are Southerners. The South invested in education massively in the 50s and the 60s. The products now are being driven out of Nigeria. Can you find the Fulani man in London or in New York practicing medicine, practicing engineering? It's Yoruba, the Igbo, Southerner that are marginalized. It's time to call the bluff of the North. Not because we even support what Tinubu is doing, but we have to converse about Nigeria. Nigeria is not, we are pretentious. Let's go to the brass tacks. That's why we are calling for regionalization. The North is separate from the South. That's just the truth.
That's a little flavor then of what Dr. Akin Fakonda will be bringing you on Saturday. And that's even a mild version of what he has to offer. I'm so excited by this one. It's a no holds barred, call it as I say, I was going to call him a character, but I can't call him a character. It's a no holds barred, call it as you see it, sort of a personality. So dial all your excitement then, the link in the comment section. I'm so excited by this one. We'll bring as many. I want this, I'm trying to see if we can make April a purple month for the platform. So we're going to try and make April a purple month. And by that, I mean, there'll be consistency in the streaming. So that's one. And the quality of the presentation in terms of guests, it will be to your delight, and there'll be an abundance of guests. There's so many guests that I have in abeyance, but I'll try and bring them forward just in the course of this month. So we're looking forward then to set April off as a purple month. So a purple month where we sparkle a little bit. So we'll do that with the guest and the consistency, and you do that with the viewership and the sharing, and together we will reach our Narnia or wherever it is that we're destined for. So that's the plan. Are you on board with it? So that's the plan. So to today's session. All right. What's Lexi talking about? Why is Adama bleeding red and blue? Oh, you mean the American or something? Oh, all right. So sorry, I was paying attention to the comment section there. So to today's session then. So click on the like button, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Follow as instructed by Adama right there, and support the platform with super chats. So for all of the purple achievements that we're setting for the platform for this month, the super chat's one of them. So we want to see a little bit more in that space because the last, we'd like to see a little bit more activity in that space. So all those nice and cozy things. So the narrative still, there was a session I was wanting to do a few days ago. One of the sessions that I abandoned, I titled "Bottom Power Holds Nigeria Siege" as Natasha Akpoti refuses to leave the center stage. So that was one of those sessions. I think that was last week. I was going to run that session, but I just abandoned it. But that title would have been apt now for this session that we're having today. We're still with the Natasha Akpoti narrative, unfortunately, and there we are. So we're still with the Natasha Akpoti narrative, and she's still going. This woman's preponderance for making up allegations is something that will ultimately backfire against her, because the allegations and the accusations, they're getting a lot more outlandish, that to the point now that her credibility now completely shot. So there's that. Yes, let's just kick it off with this, shall we? Let's kick it off with this. So where are we starting? So let's kick it off with this. Yes, let's kick it off with that. Or shall we kick it off with this one? I'm just trying to align my thoughts to see where the starting point should be. So I'm trying to align my thoughts to see where the starting point should be. But we'll kick it off with this readout. But first, we'll watch this clip. Let's kick it off with this clip.
From coming home, I am an Ebira woman. This is my land. I am the daughter of late Dr. Jim Abdul Akpoti. I know my roots. I am not a bastard, and I am not afraid of anybody. I am not afraid of anybody. In everything we do, we put God first, and we communicate our needs to God through prayers. But then we also have human beings, and God walks his ways through people. My husband is one of them. If not because of the resources, his words of encouragement every day, even while we were coming here today, he kept telling me, believe in your cause, stand strong, it is well. Like I said, I'm just a simply Ihima girl, simple, poor Ebira girl. You all know, I grew up here. Where would I have gotten the resources to hire a helicopter to bring me in today, if not because of my husband? I think God is at work here. God, when he wants to make a purpose, he brings people with resources to you. Yesterday, when we read on the news, and setting up, stop please, and setting up barricades across the major roads leading into Kogi Central, I knew that we were up for a challenge. Oh, Zenini now. I'll repeat myself again. Will be blocked. Convoys leading into the states will not be allowed. I knew that we were the target. But then I said, this is not political season. This is not campaign time. We are not having a rally. This is just me, the senator representing Kogi Central, coming down to have people to celebrate this festive time, the Salah, with you. And there is nothing wrong in that. I am breaking no law. This is Nigeria. We have the right to be free, to express our choice in gatherings and celebrations. We have customers. I can give you the microphone to talk. there is no law in this country, Nigeria. There is no law in the Constitution that prohibits me from coming home to celebrate Salah with my people. There is no law at all. And therefore I knew that even though I am not a lawbreaker, I appreciate the powers of the governor. In addition, I also read the statements, the press release from the Commissioner of Police. Okay, I also respect him. But again, we are gathered in our home. This is not the streets, right? So we are breaking no law. And also, we came in with a helicopter. We didn't come by road. So that means we did not break any law again. No convoy. And setting up, stop please. And setting up barricades across the major roads leading into Kogi Central. I knew that we were up for a challenge. Oh, Zenini now. I'll repeat myself again. Will be blocked. Convoys leading into the states will not be allowed. I knew that we were the target. But then I said, this is not political season. This is not campaign time. We are not having a rally. This is just me, the senator representing Kogi Central, coming down to have people. Then I will say this, and I'm saying this openly as well. On the 14th day of March, at about 10:30 p.m. On the 14th day of March, at about 10:30 p.m. I got calls that Governor Yaya Bello was with Akpabio. That night. Now let me say this now. On the 14th of March at 10:30 p.m. Mind you, 2 days before that, which was on the 12th, Akpabio had called Governor Ododo on the phone that he should commence my recall. But Governor Ododo told him it would be impossible. No, hold on. This was what Governor Ododo said on the 12th. Listen. He said,
Ode.
on the 12th of March, Akpabio spoke to Governor Ododo to recall me. But he told him to be impossible because the masses are with her, the people are with her. But Akpabio was not satisfied. He then sent for Yaya Bello. And it was actually Senator Asukwo from Cross River that drove Yaya Bello from Hilton Hotel. I was informed of everything. And when I got to know, hold on, the meetings was in 2 polls. He told him to commence my recall. And that he was going to fund it. Of course, monies changed hands that night. The second thing he told him was that he should try and kill me. I didn't make this public, but I wrote to the IG of police. And Akpabio told Yaya Bello, I am saying, standing by what I've said. He told him that he should make sure that killing me does not happen in Abuja, it should be done here. So it will seem as if it's the people that killed me here. I didn't make that public, but we did notify the security agencies of that. I called on the media houses. I called on This Day, I called on Punch, I called on a number of journalists that I know. I tried to get them publish the information ahead of time. That look, this is the nature of the meeting. They are going to commence my recall. But of course, the print media, if you don't have evidence, they will not be able to put it out. So they said, Natasha, do you have any evidence that your recall is being planned. I said, I don't have any evidence, but I know that the meeting took place and this was what transpired. But you see, 3 days after the recall started, and they called me, oh, you said it. I said, I did tell you that this was going to happen. But what is it now for us? We saw what happened. They came around, deceived our women that there was an empowerment program going on. They told them to come.
And there it is right there, from the sublime to the ridiculous. From the sublime to the ridiculous. So Natasha really needs to make up her mind. Do they want to sleep with her or do they want to kill her? So it's going to get more and more, and it's going to get worse and worse. So there's a grand conspiracy now between Godswill Akpabio, the sitting governor of Kwara State, or Kogi State rather, whatever his first name is, Ododo, and Yaya Bello. So there's a grand plot to assassinate Natasha Akpoti. So that's the latest installment in the never. It's even more fantastical than the Mills and Bones novel. This Natasha Akpoti storyline. So more fun. She not that she'd ever had any, but even with the people that wants to offer her some sort of tainted credibility, she must have lost credibility by now, because the stories are just getting more ludicrous. We saw when she did this grand tour of all these Western media houses, and for every media house, the story continued to get further and further inflection. So that was when she came out with, oh, I was wearing my wedding band, I wasn't wearing my wedding band, this, that, and the other, and she continues the further embellishment as it continues to get more and more outlandish, to the point now that she presents like a comical figure. So the joke that is Natasha Akpoti, Akpabio Bello Ododo must be held responsible if anything happens to me. This is the Ukrainian, partly Nigerian senator, Natasha Akpoti. Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan, the lawmaker representing Kogi Central Senatorial District, on Tuesday urged Nigerians to hold Senate President Godswill Akpabio, Governor Ahmed Ododo, and his predecessor Yaya Bello responsible if she or her supporters are attacked. Mrs. Akpoti Uduaghan. And by the way, she was saying that the husband provided the resources to have her flown into that space by helicopter because Yaya Bello was trying to block the vehicular route. So the resources then that husband is able to provide to facilitate for all of these things will soon dry up, because that husband, this Uduaghan guy, is entirely dependent on government patronage, and his main benefactor, Godswill Akpabio. So we'll see how all that plays out. Akpabio Bello Ododo must be held responsible if anything happens to me, the Ukrainian Nigerian Natasha Akpoti. Natasha Akpoti Uduaghan, the lawmaker representing Kogi Central Senatorial District, on Tuesday urged Nigerians to hold Senate President Godswill Akpabio, Governor Ahmed Ododo, and his predecessor Yaya Bello responsible if she or her supporters are attacked. Mrs. Akpoti Uduaghan raised the alarm in a post via her official Facebook page. She said, "My dear people of Kogi Central, I look forward to our peaceful Salah celebrations today. I wonder if she can't be Muslim with a name like Natasha, but I wonder if she has adopted Islam via all of the roots of our marriages, our multiplicity of marriages, all of them to Muslim characters." She said, "My dear people of Kogi Central, I look forward to our peaceful Salah celebrations today. However, and by the way, why was she holding that grand rally? To what end or of what purpose? Would she said she's going to her constituency, and then she mounts this grand rostrum and cascades to almost certainly a bought audience. What is the purpose of all that is the question. So what is the purpose of all that? She said, my dear people of Kogi Central, I look forward to our peaceful Salah celebrations today. However, should we be met with or infiltrated by violence, Nigerians should hold Governor Ododo, Yaya Bello, and Senate President Godswill Akpabio wholly responsible. Recall that the Kogi State Command of the, and by the way, she held that rally against police instructions. By the way, we know, of course, these people that are looking to rescue Nigeria, they have no regard for law or order or process or authority. We saw Showore define the police in that little now viral thing that he did on Lagos Airport Way. And this woman now, against police instructions, she's holding this rally. So no regard for law and order. Recall that the Kogi State Command of the Nigerian Police Force had asked the suspended senator to cancel her planned Salah trip to her constituency. So not only did she defy them to visit the constituency, she further then held a rally just to double down on a lack of regard for the police. The state commissioner of police, Malia Dantawaye, gave the advice in a statement released on Tuesday by the Command Police Public Relations Officer, William Aya. According to the statement, Mr. Dantawaye said the rally goes against the state government's recent ban on political gatherings, which was announced on Monday. The statement reads, and by the way, it is a preemptive move to stop her from gathering that mass and causing ruckus in the state, because as she was signaling her intentions to go to her constituency, the governor then hurriedly instituted a ban on any form of rally in that state. And having then instituted that ban, the police then compelled, of course, to enforce as the chief security officer of that state directs. But then she, of course, defies the police instructions. According to the statement, Mr. Dantawaye said the rally goes against the state government's recent ban on political gatherings, which was announced on Monday. The statement reads, following the intelligence report on security threats in Kogi State and the subsequent ban on all forms of rally and processions by the Kogi State government, the Nigerian Police Force, Kogi State Police Command, has called on the organizers of the planned rally at Okene to cancel such events in the interest of El Fitr, or whatever that is. The call for cancellation becomes necessary, noting that intelligence reveals that some hoodlums plan to hijack the process and cause disturbance to peace in the state. The command cannot afford to jeopardize the existing peace the state has been enjoying currently. In view of the security threats received on the planned rally, the Kogi State Police Command is therefore advising the organizers to cancel the event so as to avoid any breakdown in law and order in the state. As the command will not hesitate to apply the full wrath of law on anyone who causes disturbance of peace and order in the state. So this is yet again another instance of it looks as though I think maybe she's lived too much of a privileged life, or maybe she's had too much using her bottom power to have men acquiesce to her demands. This is a woman now that has a stark disregard for anything that is authority. We saw her being directed at the Senate House, and we saw how she turned that into a street fight. We are seeing her now being directed by the police, and we've seen now the arrogant disregard for constituted authority. So a law unto herself, Natasha Akpoti. Security agencies will determine Natasha's arrest, Kogi Commissioner. So it's within rights then that she should be arrested, because they gave her a clear instruction not to constitute that rally and just abject disregard for that. Kogi State Commissioner for Information, Kingsley Fanwo, says security agencies will determine whether Senator Natasha Akpoti should be arrested or not. for violating Governor Usman Ododo's instruction banning processions in the North Central State. There was a directive from the state governor and the security agencies. There was a directive from the state governor and the security agencies were told to execute the directive, Farnwood said on Channels Television's Politics Today program on Tuesday. If someone has violated it, the security agencies do not need the governor again to give them another directive. They know what to do. Only the security agencies will be able to answer that. That is the question, whether to arrest the senator or not. They know how they go about their operations. I am not a police officer, but I am very sure that she will be asked a lot of questions about her incitement. So there it is right there. She has broken the law. That's what that says. And she has broken the law. But then, of course, like I said, we know that she has just a blatant disregard for constituted authority. Do we want to watch this? Is it worth the watch, or this is a 22-minute long video? So I think we can just leave that. That's Sheung right there, speaking to the Commissioner of Information, Kogi State. So that's that right there. So there is that right there. Do we have anything else on that before we move on to something else? Let me send the link again, by the way, as ever. If you want the conversation, then you have to let me send the link. I'm just looking for the link. If you want the conversation, it's a participatory sport, as I often say. If you want the conversation, then you have to hop on. If you want the conversation, you have to hop on. Let's go on from that to this. So we go on to this one. You know, now, this now next clip, it speaks to, actually, I was going to actually read you, Charles Soludo's essay in 2023 before this piece, but I thought that would be too long and winding. So let me just go immediately to this clip. What this gentleman here is about to tell us all is quite instructive. And by the way, I've downloaded it. If it's glitching, then I'll just play it to you from the studio. But what this gentleman is about to tell us now is quite instructive, because Charles Soludo told us exactly the same thing. Everybody in between has been saying exactly the same thing, but the people he's speaking to, they don't have the capacity to understand what he's about to say. So let's watch this and react to it together. Sorry, hold on. Are we not hearing it?
I'm more skeptical.
Hold on. Can you hear it? Let me know if you can hear it. I can hear it. Can anyone hear this clip? Let me know in the comment section. All right. I don't think it's audible there. So I'm going to play it from the studio. All right. All right. Let me play from the studio. I don't think it's quite audible. Let me play it from here.
Today, the number of people in Yorubas that are skeptical in Yoruba speaking area that I'm trying to say, are more skeptical of an Igbo presidency than anybody from the north. Why? Because northerners are not competitors to the Igbos, but the Yorubas are. What is the stake in Nigeria? The education and capital. We don't have the capital in the north. We don't have enough educated people. We will have one day, I know. There will be a time when we'll surpass the south. The time is coming, but it's not now. It's not there yet. So there is no serious competition between the North and the South is, except the unfortunate ill feeling of the Civil War. Well, my suggestion is this, that one, I'll direct it to our Igbo compatriots, that they should go out, seek understanding with fellow Nigerians. Tell them that, in fairness, they should be supported to produce the next president. But don't let them issue threats. Threat wouldn't work when you are looking for something like this, because threat doesn't get you votes. This thing is a matter of casting vote. When somebody goes into booth to cast his vote, it will be he and his God alone. So win his heart. Don't try to antagonize him. If you antagonize him, he will not vote for you. And he has not committed any sin or offense. So persuade, this is the reason why political parties campaign. It's just to persuade people. Election is a matter of persuasion. I will just send this message to my Igbo compatriots. I have a lot of them who are my friends, but unfortunately a lot of them have gone. But I still have some, even though they are not my age mates. Let them moderate their method of appeal for votes, but it will pay them better if they use better language in trying to win votes from Nigerians. We are all better off in Nigeria. Like I said before, any village you go, you see the presence of Igbo. If you don't see him physically, you will see electricity bulbs bought from the Igbo. You will see spare parts bought from the Igbo, and so many other things. So even where Igbos have not been able to produce a president in Nigeria, they dominate economic life of Nigeria. When you dominate a market of 200 million people, you better be counting on them in your calculation. You stay in Nigeria as your country. Nobody can drive you out. You sell your wares anywhere you like. You wouldn't have that if there is no Nigeria. Igbos and Hausas are the people who go out of their original habitat, but the Yorubas don't. We are not like them. So I'm advising the younger men, you see, we are finished, but the younger men, the tomorrow is for you. Don't destroy your future. Don't let some of our cantankerous people who are inciting you to leave Nigeria. Don't leave. Don't do that. It's not for your own good. Thank you very much.
Well, so there it is right there. They say a word is enough for the wise, but nobody can ever accuse an obedient of being wise. So what that gentleman was saying is a well-known name, but I can't not recall his name at the moment. What that gentleman was saying was exactly what Charles Soludo said in his essay 2023, and everybody else has been saying in between. It's really to the obedient space. You cannot unzobu your way into Aso Rock. It's never been done. It can never be done. Nobody is going to be cowered by your brutish and uncouth mannerism. It has no meaning. It may satiate your need to feel that you are taking an alpha macho stance, bombasting and just Tanko Yakasai. Yes, that's that gentleman's name, Tanko Yakasai. So it doesn't serve any purpose. It's a self-defeating narrative. And by the way, Peter Obi came out today. We'll be having an afternoon session tomorrow to react to that. It was just the usual gibberish. Peter Obi is a one-trick pony. It doesn't know how to gallop any other differently other than how it's galloping. But the the achievement of the government now is starting to negate his go-to storylines. You know, this righteous indignation that he does. Anyway, we do all of that tomorrow. But what this gentleman was saying there is exactly what everybody else has been saying. But these people are not capacitated to have the understanding. And even if they have the understanding, they don't have they don't have the deftness, the tact, or the finesse to be able to execute what they need to do in order then to come into the mainstream. They only know how we know them: brutish, thuggish, loutish, uncouth. That's the only way that they know. One-trick ponies. And that was what Charles Soludo said. That was what I've been saying. This is what Tanko Yakasai is saying. But even if they understand it, which they are not capacitated to understand, because it's not within their DNA. They are a one-dimensional, one-track sort of mindset. I'm not talking to an ethnic stock. I'm talking to that Obi inflection of a particular malaise. They know no other way. Just brutish, thuggish, uncouth, vulgar. That's all they know. And this is what Danko is saying. You cannot insult your way to Aso Rock. And how many times have I said that? But then even if they have the understanding that you cannot do that, they don't have the capacity not to do that, because it is baked. BAKED. It is baked into their DNA. That is who they are. That's our Tanko Yakasai speaking truth to not so much power, but speaking truth to empty heads is more the case. So let's leave that and go back to Edo State. So now, of course, everybody knows what happened in Edo State. They are buying of 16 plus. We played the clip of their family and loved ones just as early as 2 days ago. But that space is not now letting go. And now the language of vengeance is now coming out of the north. Watch this.
Tura ta kai bango, na rantse da Allah ba za mu yarda da irin wannan cin mutuncin da ake mana ba. Billahi allazi la ilaha illa huwa. Abin da aka yi mana a Edo State ba za mu yafi wannan abin ba, wallahi Allah. Mu za ku ci amana. Tura ta kai bango, na rantse da Allah ba za mu yarda da irin wannan cin mutuncin da ake mana ba. Billahi allazi la ilaha illa huwa. Abin da aka yi mana a Edo State ba za mu yafi wannan abin ba, wallahi Allah. Mu za ku ci amana. Tura ta kai bango, na rantse da Allah ba za mu yarda da irin wannan cin mutuncin da ake mana ba. Billahi allazi la ilaha illa huwa. Abinda aka yi mana a Edo State ba za mu yafi wannan abin ba, wallahi Allah. Mu za ku ci amana. Tura ta kai bango, na rantse da Allah ba za mu yarda da irin wannan cin mutuncin da ake mana ba. Billahi allazi la ilaha illa huwa. Abinda aka yi mana a Edo State ba za mu yafi wannan abin ba, wallahi Allah. Mu za ku ci amana. Tura ta kai bango.
And there it is right there. So what they are promising the Edolites is Buratanke Dongo. That never sounds like anything good. But just what I do for you, I have had that translated, and this is what they're saying. We have been pushed to the wall. We are not going to accept this level of humiliation. We are not going to accept what was done to us in Edo State. So that is what is coming out of the north. And that it should fill the hearts of the Edolites with a sense of foreboding, because it will be in the dead of night. We all know how these people operate. It will be in the dead of the night, I fear, and no one will be spared. But still, the Edolites are glorying in what they did, and they are doubling down on what they have done, flapping feathers and peacocking. What they
continue. I would like to commiserate with about 200 families in the past few months in Edo State that have had their mothers slaughtered in the farms, have their fathers and children slaughtered in the farms, and those who have suffered kidnapping, as happened recently in Nauchi, around the Igbira camp, not far from the military checkpoints, where 4 people were kidnapped from their own streets at Igbira camp in Nauchi. You can confirm this from the security forces, only very recently. We have videos, and I have a lot on my phone now, of farmers who have been slaughtered in their farms. There's a camp in Ovia here. It's just a farm settlement. It's a camp. The people were sleeping at night, and then herdsmen or terrorists terrorists, we shouldn't actually be using the word herdsmen. Terrorists went to those camps, slaughtered them in the night. We have about 7 dead bodies lying there. And I'm telling you things that have happened within the last 1 month. Now, burnt down some part of their houses. We have video there of Fulani herdsmen and terrorists entering into farms and uprooting cassava that people have planted and are waiting to harvest for this season and feeding them to their cows. And then those who dare to, challenge them have been slaughtered. So for the 200 families in Edo State that have been slaughtered in the past 3 months, we commiserate with you. Now we know that we have north and south, because the language I hear from those who are condemning is south and north. It is no longer what happened in Edo State, it's what happened in the south and what happened in the north. So we find solidarity when it comes to anything happening to people in the north and then from the north. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter that what we are dealing with has a history. It doesn't matter that on a daily basis, Edo people are reporting killings in their farms, destruction of their economy. It doesn't matter. All of that don't matter. As long as it has now happened to those who are from the north, then you have bodies, you have sociocultural groups, you have all sorts of people rising up in condemnation. It is a shame, it is condemnable, it is incendiary. If we react like that and look at things from such selfish prison, you will have war in this country, because you have families right now who are crying, who are angry, who have lost loved ones to this kind of brutality in the bushes. And now, as I told you, they have entered into the town of Auchi, and we are not having anybody condemning it. Before now, during the Buhari's regime, I remember that we had serial, kind of killings like this. And then when Tinubu came in, there seemed to have been a little stopgap. But it appears that just recently, as soon as we started hearing of the political actors in the north complaining that Tinubu has neglected the north, we are beginning to see a resurgence of this. We understand what is going on. It is happening in Nigeria, it is happening in those states, and we are keeping note, irrespective of all those hypocrisies you see in the press. The people are feeling the brunt, they are losing loved ones, and they are not going to be moved by what you are doing in the press. Let me proceed, please.
All right. So there's a staccato to what that guy said. I can only really think of that word to describe what I'm about to say. So there's somewhat of a staccato to what that guy said. There are parts that is nonsensical, but there are parts that hits it right on the head. So firstly, nobody justifies the killing of other people, but you can see the reasons why this not even the South, but certainly the Edo space, and with the silent acquiescence of the South, you can see where there's somewhat of a tacit endorsement to what happened to those unfortunates, those victims of that happened in Edo State. You can see why there's somewhat of a tacit endorsement, because of course, you know the backdrop to what led to that. So not justified, but you can see the reasons why people will tacitly, quietly endorse it. So there's that. But then what is said latterly, that there was a quietening of this sort of behavior when Tinubu came in. For the first year, in fact, up to the last 3 months, we thought they've been able to tame this thing. But as the North then started to saber rattle that the Tinubu administration is somewhat leaving them in abeyance, casting them adrift, and we're starting to see now more and more incidents. We saw it in Ondo, we've seen it in Edo, it continues in the Plateau region, and there's somewhat of a resurgency of that. And we have seen this sort of set play before. We saw it under Goodluck Jonathan when they used insurgency to frustrate his administration. So it's a tried and trusted technique of the North to use insurgency to destabilize or to ruffle whoever is in situation then if it's not them. So we're seeing it resurfacing, but it's a tried and trusted technique. Would it work? We're going to see increasingly more so in the build-up to 2027, because they're going to use insurgency, and we're seeing this starting already. I've always said it, that's their go-to. Violence is their violence is the golden ticket of the North, and that is the whip hand that they've always held over the Nigerian state. The whip hand that the North has always held over the Nigerian state is that they can vent upon you untold violence that will shake you to your core, and that has always been their potency. So they bring it forward now again to try to start to use that good luck Jonathan technique or tactic. And in the build up to 2027, we'll be hearing narratives more of insurgency, insecurity, etc. So we're already saying it now. So don't be caught off guard. It's already in play. But how does Tinubu handle that is what we're yet to see. So there's a lot of that going on, but still within that Edo space, there's a bit of feathers flapping, peacocking going on in the south. Not more so. I wonder. Pardon me. I wonder if Very Dark Man is from Edo State because he seems to tacitly endorse it as well. So let's not take it from his perspective. Watch this.
Justice for our brothers! Justice for our brothers. We need serious action for our brothers in Edo. Urgent action must be taken. We need serious action for our brothers. The perpetrators must be punished. This is not advice. We need serious investigation. The government must deal with them. Dear Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our brothers in Edo State have been killed. We are demanding for justice for our Muslim brothers. Justice for our brothers. Our leaders must take serious action.
All right, so since this thing happened, a lot of now just they chase clouds. All these Ariwa boys where they this video, now they chase clouds. Yes, people are chasing clouds. Wrap this thing up, please. This is hypocrisy, big time hypocrisy. How many times before you come out today and say you want justice for those people that were fired in those states, please present where you have ever said you want justice for other people that have been fired in different states where concerned Fulani headsmen. Please just present one. If you tell all those boys or that video now, say present where you don't ever say justice for people where they Benue, justice for people where they Enugu, justice for people where they Ondo, justice for people where they Bayelsa, then I'll take you serious. This thing happen, all of now, say okay, when I don't get power. Not just the Arewa people. I see a lot of different content creators, they jump on them, they shout. Now justice. But you see the problem with Nigeria, and I will say it today. Everybody feel like if you never touch their own, it is not a problem until you touch their own. Now you come out and say justice. If to say everybody come out say justice, the time where it starts with the apple for Benue, where a lot of farmers they buy their money afternoon nights. If to say on put on attention there, choke government, pressure government to answer the people for Benue, maybe if I stop for Benue and if I no enter Enugu. As this Enugu women come out, they complain, say they...
Oh, all right, it goes on for another 2 minutes, but I've got another clip to share on that space. So we'll move it on from there. Like I said, there seem to be, in fact, that's not even a tacit endorsement. That's an overt, applause, right? It's almost even applauding what the people of Edo State did. But like I said, I think we all know that the reprisal from the north is going to come, and it's going to be disproportionate to what the Edolites say they did. So that's not me wishing it. There's almost an inevitability to it, and the drum beats of it we're already hearing coming out of the north. So here is a now more nuanced take on that Edo incident. Watch this.
The killing of travelers in Uromi in Edo State has been the top of the news.
And this is coming from what seems to be like a moderate Aboki, by the way. So watch this.
The killing of travelers in Uromi in Edo State has been the top of the news. But then today I am going to present it to you in a very different way that you have not seen it. And probably you are going to see the way you have contributed negatively to this killing, or probably the way somebody that you know have contributed negatively to it. Then I will also talk about the solution, the lasting solution. Me, I always go for lasting solution. The first thing I want to talk about is, please don't bring emotions here. You may not like what I will say here, or you may like what I say. But please, I want you to be logical. I want you to listen to it logically. Because I'm going to tell you the real truth here, the right thing, the exact thing that happened. What has occurred that they didn't tell you. Right? The first thing is transfer of aggression is the real thing that happened right there in Uromi. If you observe, it has occurred that the same people of that Uromi has protested before because of herdsman killing, the Fulanis killing them, raping their women and all that. That is what is present in the news. Okay? Now, to anybody, you know, sometimes it is easy for you to take decision based on the fact that you are in the other side. But if you switch the coin, right? Let's see how it is going, your reaction is going to be like. For anybody that have find itself in such situation, for any place, right, any community, it is very easy for them to transfer the aggression when they see people that are similar. How existing anger, they immediately transfer it into these people and they killed them in a very, very, very dangerous way, in a humiliating way. Okay? Now, what is the background story that I want you to understand a little bit? That is why I say don't bring in emotion. First of all, if you have been following, you will see that there have been videos of Fulanis going to people's farm, cutting their cassava and give it to their cows to feed. Their cow is their investment. The Fulanis, their cow is their investment. Then the people's cassava is their own investment. So it means they are destroying other people's investment in order to build their own investment. But what happened? If you bring up such videos to the internet, what happened is that the northerners, right, will try to justify it, saying that they're saying all sorts of things just to justify it, while the West and other places, right, they will try to what? Say how evil it is and other, which means two people, two different regions, right, cannot agree on the reality. All of us are playing around it. And I'm taking you to somewhere why the government will never take us serious. Right? Then the next thing is, look at the reactions of this incident from the south and the north and other parts. You see that the northerners are condemning it so much. It's so dangerous. But the southerners, when they condemn it, they will bring in previous incidents that occurred, but they will now say that, okay, look at them, they have this Fulani, they have done this, they have done this, they have done this before, which means they are not really condemning it as the people in the north are condemning it. Right? Now, I'm taking you somewhere. Now, the next thing is, what is the solution? What is the solution? The solution is very simple and very difficult to effect it. Almost all of us know, but it is very difficult to effect. The first thing is, we need to agree on evil, irrespective of the region we are. If you are from the north, if there is an evil, it is an evil. You don't care who is involved. What you worry about is, this thing is evil and it should be fighted. We should collectively fight it. If a Fulani man come out with video on the internet tomorrow, that, okay, this video is cutting people's cassava and all that, we should collectively fight it and ensure that that Fulani man is brought, the guy is punished under the law. If a southerner, like it happened now, let's all agree, it doesn't have to be only north or south or east. Let's all agree and fight it the same way we fight the Fulani man. If something happened to Muslims that is bad, either government or whatever, let's all Muslims and Christians come together and fight it as evil. This is an evil thing and we disagree with this. If something happened to the Christian, let's all of us come together and fight it as evil, that this is evil and we cannot tolerate it. If there is an injustice to some people, a group of people, let's say for instance now, what is happening with Shia people, right? What is happening with them now? It happens that you are not among them, but it is clear that this is an injustice. For instance, I'm just saying an instance, I'm not sure it is the lawyers that can decide this, right? Let all fight it. It doesn't matter. You are not a Shia, you are a Sunni, you are a Tariqa, you are a Christian, you are what. Let's all condemn it. The reason for this is this. The reason for this is that if we are always taking side because that side is not favoring us, then anytime that there is a switch, right? Let's say, for instance, if now they are doing it with, let's say, Shia, and the Shia, there is an oppression. It is clear, for instance, that what they are doing, the Shia people are doing is right, is that the government is oppressing them. And you are siding with government because you are not a Shia member. Tomorrow, when the government come for you, Shia will.
All right, so that was an Aboki version of First They Came for the Trade Unionist. Is it who said that actually? First They Came for the, is this Time Maya or something like that? I think that's its own version of that. But that is a moderate Malam Aboki Bantutu trying to be a moderate guy. So now suddenly they are finding solutions to what has been a long. Where was he when all of these things, when they were rampaging through the whole of the expanse of the Nigerian state under Buhari for 8 years? They turned that country into a killing field, blood everywhere. Where was this guy's voice of moderation then? So there it is right there. The complexity that is the Nigerian state, there it is in play. Still staying with the Abokis and their wayward ways. Bandits hold Eid prayers in Kaduna Forest, videos emerge. So this is becoming a recurring decimal, and these are actually mocking words from the banditry space. We've seen them on TikTok, or any self-respecting bandit, kidnapper, killer in the north. He has a TikTok page, and you see them flashing at the ransom notes and their new wares and their AK-47s. So they have now escalated it up now to prayers in the forest. Bandits hold Eid prayers in Kaduna Forest, video emerged. So what is the security agency doing, by the way? All these video clips that are being pumped out by the banditry space, can they not use the topography of the backdrop to identify where these people are? In an astonishing development, bandits terrorizing communities in Nigeria have been recorded on video holding Eid prayers for the just concluded 2025 Ramadan fast. According to counter-insurgency expert Zagazolo Makama, who shared the video clip via his X account on Tuesday, April the 1st, the bandits held Eid prayers in 2 different locations in Kaduna State. So there it is right there. If those are not mocking words, I wonder what is. From top again, in an astonishing development, bandits terrorizing communities in Nigeria have been recorded on video holding Eid prayers for the just concluded 2025 Ramadan fast. According to counter-insurgency expert Zagazola Makama, who shared the video via his X account on Tuesday, April the 1st, the bandits held Eid prayers in 2 different locations in Kaduna State. Correspondents understand that the bandits held Eid prayers in Maidora, Sabombani, and East Kaduna in Dogon Dawa Forest. The bandits were seen with guns and other sophisticated items such as drones and mobile phones. Makama tagged both the Nigerian Army and the Defense Headquarters in the video shared. So here is the video then of the bandits poking you in the eye. Is that this is all B video sort of from the bandits. Let's see. Let me see. Can I make it full screen? Yeah. I wonder if it downloads. Let me see if it downloads. Does it download? All right. It's not giving us the audio, so let me see if I can grab it and then play it to you in the studio. But it's quite a thing, isn't it? But this is the Nigeria now that we live in, and this has been going on for long enough now, for far too long even. But this is the nature of it as we have it now. So what you're looking at, imagine the irony of it. Bandits praying to Allah for whatever it is. What exactly would a bandit be praying for? And how exactly does a bandit imagine that Allah would endorse what his what his activities are? So that's what you're saying there. You can see with their weaponry in open glare, by the way. So it's so big and massive an event that the communities must be aware of both who these people are and what their activities are as well. And all those weapons, by the way, all from Libya. Thank you, George Bush Jr. The insurgency that we're seeing now actually is an offshoot of that Saddam Hussein Iraq war, the Libya something, especially the Libya one. All of those weapons that they were not able to secure, they've cascaded through the Sahels, and they're the ones now causing havoc within the Nigerian space and the whole of the expanse of the Sahel region, by the way. So that's what's going on there. So those are the bandits there. Can you imagine? I wonder how many lives have been lost to these weapons that we're seeing there. So this is what it looks like now. This is the Nigeria that we live in now. I'm just waiting for it to upload. I wonder if it comes with audio. We'll find out shortly. So they even have an imam. Can you imagine? They have an imam praying to them. So there it is now. They tell you it's a religion of peace, and this is what peace looks like. You know, they say they spread it by the sword. So the equivalent of the sword in the modern times, of course, AK-47, and there it is right there. So if and by the way, the person who put this out, he tagged the police, the army, the defense headquarters. So now they're very quick to pick up your old boys, by the way. Oh, all right. So I think we have it here.
اللهم اغفر للمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات اللهم اقسم لنا من خشيتك ما تقول له بيننا وبين معصيتك اللهم توفنا مسلم أيها المصلون أو أيها الناس فمنها أن يكبر المسلم في ليلة العيد الفطر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
So those are the Fulani bandits right there, coming to an Edo community near you, no doubt, shortly. So coming to an Edo community near you, no doubt, shortly. Let's go on from that to this. Nigeria inches towards mandatory citizen registration if new regulation approved. So this is all that census digitalized citizenship sort of thing that Tinubu is embarked upon. And Nigeria inches towards mandatory citizen registration if new regulation approved. So they will do it such that it's an inevitability that you will be known to government, because then you will not be able to access anything that you will not be able to have a mobile phone without an ID card. I think that's already the case. You'll not be able to open a bank account, access government services, access anything that makes life bearable unless you have some form of registration. Nigeria inches towards mandatory citizens registration if new regulation approved. So we go at speed now. Nigeria is in the process of making registration for national digital ID compulsory for every citizen under any circumstance. This aspect is contained in a draft text which is currently in the National Assembly for examination. And people continue to ask us what the National Assembly does. These are things that they do. That how does it impact on Nigeria? This is how it impacts on you. And Nigeria is in the process of making registration for national digital ID compulsory for every citizen under any circumstance. This aspect is contained in a draft text, which is currently in the National Assembly for examination. Last week, the bill passed second reading in the Senate, meaning it has to now be also vetted by the House of Representatives before it can be assented to by the president if he has no objections. Per Channels TV, the bill passed second reading in the upper chamber of parliament after a report submitted by the Committee on National Identity Card and Population was reviewed and adopted. The chairman of the committee, Senator Victor Ume, is quoted as saying that the bill is a repeal and reenactment of the National Identity Management Commission Act. The objective of the draft text, the lawmaker said, is to streamline digital ID registration in Nigeria by putting in place a harmonized system that is cost-effective and meets global standards for digital ID management. There have been talks by the Nigerian government, including a recommendation of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrimes for all government databases to be harmonized as a way of revolutionizing identity verification. So, according to the bill, as reported, a centralized, there's too much this is the problem that Nigeria always has. There's too much isolated entities within government that goes after similarly the same thing. We have it with the ICPC, and then we have the EFCC, we have the police, etc. So quite what we need those agencies for, I don't know. And then they maintain different data on different spaces. So there needs to be a cohesion and a harmonization. And I think this is what this seeks to do, especially within the identity space. There have been talks by the Nigerian government, including a recommendation of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime for all government databases to be harmonized as a way of revolutionizing identity verification. According to the bill, as reported, a centralized identity repository will be created, as well as a new commission that will have the specific responsibility to enroll citizens and issue national digital ID cards. This will be linked to your right to vote and even your right to breathe air in Nigeria will be linked to a digitalized ID. It is not totally clear if the commission will fully take the ID issuance responsibility currently under the NIMC. These proposed changes envisage compulsory ID enrollment in Nigeria, aligned with broader efforts by the government to strengthen the country's digital ID legal framework, a process that started sometime last year and announced by NIMC, and is part of conditions to unlock funds for the World Bank-sponsored digital ID program ongoing in the country. This is part of our globalization, by the way. This is in tandem with directions from the globalized space. They want digital footprints of everybody on the planet. Last year, a proposed amendment to the NIMC Act 2007 also called for compulsory digital ID for foreign nationals living in Nigeria. Meanwhile, recently, Nigerian senators also called for a probe into reports that the cost of internet data is skyrocketing. The senators called on the Committee on Communications to look into the situation, warning that the high cost of data discourages active participation in the digital economy. Correspondence report. So there it is right there. Compulsory ID cards in Nigeria. I'm not averse to that, so long as it doesn't fall into the hands of maybe they don't pass it on to the Saudis or the Islamists to use it to wear upon us. CBN net FX reserve stood at 23 billion in 2024, highest in 3 years. So the National Reserve continuing to increase. I think we had the highest level under Obasanjo when it was 70-something billion before it fell into the hands of Goodluck Jonathan, and it became 70-something kobo. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says Nigeria's net foreign exchange reserves stood at 23.11 billion 2024, marking the highest level in 3 years. Net international reserves are defined as the difference between reserve assets and reserve liabilities. According to the CBN, NFER was 3.99 billion 2023, 8.19 billion 2022, and 14.59 billion 2021. So I don't quite know what that acronym is. NFER, National Federal something. I think the R is reserve anyway. The NFER, which adjusts, it explains it to us now. The NFER, which adjusts gross reserves for near-term liabilities such as foreign exchange swaps and forward contracts, is considered a more accurate indicator of the country's ability to meet immediate external obligations. This all adds to our capacity to borrow at the top echelons of the global financial system, because if we have a robust reserve, then there's the assurance, then they are more assured then of our capacity both to manage the borrowings and to service the borrowing. So then we are able to go to maybe broader spaces than backwater China or backwater Russia. The NFER, which adjusts gross reserves for near-term liabilities such as foreign exchange swaps and forward contracts, is considered a more accurate indicator of the country's ability to meet immediate external obligations. Additionally, gross external reserves rose to 40.19 billion at the end of last year, up from 33.22 billion, that's dollars by the way, at the end of 2023. So I think we're going to very quickly surpass that Obasanjo record of 73 billion that he handed over to Jonathan Yar'Adua, and then they feasted it away, they frittered it away and feasted it away. The CBN attributed the increase in reserves to strategic policy measures, including a substantial reduction in short-term FX liabilities, particularly swaps and forward obligations. The strengthening was also spurred by policy actions to rebuild confidence in the FX market and increase reserve buffers, along with recent improved foreign exchange inflows, particularly from non-oil sources, the bank said. The result is a stronger and more transparent reserve position that better equips Nigeria to withstand external shocks. The expansion occurred even as the CBN continues to reduce short-term liabilities, thereby improving the overall quality of the reserve position. Olayemi Cardoso, CBN governor, described the progress as the result of deliberate policy choices aimed at stabilizing the economy. The improvement in our net reserves is not accidental. It is the outcome of deliberate policy choices aimed at rebuilding confidence, reducing vulnerability, and laying the foundation for long-term stability, Cardoso said. We remain focused on sustaining this progress through transparency, discipline, and market-driven reforms. CBN noted that reserves have continued to strengthen in 2025. The bank said whilst the first quarter figures reflected some seasonal and transitional adjustments, including significant interest payments on foreign-denominated debts, underlying fundamentals remain intact. So what is explaining there is that this reserve is not subject to the vagaries of movement because it's consolidated in solidity. The regulator added that the reserves are expected to continue improving over the second quarter of this year. So it looks as though Nigeria might well be out of the woods. In 2 years, Tinubu has rescued the destruction that Buhari vested upon us in 8 years. Going forward, the CBN anticipates a steady uptick in reserves, So that is to tell you that the figures are just going to be going up and up, improving, underpinned by improved oil production levels. And that was why they sacked Fubara, by the way. It was getting in the way. And a more supporting export growth environment expected to boost on non-oil FX earnings and diversify external inflows, the bank said. The CBN reaffirmed its commitment to prudent reserve management, transparent reporting, and microeconomic policies that support a stable exchange rate, attract investment, and build long-term resilience. So there it is right there, all the language of good news. All of the language of good news. And my voice has started to break somewhat. Hold on. So all of the language of good news, much to the chagrin of Peter Obi, no doubt. He will hate that the economy is improving. I will hate that only because it came out today on Arise TV, and we'll be reacting to his outing on Arise TV tomorrow afternoon. So tomorrow, join us tomorrow afternoon, and then you'll see why I will say that's very much good news in Nigeria is much to the chagrin of Peter Obi and his followers. So from that to this, Nigerian billionaire Adebayo Ogunlesi leads BlackRock's $23 billion acquisition of Panama Canal port. So you remember this guy, of course, that sold his business to BlackRock, retaining and this. I'm not quite sure why Dangote is still there. This guy must be richer than Dangote by now, almost certainly. Months after President Donald Trump had been hammering Panama over its most valuable asset, the Panama Canal, an investment group led by BlackRock, a giant American asset manager, has agreed. I suppose why this guy I suppose why this guy is not the richest African is that because technically he probably goes under American, but why is he not the richest black man? What's the strength of the wealth of Dangote that makes him richer than this guy? Nigerian billionaire Adebayo Ogunlesi leads BlackRock's $23 billion acquisition of Panama Canal ports. Pardon me. Months after President Donald Trump had been hammering Panama over its most valuable asset, the Panama Canal, an investment group led by BlackRock, a giant American asset manager, has agreed to buy two ports in the place, two ports in the place owned by a Hong Kong company. So it looks as though then for Hong Kong, you can substitute Chinese. It looks as though the Chinese are divesting from that space just to phase out Donald Trump, and they'll probably buy it back later at a profit to Ogunlesi. BlackRock will buy the ports, which sits at either end of the canal, and over 40 others from Hong Kong conglomerate CK Hutchison for about $23 billion. Though Trump has other complaints about the canal, he said they charge too much. President whatever of Panama appeared to downplay the geopolitical implications of the proposed acquisition, describing the deal in a social media post as a global transaction between two private companies motivated by mutual interest. Adebayo Ogunlesi, founding partner, chairman, and chief executive officer, Global Infrastructure Partners, a subsidiary of BlackRock, will lead the move to acquire the key port operations near the Panama Canal in the deal. As part of the agreement, GIP, so that's that GIP acronym for GIP acronym for Global Infrastructure Partners. So, as part of the agreement, GIP will manage the newly acquired assets in partnership with Terminal Investment Limited and other strategic partners. Under Ogunlesi's leadership, GIP has grown into the world's largest independent infrastructure manager, overseeing more than 100 billion in assets. The firm's infrastructure equity funds alone account for 60 billion of its portfolio, reinforcing its position as a global leader in infrastructure management. This guy, by the way, I think is the one that owns Gatwick Airport in the UK, by the way. Still this Ogun State man, Ogunlesi. Have we had enough of that? I think that's enough of that, actually. I think we get the gist of that. This is the last readout now. We send the link again. If you want the conversation, you hop on. If you don't, then that's that. Let me send the link again. Nobody's even super chatting. Where are the damn super chats? All right. So this one now, this was going to be yesterday's session, which I think I abandoned. Uromi killings. Photo emerged as Edo Governor Akpabio arrives Kano. So this is Akpabio going to do sorry sir in Kano State, but I don't think sorry sir will cut it in this instance. The bouquets are out for blood. The governor of Edo State, Monday Akpabio, has arrived in. When did we ever see a northern governor come to apologize for the slaughterings that they carry out routinely in the south? Photos emerge as Edo Governor Akpabio arrives Kano. The governor of Edo State, Monday Akpabio, has arrived in Kano State at the Kano State Government House to condole with the state governor Abba Kabir Yusuf and the families of the 16 people killed last week in Uromi, Edo State. So there he is, right there. It looks up as it's quite I'm not quite sure. I don't want to call him a dunce, but it's quite a slow-looking sort of a character, isn't it? But it can't be slow of wit, by the way, if it's a governor. But then, of course, we know that it's a Oshiomhole stooge. Is our election still in court, by the way? It could be Uzodin mad, who knows? The governor of Edo State, Monday Akpabio, has arrived in Kano at the Kano State State Government House to condole with the state governor Abba Kabir Yusuf and the families of the 16 people killed last week in Uromo, Edo State. Kwakwanson to Wita, the senior special assistant on digital media to Governor Yusuf, made this known in a terse statement shared on his X handle on Monday. Justin, the governor of Edo State, arrived at the Kano State Government House to condole with the state government and the families of the 16 people killed last week in Uromi, Edo State. Correspondents reported that the victims, identified as hunters traveling from Port Harcourt, River State to Kano for Salah celebration, were intercepted and killed by vigilantes who accused them of being kidnappers. As reported by correspondents, a visit to Torankawa village in Bunkure local government area of Kano State, where some of the victims hailed from, grieving relatives shared harrowing details of the victims' last moments. Reacting, Kano State government dispatched a high-level delegation to Edo State to seek justice for its recently murdered subjects. The Commissioner for Information and Internal Affairs, Ibrahim Waiya, confirmed the development, stressing that the government's determination to ensure that those responsible are held accountable. The Kano State government is deeply saddened by this unfortunate incident. We are committed to seeking justice for the victims and ensuring that their rights are protected. So I think it's really money that is going to be the call of that justice. Meanwhile, pardon me, my voice is gone. Meanwhile, a truck driver who survived the lynching of the 16 travelers in Edo State refuted claims that the attack was related to a tribal clash, insisting that the vigilante group should be held responsible. The victims, identified as hunters, traveling from Port Harcourt to Kano for Salah celebration, were accused of being kidnappers and attacked by the vigilante group. The driver, who was initially detained by the police alongside 2 others, later discovered that the mob had brutally killed all 16. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Earlier correspondents reported that Governor Monday Akpabio suspended all illegal vigilante groups operating in Edo State following the gruesome murder of traveling hunters. Akpabio also suspended the commander of Edo State Security Corps, CP Friday Ibadin, retired. The secretary to the state government, Umar something or the other, said the vigilante group involved in the tragic incident was not registered with the Edo State, blah, blah, blah. So that is Edo State then on its knees in the north. So now, let me bring you this one. This will be the last one. Zita was talking about this just a while ago, and it's been tractioning since for a while now. A Nigerian boxer dies after collapsing mid-bout. So this is the narrative of that guy, Gabriel Oluwasegun Olanrewaju. Is it Olanrewaju or Olanrewaju? It's usually Olanrewa. Is that not how it is? Nigerian boxer Gabriel Oluwasegun Olanrewaju has died. This is coming from BBC, by the way, also reported by the CBS, so it's a globalized news. Nigerian boxer Gabriel Oluwasegun Olanrewaju has died after collapsing during a light heavyweight bout in Ghana Saturday. Oluwasegun, a former national and West African champion in his weight class, lost consciousness in the 3rd round of his Ghana Professional Boxing League fight against Ghanaian boxer Jean Mbanugu at the Bukum Boxing Arena in Accra. The Ghana Boxing Authority, I wonder if Nigeria as a government or as a nation is taking a stance regarding this. The Ghana Boxing Authority confirmed the news of his death, stating that after receiving first aid, he was rushed to Kolebu Teaching Hospital, where he was pronounced dead 30 minutes after arriving. The General Secretary of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, Remi Abodiran, the General Secretary of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, Remi Abodiran, described Oluwasegun as a fearless fighter who died a ring warrior. We are really devastated about it. It should be demanding some sort of inquisition or some sort of probe, not what is this placid response in Ghana, by the way. We are really devastated, Abodere told BBC Sports Africa. This is not something we envisage. We will live up to our responsibility and make sure that we stand by the family. Oluwasegun had an official record of 23 fights with 13 victories, 8 defeats before his bout with the Ghanaian. So yes, maybe I'll go start out the clip of that fight and see if I can watch it. A lot of people not convinced about what happened to that guy. Let me send the link again. If you want the conversation, you hop on. If not, we'll say our goodbyes. So let me play you the clips I do have. We see what happens next. What's this one? No, that's Natasha. Oh, all right. Let me play you a couple of light-hearted ones. So now, this first clip now, it should put all the men to shame. So when I saw this clip, I wondered if I could do it, and I knew I couldn't do it. This is being done by a middle-aged woman but can you as a man do? So that's a middle-aged woman doing KPOP. So now this next clip that I'm about to play you, it speaks to the quality or lack thereof of education in Nigeria. You know how I prattle on about badly pronounced words and lack of a good grasp of language, especially amongst Nigerians. This next clip now, note that these are youth cop-ups, by the way. Watch this. This is quite shameful, actually.
Who's an amateur?
Amateur is somebody who is an amateur. Amateur is somebody who is young and does not know that he's not mature.
How does an amateur behave?
An amateur behave like a child, behave like a gullible person.
No, that you go fight or you go be beautiful public.
Can you date an amateur?
No, I can't.
Why can't you date an amateur?
Huh?
What's wrong with an amateur?
Because he's not mature enough to handle a relationship.
So help me spell amateur.
AMAMUTURE.
God should descend, today God will descend here.
If I let you go, quick one. If I tell you that this girl, let's say she be amateur, what does that mean?
This girl is amateur. That the ladies are matured.
Hey!
So how does an amateur behave?
Amateur. They behave like child. Even their doings, their behaviors, they doesn't show maturity.
Messiah, Prophet Abednego.
So there you have it. Those are graduates, by the way. Those are youth coppers, you know. An amateur is a person that is not mature. Amateur, you know. Anyway, of course, it's an inexperienced person, but there it is. It just somebody saying it's a skit. I'm not accepting that that's a skit. Look at the girl that was speaking Fune, and she doesn't even understand the language. She's affecting from abroad. So there it is. So there it is. So that's the quality of the Nigerian education as it stands now. So here is our Governor Fubara coming out to speak to his woes.
We, as human, might feel a bit depressed because of the situation. Maybe because of what we are seeing. But we might not understand what is deeper, that is beyond us, that has happened. But in everything, we have decided to give glory to the Almighty God. So in this season of sharing, of love, of sacrifice, I want people to understand and know that I came into your period of festival. I also believe strongly that we shall come out stronger. Yes. You've said it already. Our dream and vision for this state is a society that no man should be oppressed. It's a very important virtue in the course of the struggle. Please be patient. Don't allow anybody to push you into any form of provocation.
Yes, sir.
Because what they want is to destroy the state. Yes. What they want is to create problem, to deny you that means of livelihood that you have here. We will not allow it.
Inshallah.
We will not allow it. We will continue to operate in a peaceful manner. We will continue to respect every constitutional authority, yes, to ensure that this state remains the envy of every other state in Nigeria.
So there it is right there. So I wonder why he has not yet gone to court. I think at the moment is starting to dawn on him, he will have a long time to reflect on his ways. Hopefully it doesn't come back. It's of no use to River State, that guy. You know, I've not yet heard of him doing one single project. The only thing you hear from River State is this guy's thuggish behavior, just a loud, a ne'er-do-well sort of a governor, just a jumped up upstart sort of a governor, just totally useless. So hopefully, for the benefit of the people of River State, I hope he doesn't come back as their governor. So I was going to go to the Kegite music, but let me share this clip with you before we go to the Kegite music, and then we'll see if anybody turns up. If you've ever wondered what the most lucrative enterprise is on the planet, the most lucrative enterprise on the planet is not oil dealing, is not buying the Panama Canal like Adebayo Ogunlesi did. The most lucrative enterprise on the planet is religion. There is nothing more lucrative than religion, and they tell you that the Catholic Church is the wealthiest institution on the planet. But some people might disagree, and you may well change your mind after having seen this clip. Watch this. I wonder what's happening there. It's not playing.
Tura ta kai bango, na rantse da Allah ba za mu yadda.
All right, it was a clip of let me see if I can find it again. Actually, it's a clip coming out of Saudi Arabia. Yes, let me see if I can find it again, because now that I've trailed it, it needs to be played. It's a clip coming out of Saudi Arabia of the excess of that space. If I can find it, then I'll see if I can re-grab it. I'll just play it to you. There's this other TikTok thing that I wanted to play you, but maybe that will keep to another session. It's still people raging about that. Anyway, maybe I shouldn't play that TikTok one on this session, because it's one of those Yoruba versus Igbo ones. So let's leave this one nice and tidy, and maybe in another session when we're doing a bit of Southeast bashing or whatnot, we play that. Let's see. I'm looking for that. Nijaman, you sent me this clip. Now, can you not just resend it? You can see that I'm struggling to find it. Let's see. Okay, I can't find it, so maybe we just leave that. If I do find it, I'll probably bring it to you at some point. Where is it? Najaman, if you're there, that Saudi clip that you sent me, if you can resend it, if it's to hand. A lot of what we're enjoying on this platform actually sent in by Najaman. Eze used to be our go-to person. Najaman is now our go-to person in terms of what we do share on the platform. So let's leave that. I'll play you the Kegite music, and then we'll see what happens after that. We'll see what happens after that. The Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dó. jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Nigburu Agbeshe may that have nothing to do with us. Joining us talk now, who's becoming a real recurring decimal on the platform. Good to see you, my man. There's this star, always a delight when this star is here, and the prince from Bel Air, Arogidigba. So that's the lineup so far. Plenty of spaces still. Anybody that wants to hop on. Anybody that wants to hop on. Good to have your company, gentlemen. We kick it off with Aro, are you driving? It's your romance, Aro, I can hear the wind of driving in your background. Are you driving? We can't hear you, Aro. Well. All right. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if your connection is connecting. But let's kick it off with talk now. Then, as we are with Arogidigba to recalibrate. So let's start it off. Kick it off with talk now. Good to have you, my man. So to the conversation, your contribution. Natasha Akpoti and her bottom power politics. She refuses to leave us by the neck. Now they want to kill her. They don't want to sleep with her anymore. They want to kill her now.
Yeah, good evening, woman. Good evening, everyone on the panel, and good evening for everyone in the studio. It's an interesting one. I think the governor of Kogi State, he gave a directive that there shouldn't be any gathering. And that becomes law, when you give that kind of a directive. So I think she flouted the law, but I mean, it's politics, is a democratic system. So rather than going through the land, I think she used the helicopter or something like that. That was more like a counterattack to the governor. I'm not sure they were prepared for that. But I think all in all, I think it's okay to allow her to talk to her constituents. She has a right to speak to her constituents. I mean, you are recalling her,
but not to call a rally though. There's all of the potentials that it could spiral out of control.
Yes. Yes, I think I was talking to someone within these their APC groups, and they were saying that I think they allowed things to just run, so those things don't degenerate into some security issues. Because the truth is, if the government wanted to take a stand, it would have been a little bit messy. And I think the governor did well by not reacting and allowing the rally to go on. I mean, there are better ways to do it than just stopping her from having a rally. I mean, she can have a rally. It's her constituents. I don't know how they would do it with the calling her back.
But what would be the purpose of that rally though? Why would she, because I'm not sure where you live, but here, MPs, which is the equivalent of a senator, they have something called surgeries. So they have an office, which I expect every senator to have an office in their constituency, and then they designate days for constituents to come and meet them there. So they don't hold rallies to announce that they're in town. So what is the purpose?
Yeah, I mean, I get the point, but in that area, this Ibira area, having an office will not work to get in touch with the people. It's usually a bigger gathering when you call them together. Politicians understand these things. Having an office for people to come there, they'll come there in trickles. You need the volume of people to speak to. So
But
usually,
can I say this?
yeah, go ahead.
Can I interject and say, don't you think that the rally signifies that she's been an absent representative? I mean, what do you need an homecoming for? The Kogi state is not far from Abuja normally.
Yeah.
There's no reason why an active senator should not be in Kogi every second week, attending to the people who sent you to Abuja.
Yeah, the truth is,
good point actually, and
yeah,
that also adds to the reason why they should impeach her. If she's a non-present representative, then she might as well not be present at all permanently.
One thing we should know is someone that has fallen already, that you're already hitting the person in the ground. There's nothing else. She will just do anything desperate, really.
Rough fight, Abby.
Yes, and guess what? That rally will cost her money. It's not like she will call people out and everybody will come out willingly. Forget about all those things. When people say that, it costs her money. She will give money to people for people to come out. So people that came out like that, of course, each of them will have something. There is something that will cost her. So, I mean, it's at that level, the only way is to talk to her people because there's nowhere she can run to. She can't run to Aso Rock. She can't run to the governor. She can't even run to her party people. So even the PDP people, I'm not sure they are with her. So she only has her people just to create. She has to create something to keep things going. Because every day she's out of that Senate, she's becoming relevant. And that's the truth. That's how it works. I mean, initially I was with her, but the way the event is going, we human beings.
Do you think her allegations are getting increasingly outlandish?
Yes.
From somebody toasting you to somebody groping you to now they wanting to kill you. So where does she go next?
Yeah, I mean, I listened to Itagiwa, this woman that was in the Senate. I mean, everyone knows Itagiwa in the Senate. She gave her perspective was unique because the truth is, a senator is almost equal to a governor. Just imagine a female governor coming out and saying that I was sexually harassed. Like it's a little off, because the Senate president is the same. You guys are equal. It's just somebody choosing to be the head, to head everyone. You are all equal. They all have the number of local government that he controls. You have the same local government that you control. I mean, you're all senators. So, sorry. It's a little.
It looks like you've got what I've got. There's a bug going around.
In the air. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a little funny because there shouldn't be a time where someone will look at you and want to sexually harass you as a senator. I mean, you control almost 7 local government, maybe 5. That's a big one. You can't. It's not normal. So the way she was explaining, I think I got what she was trying to say. The truth is, I think she got herself in that position, but unfortunately, the case is in court. Let's see how it goes. Hopefully, they make it open so we can see exactly what is going on. She came on air without evidence. So far, if she goes to court without evidence, with the way she's going, I think it will be ridiculous. It will be ridiculous. The backlash, she won't be able to take it.
At some point, the noise has to the noise because she's hiding in outrage at the moment, and some people, but that they are outraging by proxy with her. But at some point, she will not be able to maintain all the continuous embellishment. At some point, there will be a moment where she has to present a substance to what she's alleging.
Yeah,
and that's where she'll start to fall apart.
Yeah, that's where things will start falling apart. The courts that they have gone to, you can go to social media and make all the noise. You can go to TV station, say the things. You know, the main place is the court. When they get to the court, you have to present the evidence. And if she has evidence, it would also affect Akpabio. If she has evidence, it would be nice for Akpabio.
Do you think she does? Because she doesn't strike me as one that she would have put it out in the public space if she had it. Because she's prosecuting this thing in the public court.
Yeah, she sounded like she does, but the way it's going right now, after calling people, I mean, Obi Ezekwesili, it's looking like she doesn't have anything. She doesn't have substance to it. It's looking like that. The way the drama is unfolding is looking like she doesn't have a lot. And I think somehow that's how she has to do the rally today. She just has to, because she's losing face gradually. And when you're losing face as a politician, you have to do something. I think that's what she's doing. But let's see how it goes.
Do you think she should be arrested? Because she's flouted frontally direct instructions by the police not to hold that rally for reasons of security. Do you think she should be arrested?
I think they should allow her. Look, one man, democracy.
They should allow her to flout the law.
No, not necessarily. You know, there are some things you need to let go. You won't expect them to go ahead and arrest her, even though she has flouted the law. I mean, in democracy, sometimes you have to draw a balance between what is important and what is not. I mean, she did the rally, okay. So what's the outcome? Was there rancor? Was there?
But what is the consequence of talk now? What's the consequence of a stern police warning if there's no punitive action if it's flouted? Before she carried out that rally, the police warned sternly that if that rally takes place, the promoters of it will face the full wrath. So that they defied that and flouted it and had a huge, massive rally. So what's the consequence of that warning then? If it's not consequenced, then what was the purpose of it?
You know, sometimes it's not every action that government has to give a definite reaction and then prosecute. Sometimes they will need to choose their fights. Because if you go ahead and arrest her, you're giving her more clout. That's the truth. And as it is, I mean, the case is in court. Oh, it's okay for them. I mean, the governor knows the reason why he announced what he announced.
Maybe a two-week something in Kuje prison for her to reflect, to cool off and reflect on her.
Oh man. No, you know, it won't be the best. You know, sometimes public opinion, you need to just manage all that. I mean, there's a place of law and order. That's not in doubt. But sometimes you need to balance law and order with public opinion sometimes and see, you know, we just get the general feeling of the public before you start taking certain action. Certain actions will not be needed. If they arrest her right now, it just creates a more noise to the international community. I mean, it's...
So the thing if they arrest her now.
If they arrest her, I mean,
they'll be playing into her hands because she already set the trap for them. They already set the trap that they are trying to get her. Everything she has done so far is to set a trap that makes it difficult for individuals to deal with her, you know, legitimately. You get what I mean? She said it, so anyone that wants to deal with her has to deal with her with caution.
Yeah.
So I think the government have a plan for her, and I think her downfall will be so hard, she won't be able to get it.
But in all fairness, I don't think the government should have given that directive. Oh, don't hold rally.
Absolutely, yeah.
For me, sometimes some of those things kind of negate the reason why we have democracy.
Yeah,
you know, democracy is like egg. Sometimes you can mess it up and it becomes, you know, authoritarianism. You can just mess it up and it becomes a one-directional government. So, sorry. So I think the governor initially he didn't need to give that announcement. Really, he didn't need to. It's a rally.
It was a preemptive strike. Now the directive was essentially to stop that rally from taking place. You know, But she
The
defied
question
it,
will
flew
be,
in.
you know what, man? I'm just trying to stay in the middle. The question will be, why don't you want her to talk to her constituency? Why?
Because they will constitute a nuisance to time and space. It's not that it will do anything other than to have nuisance value.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can't win it all. And I know the government of the day, they don't want her. The governor and some, the politicians in that state, they don't want her. Because sometimes, I mean, it's a bull in the China shop. I mean, how do they say it? When you have a bull in China shop, sometimes you need to manage the way you get the bull. So otherwise, everywhere will shatter. So I think they should allow her be. The case is in court. Let things run. You've done the recall. I mean, that's a democratic process. Let that run and let things be. To me, I'm a little bit against the draconian style. Oh, let her not speak to her constituency. No rally should be held. Come on. Even the Bayelsa one that is stopping the Wike group from having their rally. Why? Why? It's democracy. Just allow things to be. You can run your own
They're all
rally.
learning from Tinubu now. That's why they're all doing draconian laws. But my own is that why didn't they declare state of emergency in Kogi State since there was a crisis and security alert and everything?
Why would they do that?
Why can't they do it?
It's the last resort now. It's not the first. The thing in River State necessitated that state. And River State is too important to Nigeria anyway. That's the bread basket now.
Yeah, I mean, what's the output of Kogi to the entire space?
But my own thesis for this is that if this thing, why couldn't they just, if it went to court, let's say it went to court and it goes on trial, does Akpabio have to step down? Why did it in court?
Doesn't have to.
Why would he on an allegation?
Why would he? That means every allegation that comes to him, he will step down.
He has to step down. Yes.
No, he can't.
The second part is that what was the basis, again, just to recollect, what was the basis of them suspending her? Was it because of the sexual case or because
No. She flouted the rules of the Senate. There are rules and guidelines that are said. When you come to the Senate, you go to orientation, they give you a rule book. You read that rule book, you are guided by that, just for them to have some level of decorum. You don't create a mess. So when you have done that, they proceeded and they sent it to the ethics committee. I mean, they have the chief whip and all that to take care of that. And the ethics committee are all opposition members. I don't think there's any APC member there. So she will have a say in there. And I think they made a decision to suspend her.
So what brought about the recall in itself? Was it the suspension?
No, I think it's constituency.
Your constituency can recall you anytime. They don't even need any excuse to recall you. They can wake up in the morning and just say, you know what, they don't like the way you look.
Yes, exactly. Your constituency can decide by law.
Anytime.
Yeah.
But now that the crowd that turned up for her is more than the signatory.
Look,
isn't it conflicting?
Crowd. No,
Hold on.
It's 1,000 naira a person. And we all know.
Is it not the same 1,000 naira they gave the people that signed for recall? What are we saying here?
Can I respond to this gentleman? Let me first say this, okay? I saw pictures of young children in the crowds today, okay? Let me start with that. But let me even say, there's 250,000 signatories. There's 450,000 registered voters in that particular constituency. The total crowd there, I know it seems like a lot, it's not even up to 30,000 people. That crowd you are seeing there, if you do a head count, it's not up to 30,000 people. I don't know if you understand what 450,000 people look like gathered together. So I mean, that crowd is not up to.
And what is the basis of? What is the basis of them arriving at 250?
It's not Old Trafford.
How do we vet those signatories in that recall?
No, that's not my duty to do. That's the duty of INEC. I'm not saying that those people. I'm not saying it's legitimate. My argument over here.
Sorry, Aro.
I'm just letting you know the facts.
Sorry, Aro. I can answer that. they match it against their
Voters register.
their voters registers and their contact details.
Yeah.
So that's the verification.
Can they get all these ones from? That's cheating now. What can they just they have all the details of these people, their names, their addresses, and on the INEC portal now. Is it not to just copy it and write it on the sheet of paper?
INEC are going to follow up as well.
Sorry, Aro. Those people individually turn up to sign a petition to recall their parliamentarian, and then they submit it to INEC, and then INEC will check the details of those people signed for that recall to match it against their records to see if they are the constituents of that constituency and if their details match what's on record with INEC.
And how many people again signed? 250, or what is it?
I don't know the figures.
They got 50 plus 1 here, about over 255,000.
And they used only 1 day to do all those things. I mean, how many days did they do that recover?
It is Nigeria now, my brother. If you tell people that they should come and collect 10,000, would they not come? You get to 50 now. That's not. Look, in politics, getting crowd is nothing.
Let me even answer you. Let me answer the questions. Okay. So Natasha is in a constituency where the governor of the state is actually from that place, is an Ibira man as well. The former governor is an Ibira man. The likes of, I think Aldu's son, the former governor. I think he's Ibira as well. So I mean, she's actually small. She's a small fish actually in the political dynamics of Ibira land. You know. She's actually punching well above her weight, actually. Obviously, thanks to the money that Akpabio has been giving her over the years. But obviously, that's going to dry up now. So, I mean, best of luck to her. She's fought quite a battle.
Yeah.
Well as colleagues.
And again, we are looking at maybe 5 to 6 local governments. She just went to a local government, arranged that. So the strength of the government might be in other local governments and things like that. She has to go to a place where she has her strength. So when it comes to the recall, to be honest, INEC will have the final say about it. They will have to verify all that. So I don't. Let's see.
All right. Let me move you on. Talk now to this headline on the screen right here. I'm not sure if you've been paying attention to this guy Adebayo Ogunlesi, but he sold a big I think investment portal to BlackRock, still maintaining some sort of equity share in that, and now he's making this big move now central to the politics of Donald Trump. Nigerian billionaire Adebayo Ogunlesi leads BlackRock's $23 billion acquisition of Panama Canal.
Well, that's a very good one. I think that is a good recognition to a Nigerian there. BlackRock is one of the major, I think it's an investment company. You know, they are very dominant.
I think it's the biggest in the world. BlackRock.
It's the biggest in the world by a long time, by a big margin.
Yeah, they are very dominant everywhere. Stock exchange, money market, they are there. They are everywhere. This is a very big one. Panama Canal is a major canal for export between US and across the world. And I think Panama, it was during, what's the name of this president? Ronald Reagan. I think that was when they made those deals around Panama Canal. I think it's partly owned by the United States. It was dug and maintained by the United States for a while before passing it to them. But I think there's a caveat also around it with the Panama government and United States to still have that maintenance and the ownership. So if this company controls this, this is a big one. That means shipping coming from China entering the United States, that's a dominant canal, is a big one. It's a big one. That's a big investment. The return is confirmed. So that's
how come this Abeokuta man is not recorded as being richer than Dangote? There's every indication that it should be richer than Dangote.
Well, I think because the company is owned by several people. It's not like a Dangote that is single owned. For some
he's a venture capitalist now.
Yes. So
venture capitalist.
I think he's a lawyer. I think he's a lawyer. He's a very smart lawyer. He's very good at acquisition and merger and things like that. He's one of the best in the world. I think having him in your company, this guy is a very good. He's very smart.
He owns Gatwick Airport, if memory serves me right.
Yes.
One man, I suspect he might be richer than Dangote.
I don't see why he would not be.
Well, I suspect he might be. I think might be intentionally undervalued. He might intentionally undervalue himself, also he doesn't expose himself.
No, the thing is that his companies are owned by, it's like a conglomerate, different forces coming together to form that company. So he's the go-to person when it comes to that company. I don't think he's the CEO, but he's just the.
But think about it. What? BlackRock is valued in the trillions, okay?
And he's not the highest shareholder.
He's not involved. He's not. But he sold quite a bit of his stake. So BlackRock is valued in the trillions. Dangote is only valued about 20-something billion. I doubt. I don't see how Ogulesi wouldn't be more than 20-something billion.
There are a lot of back end people that they don't show their faces. So he represents a lot of stakeholders. So he's a lawyer. So he represents so many stakeholders in business. So the way they will value it, they won't value the entire company. They will value his own shares alone in that company. And it may not be more than Dangote's value. It may not be. Maybe he is. We don't know. But let's see.
Did you see Obi coming out on Arise TV today?
Oh, which one?
Peter Obi. Did you see him come out
I didn't.
on Arise TV? He came out on Arise TV today. I'll be doing a session on it tomorrow afternoon. But not today afternoon, actually. But that only leads me to this space. Net FX reserves stands at $23 billion, 2024, highest in 3 years. So all of this pain period now that the country has been going through, it looks as though we are the green shoots of the indications that were coming out of the woods. This is much to the chagrin of the campaign of calumny merchants. So Obi will have cold sweat over this one, I suspect.
Yeah, well, I think people need to understand Tinubu. He may not have it all, but he's an accountant. He looks at balance sheets. He looks at what exactly will be income vis-a-vis expense. Their thinking would be the balance sheet value. What does the balance sheet looks like? So, when it came in and it was just stopping subsidy, FX, floating FX and things like that, of course, it's going to be hard on Nigerians. But what he's saying is looking at the financial position of Nigeria as a whole. That's the way he thinks. And it's a good one, but I think it's time for them to start trickling things down, that looking at the micro economics of the country. They need to start looking at inflation because, we might look at these figures. These figures are fantastic. I mean, if you are relating with any country, and if you look at what Nigeria is doing, the financial controls and, the financial position of Nigeria as a whole, I mean, investors will be interested. Any international agency, any international donor will be interested to donate. The World Health Organization, the international investors, they will be interested in Nigeria. Men looking at the figures and the momentum it has built, financial sense of things. But if you, I think the government needs to trickle things down to the bottom line. The agri sector, they need to look at, yes, they need to look at some of those things. Those things are very minute. I don't mean minute in the sense that they are very down to earth, grassroots level kind of view, And I think they need to look at that. They need to have men that are looking at those things. I understand they are looking at that bigger picture. They are getting there. They have structured things properly. That's how it's supposed to be done.
Do you have the sense that Nigeria is coming out of the woods?
Yeah, I think we are doing good. It's not a bad idea the way we are.
But how quickly do you anticipate that it will start to impact on the everyday person at the EBI power level? What's your anticipation that the impact will be felt at the base level?
The truth is, it will take a while. economic strategies across the world takes a while to get to the bottom line. It might be a second term before they start feeling that. Maybe in the next 2-3 years, they start feeling it. It takes time. You can destroy an economy real quickly, but to set it properly to its right tone, it takes time. And for it to get down to the bottom line, it also takes time. So we might be looking at the way it is going. If they sustain the momentum, if it continues and there's no wave of COVID, there's no leadership, messing up, sticking to the strategy, and then getting down to the bottom line, getting people to get down to the bottom line to sustain people. I think Nigeria is there. We'll get there in the next 2-3 years. I believe we will.
All right. Let me take you to one more space and I'll move it around. I think I've rolled maybe ready for us now. Let me take you to this space. Uromi killings. Photos emerge as Edo Governor Akpabio arrives in Kano. So do you think, tragic as it is, and I think we're all in condemnation of it, do you think we're being a bit too... so there's a Edo State Governor going to do a right to the Kano State Governor. Do you think we're being a bit too apologetic about this against the backdrop of what these guys have done year in, year out, decade in, decade out? Do you think... Are we scared of these people? Is that what we're saying?
No, woman. I think the governor of Edo State has done very well. I was impressed. I didn't know he could speak Hausa. He actually went there, was communicating with them. He spoke with the people. It's not only the government, the governor. After speaking with them, he went to the crowd. I mean, the people were agitated. You know the way it works in this country. Sometimes things just spiral really quickly. And he was fast enough to go to meet the governor, and he spoke with the people. That was a good one from Akpabio. I've never heard him talk, but this move was a very good move. It just calmed things down a little bit. Sorry. Just calm things down a little bit. I think what he has done is a good one. He just has to douse tension. There was a little bit of tension in the north when this issue happened. Unfortunately, it is what it is. If it happens in the north, if it happens in the south, then the north gets angry. But politicians know themselves. They are the creator of these things. So I think he went there. He met with the governor. They had a good discussion. I think they had a good rapport. And he met with the people that were agitated. And he spoke in Hausa to them. And I think so far, he has done well. What he did was a good one. He avoided something bad that could have happened. If it's okay, if I can just speak to this River State head of service. That's
carry on. Yeah.
Yes.
Is it the one that came out to tell us that Fubara burnt down the assembly?
Yes. The drama has started, and it's not going to end. When I said,
the chief of staff actually came out to counter him, but carry on.
Whoever goes there first is the winner. That's how it works. The mother, the wife of the man saying that, they kidnapped my husband, when the true person has said he's somewhere and is reporting some fraud that happened in the State House. Look, woman, let me tell you the truth. That governor is gone. I said it the first day. I think the first day I came in, that governor is gone. The problem he has is ego. He has big ego. Sometimes you look at him, he's unassuming. He looks like a quiet person. No, he's not. In fact, I was speaking to someone that was supporting him. He actually said, this guy is very brash. You will notice it from some of the statements he makes. There was a time he was holding red biro. I was talking about they want to get this red biro. He's going to deal with them. They are staying in the State House. So, some of those statements he makes, that's the true statement that comes from the heart. Forget about those ones that he was saying, Oga. When you give someone power, you will know who that person is. The guy he is fighting his cause, but he has gotten it wrong. I mean, we have godfathers everywhere. Akwa Ibom State Governor had a godfather. I mean, they are managing themselves. Benue State Governor has a godfather. They have their issues. They are managing it. He has not managed it well. Unfortunately, he has some advisors that are telling him, let him go ahead. And the same advisors will go against him and they will go gradually and make adjustments. You will notice
but would they since he was the is it the financial what they call that thing? Is he attorney general or whatever for Rivers? Doesn't he also have like accountant general? Doesn't he also have some debt on Wike that would backfire if he comes out of with his own evidence? Although Wike is no more governor, how does it affect? Do you think it will affect him as in his ministerial position?
No, it's not.
Because if you are going to remove him based on fraud, right? Do you think if he comes out and shows his own evidence, okay, Wike did this during my term, can Wike also be removed from his position as minister?
You know the way government works. When you are favored, you are favored. Somehow, you know, the favored one always have the say. Unfortunately, he's on the other side at the moment. Look, I don't know if you can remember Joshua Darie, Plateau State. He was an accountant to the government before he became a governor. He was a known guy in Plateau State. When government wants to deal with you, forget it. And now he's trying his best. I hope the stakeholders, the leaders can do something about it. I think the president is the only person that can call the two of them and resolve this issue. I hope he does. If not, the guy is gone. I can tell you that. This 6 months thing, they will drag it with different issues that will keep popping up until the guy gets exhausted. And every day is out of power is painful for politicians, I tell you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Stay with us. Talk now. We move the conversation round, take it in the direction of Arogidigba. But as we on our way to Arogidigba, let me signpost you our guests turning up Saturday, April the 5th. It's a real coup. It's a senior Afenifere functionary, an advocate of restructuring, and a veritable, knowledgeable man, all matters Nigerian. So we'll be having the company of Dr. Akin Fakonda. So he'll be our guest on Saturday. So I'm sending the link into the comment section now. So go and bookmark that so that you dial your excitement in the readiness in anticipation of that visit. Before we go on to Aro, for those of you who may not know our guest, here's a little flavor of him on Arise TV just recently. This is not talking now. What's going on?
Mentally, with this attitude, who are the Nigerians who are now Japan now? The Southerners. The South invested in education massively in the 50s and the 60s.
All right. So, hold on. All right. So that's going to be our guest on Saturday, Dr. Akin Fakonda. So I've been speaking to him in the course of the week. He's all excited to come and spend time with us. We're excited to have his company. Link in the comment section. Go bookmark him. A conversation with Dr. Akin Fakonda. So I'm all excited about that. Do you know who he is, even Arogidigba?
No idea, but is he a member of the Afenifere faction?
Hey, he's a member of the Afenifere. It's a restructure guy.
But but we've concluded that there's the Afenifere faction and there's the Afenifere faction.
Oh, all right. I couldn't tell you, but I think you'll expand on that.
I don't know him. I guess we'll find out.
All right. So to the conversation there, where do you want to pick it up? Natasha Akpoti, ever expanding tissue of lies. The Northerners coming back almost sadly for their pound of flesh. The Nigerian economy improving much to the chagrin of the raw meat eaters. Ogunlesi, is it the richest man in the world?
I think I just take the two ones there that I think I'm well suited to. Natasha Akpoti, and I'll discuss the unfortunate incidents in Europe. So Natasha, I just don't. I pity the husband really. She's already doomed, and I think she knows that. You know, I think like the previous speaker said, she's kind of scotched at tactics now. You know, she's just gonna destroy everything on her way out. She knows she's going out the door, because she's yet to still report the case to the police. So, you know, for all of our going to the UN to report Akpabio and the Senate to the UN, she's done everything. I think sometimes during this week, there was the ethics and privileges committee. A petition was brought forward. Obi Ezekwesili was there. She made a nuisance of herself. All that nonsense, really, you know. So no progress has really been made. She keeps making accusations up and down. She keeps grandstanding up and down. I think I heard that she's changing her tone now. She's saying, you know, the issue is not really the sexual assault. It's because they are, you know, they don't like it because of the LPG facilities that are brought to Kogi. She has a million lies to tell, this girl. But I really pity the husband. It's the husband that, because think about it, he's Oduaga's cousin or is his brother, yeah? I think Oduaga still has an EFCC matter that is still there. There's still this, you know these politics now. They'll keep it on ice for you until when they want to bring it up again. You know, Emmanuel Oduaga himself has been very silent politically, you know, for quite some time. I think he's been shuffling America, the UK, and Nigeria. I think so. In the end, they'll just pile on the EFCC matter for Oduaga on her husband's head, and he'll be the scapegoat. Really,
you know, and by the way, your volume is a bit low. I'm not sure if you're lying down or. But you know, the husband is heavily reliant. His fortune is heavily reliant on government patronage. You know, and this starts that the wife is taking her, that he's backing her. It closes that particular tab. You know, and its go-to man is Akpabio. By the way, this guy. You know, they say his cousin was the former governor of XYZ, but his go-to for his contracts is Akpabio. So we'll see how that plays out. We'll see in a year's time if they can still afford to fly around in helicopters.
Yeah, it's been suggested I was a bagman for the cousin. And that's where the connections, and you know, that's where I got to know governors, and that's how I got to know Akpabio and the likes. Yeah, we'll find out in a year's time if they still have the money. And if they still, the main thing is this: it's not just about the money.
In fact, we'll find out in a year's time if they're still married, because I think we may be seeing the end of that marriage playing up now.
I don't. The man seems, because they were both at the Arise TV kind of dinner there. Just I think the week gone. They were still doing all these petty, lovey-dovey, lovebirds kind of thing. The man is not a young man. That's his first wife. I don't know why some men just get carried away with stuff. I don't know. I don't quite get it. You know, some men, they just see women and they just lose their sense. Like they just lose everything. It's like they can't control themselves.
Why don't you think, Carol? Sorry, why don't you think that she might have done it with the go-ahead of the guy? I mean,
the guy is foolish
because and the man is maybe there are some things that we don't know.
I think the man is actually. I think the man has a problem with. It's possible that she's actually fighting her husband's fight, but it's actually very possible. It's very possible that there's some underlying things there between Akpabio and the husband, and she's the one actually. So she's the face of the battle. It's possible that she's the face of the conflict, that the real issue is actually not between her and Akpabio. It's quite possible as well. So we'll find out. I think the one thing that's certain is this: everything about this is going to come to the fore at some stage.
I don't see anything that permutates victory for Akpoti, because victory for her is a defeat for the state. Because it's not just Akpabio. Akpabio is essentially the state. So she's taking on the state.
Yeah. Like I said,
and the house always wins.
Like I said, she's actually she was fighting Akpabio, okay? Then she took it from fighting Akpabio, she started fighting the Senate, okay? She offended a lot of big players in the Senate, former governors, former ministers. I mean, she's a small fish, really, in the grand scheme of things. And she, by going to the UN and making some statements and going on public, going to the BBC and all these places, now she's dragged the federal government of the country into it, because the federal government is tasked with managing the image of the country. And some of our statements seem to suggest that, that there's, that women can't even stand on the set, walk the streets in Nigeria without being assaulted. So she's dragged the federal government into it, and now she's brought a former enemy. Because think about it, she and the former governor Bello had an issue, okay, towards the campaign. But Bello had the issue of trying to bring his, I think his cousin. So it's been said that Ododo is his cousin. Right? So he's trying to bring Ododo to power as a governor. At the same time, he has his own EFCC issue that was still battling. He wasn't sure of his situation with Tinubu. It was so. But Bello now, I think his EFCC matter is calming down now. It's calming down a bit. It's still there, but it's calming down a bit. He can try and use this to parley with the federal government. If he can get rid of this woman, for them, they might overlook his own EFCC matter. So the war recall situation is actually the handiwork of Bello and Ododo. It has nothing to do with Akpabio. Akpabio couldn't care. Now, would Akpabio probably give Bello some money to facilitate it? Maybe, if he sees, if it's to their joint interest. But it's Bello himself trying to get her out of the Senate for himself to actually replace her in the Senate. Because Bello being going to the Senate gives him some political protection. So you see, she's done this.
Your connection is a bit funky.
Is it funky somehow? Oh, sorry. I don't know why it is. It's very unusual.
Yeah, very, very unusual. Carry on though. We can hear you, but not to the quality we're used to.
I'm so sorry about that. I'll move on real quick to the Uromi matter. Okay, one man. I want us to disabuse ourselves of this concept that is a day versus us. Okay, let's say these people say, these what the things that they've been doing to us, can anybody tell me who is the governor of the herdsman? So an herdsman invades, he goes to some farm somewhere, damages the farm, damages the crops. He doesn't have a governor. He's to the best of anyone's knowledge, it's a faceless, unidentifiable nuisance. So there's no governor to advocate on his behalf. Number one, the governors themselves have their own trouble in their own states. The likes of Sokoto State is being troubled by bandits and herdsmen, cattle rustlers. Zamfara State, there's several people dying in Zamfara State as a consequence of being fined in Zamfara as a consequence of marauding herdsmen and so the Kebbi State, Katsina, they themselves have their own trouble. Number one, the kidnappers and whatnot, terrorizing parts of the southwest and parts of parts of the south. It's not like they have a governor. They have a governor that anybody can refer to as their governor that can advocate on their behalf, but has ever attempted to. So they are a faceless, unrepresented bunch of miscreants. Whereas you see the Uromi matter is this: the individuals that perpetrated it are identifiable. So I do salute Akpabio going ahead to forestall the possibility, because it's the nature of the attacks. The fact that it's available for everybody to see. It's not some third-party account. We can see it. It was recorded, and that would actually, and that causes pain and anger. So as soon as we're going out there and doing the needful. And I think rather than talking about this and this, no, the main thing about it is justice. If there's justice at all times for all misadventures, okay, if there's always the application of justice, there'll be no need for all this, this and that, tit for tat. Someone is speaking up now, and other people are silent on other occasions. Just justice. That's all anyone wants. The individuals that done this act should be arrested, and they should be brought to justice. It's simple. And unfortunately for them, when you go to court, no one's going to say, they went to my farm last week, and because someone went to my farm last week, today I'm going across the road, I saw someone, and irrespective of if I know he's the one that committed, the evil in the farm last week, I took him and I, and I brought more jungle justice onto him. The judge is not going to hear that. It's quite simple in the penal code. The consequence of, firing someone is you'll be sent to the hanged man. So the stupid mob that perpetrated the evil the other day, no one is going to talk here about, there's been a lot of elders that have been terrorizing our villages and doing all this to our women, and no one's going to listen to that in the courts. Well, that's not a defense. That's not a viable defense in court, because you weren't acting in self-defense at the time that you committed the evil act. You are going to be hung, and that's why individuals should learn to be very, very careful, and to not act irrationally. The vigilante group and all the mob that done that, they were irrational in their actions, and when they are arrested now and brought before the court of law, the penal code for their action is quite simple. If the penal code is to be applied, is that they will meet the hangman. Unfortunately for them, it seems governors in Nigeria don't like signing on for the death penalty. So people are just languish in jail forever. So people need to be very circumspect. People need to be very careful and very rational before they do whatever, take actions. And I think it's up to the government to take this opportunity and resolve the issue of farmers and herders, and resolve it forever. There's no reason that any cow in Nigeria should not be tagged. Every herd of cattle, livestock in Nigeria.
I wonder why they are not promoting that. That's tagging something. It's just an easy thing to do. To yes, every cow should be tagged.
A geotag. Every cow, every sheep, every goat should have a geotag that tells you, the lineage of this particular livestock. That I can actually document geolocation of this livestock. Because also, what if we have a foot and mouth disease outbreak in Nigeria? What we have a bovine flu outbreak? How do we track? So beyond the farmer herder matter, it's also for general health and livestock management. This is what is required. I think it's time for us to stop being sentimental in the country and to apply solutions that are logical to our problems. And I think it's when we let sentiment overshadow our rationality. That's why we keep going around in circles. So fair play to Bello for doing what he's done. And I will think we should stop this us versus them or narrative. It serves no one. Very Dark Man is a fool, and I don't think people should listen to that fool.
I've never really understood the appeal of that Very Dark Man. It's just it just suddenly landed on the landscape, and there he is. I don't know quite what that is all about.
Yeah, so that's my take, one man. Thank you very much.
All right, Bilan. All right, Bilan. Stay with us. Arogidigba. We go on from Arogidigba. We go to Charles, who's also with us. So Charles, the floor is yours. Free flow to the conversation as you will. Charles, and next. Charles, can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, woman. You're there.
All right. I'm not sure Charles is fully with us. Hopefully Patoski is Pato. All right. Whoever
We
is
are
ready
one
on.
man.
Oh yeah. About
Oh,
Oliver
I
Todo.
did now. I did.
I
So
did.
where do I speak? Where do I pick it from? Okay,
It's a whole.
let
Okay,
me
good.
pick it from the one that came to my mind quickly. The foreign reserve, right?
Yes.
That's going up. That's a very good one. That's a very good one. But I think Nigerian leaders over time are getting some critical things wrong because not at any point where we have our foreign reserve increasing or we have a very robust foreign reserve, not at any point has it ever have any effect on our lives as a people, cost of living, consumer price index, or that the quality of life. I'm not just making reference to Tinubu.
Does it not affect our capacity to borrow?
Even to borrow and then use the money to do what? That's the question. You see, you understand what I'm saying? Even during Jonathan, when we're selling crude, even during Obasanjo, when we had when foreign reserve was increasing and we had excess crude, the thing that really affected our lives during Obasanjo was not consequences of our foreign reserve, but the consequence of certain other policies, like licensing more banks, like doing some stuff, like major job done by Soludo and the rest in that industry, like so many other things like that. Those were the things that really help improve the system, not because the foreign reserve went up and things like that. It's good to have them. You understand? It simply means that okay, we can do a lot of our big companies can do letters of credit, they can. But the point is that we don't have those big manufacturing companies that could take opportunities of that. So the few ones that you have, the service industries like banks and the rest, they are not really affecting our productivity. How many banks are really lending to producers that maybe start small startup that are struggling, that can't afford collateral? You understand? But they will be looking at, oh, bring this collateral. Those companies don't even have that. If they have some of them, if they have as much as what you are requesting in collateral, they would rather go and sell those assets and put the money in their company. You understand? So,
Pato, can I ask you this, since you've been in the bank? Why are the commercial banks very hesitant to actually fund? Why are commercial banks hesitant to fund the small and medium scale, you know, investors when it comes to loans and capital investments? Why are they hesitant to do that? And why are the interest rates so high?
so many factors. You have asked two questions. One is why they are hesitant lending to small, medium scale, and then two, why do you have high interest rate? The first one, because the risk is high, and there are other services with lower risk and higher return. You understand? If, for example, I want to lend to XYZ Limited, one man XYZ Limited, right? That's a plastic manufacturer company in Shomolu or wherever. Any small thing can trigger the risk in that this thing, and my money is gone. And the legal system is not structured in such a way that it's going to be easy for me to realize whatever assets that I have there. They might be in court for a long time, back and forth, before they're able to realize those assets and stuff like that. So why would I take all that pain when I can just take the money to the treasury market or take the money to the market where I buy forex and flip and sell and make much more than the interest that guy is going to give me? You understand? That's one side of it. And the tendency is that I might even lose that money. But in an overnight market or even in day trade, I can still make double and close well. I can take that money to interbank and lend to other banks that are deficient overnight trading in interbank and get something. So they would rather not take all that risk and just do this one that I've told you. Then the point is another thing that the second question you asked about why is the interest rate high? One major thing that drives the interest is cost of funds, actually. But I think in the past, Nigerian banks have carried very huge cost of funds. But towards the end of Jonathan, and I think during Buhari's time, the cost of funds was relatively low because we're not paying so much in interest rates on fixed deposits. And now Nigerian consumer banking system has grown so big now that a lot of people put money in banks, community banks, other small service banks. And those small service banks and their funds, they are at no cost. When you have money in your current account and you have money in your savings account with minimal interest rate coming on those things.
Are you sure you're not speaking above the head of some of us now? You are losing us now.
Okay, what I'm saying is that one of the things that really make the bank not want to lend, that makes them lend at a higher rate, is because the money they are going to lend out also costs them money. When banks take money from people, they will pay interest to people that put money with them. So in the past, they used to have low cost of funds like that because they were paying less. They pay very low interest on savings and other fixed deposits and stuff like that. So I didn't know why they were not lending at that rate, very low rate at that point. But they would rather just want to increase their margin too. That's the margin will be the spread between what they pay to people that put money with them and what they get from the loan that they create. So they would rather want wider margin, put the money in low risk, and make their money. But in the recent time, cost of fund has become very high. Interest rate has increased. Treasury rate is high. So as the bank said, why would I even put my money in and take risk? Why not put the money in treasury and make 28%? Do you understand what I'm saying? So the government policy is also one of the things. The treasury market is very attractive, and people rather put money there. So those are the things. But the third one that let me close is that the Nigerian legal system, and I think we need to look at this because that's one area that we really overlook, and that's not just limited to lending and other things. It's also affect every other area of our lives. For example, a business runs into an issue, maybe with government. It did a job with government, and government refused to pay, or government is raising issue. The company goes to court. They find it very difficult to get a judgment against the government. And when they get a judgment against the government, to enforce the judgment, they might not be able to. So now for indigenous company to go through that, so why do you think a foreigner will bring his money into a system where when he's infracted, he cannot go to court and enforce and get a judgment and enforce the judgment and get his judgment proceed? You understand what I'm saying? So those are the things. Or when I have conflicts with some other business and we have business issues to settle and we go to court and I get a judgment against the other company, it might take a long time to get a judgment as a foreigner, and then to enforce the judgment might be another problem. So those are the things. The sanctity of transaction is not guaranteed or not assured in that kind of a system. So you don't want to just be taking any risk in that kind of system. You just want to do buy and sell and go away. That's why you see that it's only buy and sell that is really, really doing very well in Nigeria, because it's cash and carry, and you make your money. So that's the challenge. So what I'm trying to say generally is that the fact that we have big foreign reserve does not necessarily affect us. Experience have shown that, not just this Tinubu government. During Jonathan, the foreign reserves were bigger than this. During Yaradua, during Obasanjo, we have very huge. We have SS good account and stuff like that. But the impact of good governance that we got during Obasanjo's time, to me, is not as a result of the huge foreign reserve. So Tinubu needs to get agriculture right. I don't know why it is difficult to get that. I'm telling you, if he doesn't get that right,
But investment is going into that space now. Did you not see those?
For how long?
Those tractors that came in about 1,000?
For how long? For how long? We have been saying this thing from. It's almost 2 years. About 2 years now. It's almost 2 years now. It's almost 2 years, and by next month it will be 2 years in government. And those were the things he campaigned on. You understand? I don't know how long it takes to just get those things. Is it that those things are, maybe there are some things we don't know? Maybe it's very difficult. I don't know. Maybe it's very difficult because I don't see what is, or maybe we don't have the money. You
Sorry,
understand?
Pato.
We don't have money.
Sorry, Pato. May I come in?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. So the challenge is the gestation period. It takes time when it comes to agri.
Agriculture.
Yes, it takes time. And you know, the entire value chain is already faulty in itself. So, you know, end to end before it gets to the final consumer. So the process is faulty. The middlemen control things. These are people that are also politicians. These are people that have vested interest. So if you really want to break it, he knows, but it's one of the campaign promises that he gave. If he can do that, I think it will work. I think he talked about this exchange. I've forgotten what he called it. It's not stock exchange. It's commodity exchange, something like that.
Commodity exchange.
So if you set up a commodity exchange, meaning government controls middlemen, so you are relating directly with the farmers, you determine the pricing, and then you give some form of control. So it's a pseudo free market, sort of. So if he can do that, he promised commodity exchange, and I'm wondering why they are foot dragging on it. Really, that I think that's the main issue. Sorry for that.
Oh yeah, that's the point. I said maybe there are some things we don't know, because I don't know why it is difficult to get that done. You understand? I don't know why it's difficult to get that done. I don't know why it's difficult to even, I mean, scratch it or just let him be seen as doing something meaningful in that area. You understand? You have people in government, set things in motion, divide the phases into number of divide the entire thing to number of phases, get people to be working on different parts of it, and because there is nothing. And that's the truth. And we will not be wrong if Nigerians react based on that. There will be nothing, you understand, that they will do that will have meaning except that is settled. If tomorrow, let let us have even times 10 of foreign reserve. If that is not settled, there will be nothing. Because you have taken some major steps that drove our inflation. Subsidy is not sustainable, but the rule of subsidy, if we had the energy, we have access to cheaper energy, it would have driven down cost of prices of things in the market, because definitely the cost of transportation would have gotten down completely. And we thought that they were going to invest heavily in that transportation sector so that to drive down prices. I think talk is sweet and easy. I think he just made those.
Are they not investing in that sector though, with the LNG initiative, the buses coming in and all of those?
So how much does it take to move from one place to the other now? Or at least let's say
I don't know. I'm not on the ground. Yeah.
To move goods from one place to another. Those are the things that we need to look at. Because we are saying, okay, fine, we are taking this out. We are going to make some money. We are going to save some money, or whatever we save. We are going to, which makes sense. Let's invest it in areas that it was really affected, like transportation, and then let's build silos in places. Let's build storage houses. Let's build warehouses so that goods can move from one point to another, and things like that. But that is not happening.
Yeah,
they are not investing. They are not driving. They are not help. They are not telling other people to. They are not doing things that will stimulate investors in that transport sector.
Pato, I was reading about CECC. I believe they now have their own rolling stocks and their own logistics rail systems for transporting goods from. Yeah. So they have their own rolling stocks and they have their own rails. So they're going to be operating on the not on the normal gauge, the standard gauge. I think that's the Lagos Kaduna. So they'll be transporting stuff from the ports. So they operate, they're essentially running a logistics operation. I don't know why nobody ever took that up.
All right. Pato, let me move you on to the Natasha thing and the latest installment in a never-ending saga. Now, from wanting to sleep with her, they want to kill her. That's what she's telling us now.
Yeah, you see this whole thing, I think Natasha has done some. We might not know, but he has done some damage to Akpabio, and that's just the truth. He might not succeed in removing Senate president, he might not, but I think he has damaged her a little. And Yoruba man says, "Now small thing, and they kill big man." Oh, Nkoke Kere, as in, sorry, the people that are not don't understand. Odo thing about fojú di, ló máa ń gbéyàn lọ ńgbà míì. Now, when you see a river and you just underestimate how it's not deep, that river can just sweep you away. Oh. I just hope that might not happen to this guy. And those that want to just hang in will just go ahead. And Tinubu might just, if he goes to Tinubu, might just say, "I'll go and settle this. I don't want to be involved in all this kind of thing," which makes sense anyway. You don't expect the president to be involved in all those things, kind of thing. So Natasha is.
Are you surprised that the presidency has not taken a position? We've heard Remi Tinubu make some aside commentaries, but we've not heard. Usually, Bayo Onanuga would have tweeted about. We've not heard anything.
The president will not take any position. That's too embarrassing now. I know Akpabio might not date the lady, but that kind of statement is the kind of statement that Akpabio can make, because Akpabio always jokes very well. If you listen to him, often he makes jokes, he cracks jokes, but there are certain things that are very careless. You don't say it, and Tinubu will not want to be involved in all those kind of things. Tinubu is a Lagos boy, typical Lagos boy, but if you look at his life in that area, I think he's a very disciplined man in that area. If you look at him, it's not like them Obasanjo, the rest of them. He's a very disciplined guy in that area, and that's a plus. So you don't want that should be the list of the things that should be bothering you at that level. And now you have caused embarrassment to your family, to the country. It's not good now.
At all, but Tinubu to have children outside of his wedlock now.
Having children, as in after he married Remi.
Well,
but
I don't think. I think it was dating Remi.
Is Remi his first marriage?
Remi is not his first wife now.
Yeah, Remi is not his first wife, but I think Sheyi Remi's son.
No, but Sheyi is older than all of Remi's son now.
But I think looking at the date there, it was with Remi in the 60s now, in the late 60s in America.
No, which 60? How old is Remi when you say 60s? How old is Remi? In this late 60s, Remi would just be like maybe 10 years old or 9 or 7. How old do you think she is? You think she's up to 70?
I think she's not in her late 60s.
No. Look at that woman now. Woman, for her to look like that as a woman, she's probably maybe 62, 60. She should be more than 1962. Go and look it up. I've not had to look it up, but the way I see her, she can't be more than someone that was born 1962. You understand what I'm saying? So, for Tinubu to have dated her, look at Sheyi now. None of Remi's kids older than Sheyi. You understand? So that's the point. Tinubu is disciplined. If it's not, they will bring it up now. They brought certificate. They brought they say it was even pin on body. That would have been it's very easy thing to bring up now. You discover that they didn't even speak in that area because they don't have a case. That's the point now. So, but what I'm trying to say is that the president would not want to be involved in that kind of thing. It's too useless and embarrassing for our country to have been going to go through all those kind of nonsense because somebody is not disciplined in what he says. You understand? So in Natasha's case, the recall, I don't think the recall will be successful. That's just the point. They were to gather 250,000.
Do you see her back in that? At this, because she's burnt so many bridges. She's asking for the disbarment of Senator Amaswa, the head of the committee. She's riding against the Senate president. She's attacking who is that one? The one that went after Obiese Kwesele. Who exactly? Who's going to be our ally? Who? I can't see her back in that house somehow.
Why?
She's just burnt because she's burnt so many bridges.
She has a right to that place like any other person. Why won't she? If they say suspend her for 6 months, okay, they did that. And so what? After 6 months, you want to say suspend her again for another 6 months? On what basis?
Sorry, Pato, can I say something?
Yeah.
Woman, the truth is, it will be tough to recall Natasha.
You think so?
It's going to be tough. The challenge with recall is they are not talking about. If you check the number of votes that she got when she won, I think it's not up to 100,000. You are not looking at the register.
It's less than 30,000.
Exactly. So you are not looking at the register. People that don't have PVC, people that just registered, maybe they are nowhere. Then you have to get like half of it plus extra. It's going to be hard. The truth is she will get back to the house, but the only challenge is she won't be heading any committee. She will just be a floor member. She will just be there. It's as good as she's not there.
She's not coming back though.
In
2027.
She's not. I don't think she will come back. She can't get the PDP.
And good evening. And also, it will be an obstacle for him to come back. It will be very big obstacle for him.
Because she won't be able to get constituency.
If she cross this order, to come back will be very difficult for her. Go on, my brother.
They will do to her what they did to Saraki.
But I think in Saraki's case, the Ilorin people were tired. It's not they didn't do anything to Saraki. Saraki lost.
You think he lost? I don't think he lost. Though.
He lost.
I think it was rigged out.
Saraki lost.
Auto get he lost where
lose Baje.
Auto get complete.
Because
it was Lai Mohammed, wasn't it, that rigged him out?
No. Lai was not. Lai is from Kwara South now.
But there's a feud between the Saraki household and the Lai Mohammed household.
No, it was his sister that orchestrated
the household in Kwara.
It was his sister.
When I'm talking about Saraki household, you cannot say Saraki household and you say Lai Mohammed household. His household is not. Lai Mohammed does not have a political household in Kwara.
Yeah, it was Saraki's sister Gbemi that orchestrated that week. She went together.
He lost. A lot of people were tired. And he might come back now. He might come back because they are beginning to now say, even Sarakita himself, this and that. So he might come back. But he lost. That's the point. This lady, you'll be surprised she might even win again. Just watch now. You'll be surprised she might even win again. You might say...
I suspect they might not even give her the ticket.
She will run under another party now. She can run under PDP now or whatever. She's not PDP, she even be now.
Yes, it's PDP.
Yes.
PDP will give her straight. That's what PDP will want. In short, she might even get the ticket on her post. Ticket will be the last thing because that's the kind of person they want now. That's the kind of person that she's doing PDP job. You understand? That's serious opposition now. Look at he has distracted the Senate for a long. She distracted the Senate for a long time. That's what they want. She will get it, and don't be surprised, she might win because she's going to be running against a former governor, and it's not as if Kogi people are totally happy with the man. So your brother is the governor.
No, it's not about Kogi. Ato, remember, this is not Kogi that is voting. It is the Ibira nation.
They might not be happy with her.
They are happy with the Ibira people are happy with
Ododo.
No,
that okay, he made Ibira governor 2 times.
Because he made the Ibira governor 2 times.
Okay, let's wait till then, Sha.
And and he's the one that brought the current of Ibira is the one that that installed him just before he left government. Bello. So
you know this, that they say he's having problem now.
Yeah, he's having problem in court at the moment. But either ways, I mean, Bello is a strong person, and Ododo is. It'd be very difficult for her to if Bello is the one she's contesting against. It'd be a very big fight. It'd be tough.
Let's just see how it goes.
The question is, which ticket will she get? Which ticket?
PDP now.
She can't get PDP tickets.
Why?
Oh, the chairman of PDP is against her right now.
Why?
I don't think PDP are in the PDP in parliament.
Yeah.
The PDP in parliament are not with her.
Why is the chairman against her?
You know the way it works in politics. I don't think she understands politics. She's okay as a senator, but the way politics works, when you are in Abuja, you have to also complement in the home ground with your party people. So the challenge is, if you don't complement your performance with your home party people, it will be tough for you to get the ticket. You don't own the ticket. The party gives you the ticket. So if the party is not happy with you, the party is not with her. And which of the party people voted nay?
But PDP are going to elect a new chairman again in April. So that's
and the other thing you have to consider is, by the time she comes up for re-election, these are moments in the sun. It would have passed, and then she'll be back into the parliament. She'll be just like a shell of a senator, because she'll just be ostracized and put. She can't do this drama again, so she'll just be a forlorn figure in the shadows. Her moment will have passed by the time she comes up for election.
The husband was compensated for that ticket. The husband is a known person. He's close to, the Oduagans, the Akpabio, all of them, they are close, right? But right now, the husband is not in their good books. Trust me, she can't run that show. For her to get, except she goes to maybe Labour Party, SDP, maybe. But I don't see her getting the PDP ticket.
All right, Pato, take us to this headline. This one really excites me. Nigeria inches towards mandatory citizens registration as new regulation approved. So we are getting to that point now where you cannot even draw breath in Nigeria without being digitalized, without having some form of ID card. So what do you make of this identification push that the government has embarked upon?
To me, this is long overdue now. Because to me, that's the essence of having all those national identity system, having the BVN, having all those things. We need to make it happen, and we need to make it relevant for essential services, so that through that we are going to be able to would have captured everyone. And we need to have a central system. Look at our criminal database. I don't think we have an integrated criminal database. You could go to Lagos and get your criminal background check clean one, and then you might be having a case in Kano, and you just leave the country. You understand? Because they just go there, they don't really check anything. I've had cause to go and to do mine when I was coming here. I went to do it twice. They didn't even check anything, because the place is so rough, and they just asked for my name and my address and all that stuff, and they gave me less than 30 minutes. I don't know, maybe they checked in the background. I don't know, maybe they have computer, but I don't think of anything. In short, they didn't even ask for, they asked for ID, they asked for passport and all that stuff, but they didn't really check things, which is not really good. So, but with this system now, if we have an integrated system, somebody commits a crime, it will go there. People will start living straight. If you know you are a Yahoo boy or you are a rough boy because of secondary school, you do something wrong, they put you in the system. By the time you graduate, you know get job. By the time you want to run, you know if you run because you have criminal background. I mean, it's going to tell. So people start thinking, start seeing the consequences of action. I was reading recently a guy who's a barber in the US. His mother brought him from, I think, from the Caribbean or one African country to the US to have a surgery, to have limb surgery. and he had a surgery, and I think he was just about 4-year-old or 3-year-old then. The mother left him and they stayed back. The guy is well over 40 something, almost 50. He committed a crime in when he was a teenager, maybe 18 or something, a felony. And that felony, because of that felony, he could not get citizenship. And he has been renewing his green card. And now he's going out. He's going. The ICE people have picked him up and he's going. Because of that small thing that he did. That thing has denied him his citizenship. Now that thing is going to get him back to Jamaica. He wouldn't even know where to start. Which family probably knew nobody in Jamaica, knows nobody in Jamaica rather. You understand? So that's the point. That people need to, we need to get that working in Nigeria, where people will know that, oh, you went somewhere, you went to do two fighting, has an implication. You went to harass someone, has an implication. You went to do, you understand? All those things go into the record. And when you want to look for a job, it's showing there. You borrow money several times, you don't pay, has an implication. When the employer wants to employ you, they check your credit record. Then we start having a society that is sane. People start thinking straight. People start taking things seriously. You don't pay taxes, has implication. You can go to jail. And when you go to jail for that, it goes on your record. Because of that, you can't do certain things. Those are the things that we need.
All right, brilliant, Pato. So Pato, because we now seem to have a full house, let me move it around a bit. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll do 5 minutes monologue just so we get to the voices that much quicker. We kick it off with the star, who's been not with us all the way through. So we go the star, we go Zita, Enigmatica graces us with his presence, World Peace for Thai. The star, you're up next.
Yeah, where do you want me to start from?
Oh no, we're talking about Natasha. We're talking about the goings on in Edo State with the governor going to beg in Kano State. We're talking about that. We're talking about Adebayo Ogunlesi, who is making power moves on the global financial stage. So we're talking about that. We were also intending to talk about this Nigerian boxer that collapsed, died in Ghana. Zita was talking about it a couple of sessions ago, but it's now being reported almost globally. Here it is on the BBC. They're taking a position. Here it is on CBS. They're taking a position. So it seems to have like a globalized traction. So we wonder if we had any thoughts about that. And then the Nigerian foreign reserves continues to grow exponentially. And that seems to cut off somewhat the storylines of the people that want the country not to do well for reasons of their politics. And then there's the bandits are putting out clips of celebrating Eid. And we're wondering then, do we have a security structure at all? So any from there. So give us about 5-7 minutes monologue.
Yeah, on Natasha, I think the governor, Yaya Bello, they were not wise. The way they handle Natasha cases is not the best, and inadvertently they gave her needless publicity, because if you observe for sometimes the other incidences that happened like simultaneously, the issue of River State and the killing in the Edo, you could see that it's practically submerge her own case. So now that she wants to do rally, you are making law, whatever, and at the end of the day, she even beat them to the to whatever law they made. So, and you could see
when you notice, if you observe the people of our constituencies, some of them they are even illiterate. I mean, let me say illiterate or semi-illiterate. So for this lady to get there on a shopper, that one enough is enough. It's enough victory for her, because many people, some of the illiterates that were in that place today, it will still continue to resonate in their head, in their brains, in their head. Natasha, that it will have just like the case of Awolowo in those days now, when when we were youth, and they will be saying that they saw Awolowo in the moon, or when Awolowo wanted to campaign in those rural, in those plain towns, then she will come with a shopper. So, and even on that, Awolowo. I think on this, the governor just playing into our hands, and of course, you cannot be saying now Wike too. Wike is planning similar things in Bayelsa, which Bayelsa state is also making law against him, and the same thing. And the same things too. You are doing the same thing against her in the Kogi. I think it was a needless. In fact, today, in all social medias, televisions, even national TVs, everybody that saw that gatherings, we can actually know that it showed up her profiles. So, and of course, whether she comes back or she won't come back, that is another thing entirely. Then, as for Edo governors going to beg in Kano, I think he did the best decisions. You see, it can be, many can be misinterpreted as a coward. One thing that we should know that the way the Southerners, the way we react to crisis, to anything that will involve lives, you cannot compare it to the rate at which Northerners compare, especially the Southwest. The Southwest, we were tagged as the weak when it's come to violence. You will see that the Southwest, the Yorubas, they prepare to win their war in a scientific approach than going for fracas, killings, violent way. Because when you compare the amount of money in resources that average Southerners, especially the Southwest, if you compare the American amount of resources that we spend on average youth every you can't compare it to the Northerners. Like in the South now, we prefer Southerners. They prefer not to live on it. They prefer to sacrifice and send their children to schools. They spend their last kobo in educating their children. So anything that we want to that can create any issues that may take their lives, they will first of all think about the amount of money that I spend on this. So if this governor did not go, if he did not go and beg them in Kano to de-escalate the detention, and the northerners, they went on riots, they start killings, the southern people, especially the Igbo, because average northerners, they did not even know the differences between Edo and Igbos. They will classify them as the same. The only thing is the Southerners leaders too. We need to up our games, because when these people, when they were killings, the Southerners, the Christians, many of our leaders, they don't unite. We are coward in talking because of the politics. You could see how spontaneously all the northerners, the governors, their leaders, how united in condemning and even giving ultimatums. Now look at this Edo now. By the time they were killing them, the government is not talking. They did not even come to their aid. Look at the chairman of the vigilante, the overall, you see the Gilo, so the poor man, the hapless guy, retire for that matter. This a man, a general without troop. What could like a governor have expected him to do? Somebody that was given positions, and he was not given the necessary tools, not given the necessary backing to do this job. And on a slight incidents like this, and you suspend him, you remove him, you make him a scapegoat. Is that not would that not even demoralized? So of course, jungle justice, every one of us condemn. But in this case, when you investigate what these people have been going through in Edo, you will realize that you may not even blame them totally. I mean, those people that carry out that actions, and come to even think of it, herdsmen is like herdsmen. You now turn these people to hunter. What kind of hunting are you doing from Kano? Fulanis, I was saying, they are known as either herdsmen or rearing of cow or fishing. I never knew any northerners.
They are not herdsmen. They are Hausa, the indigenous Hausa farmers from Kano. They are not
okay. The Hausa farmer, not. So
in the dry season, I think they go to hunt. I've heard of Hausa farmers being called to come and hunt where large animals disturb communities. I've heard stories of that before. I didn't know it still goes on. There's people
anyway, if that should be the case, I will say that incident is the failure of the government, because if government had been coming to the aid of those people when they are being attacked, when they are being killed, had it been that they've seen justice in any form, believe me, like between me and you, they wouldn't have got it to that level. At least in the highest they will have done is to arrest them and handed them over to police. But because of their experience, they have been helpless. Oh, okay, this governor now, see this thing happen now. He ran to Kano to go and pacify them. By the time they have been killing this Edo people, have you ever seen even the commissioner going to visit them, to commiserate with them? let alone taking action against against these people. So I think it is a failure in the part of a government. Of course, it may not be this governor because he just coming there, but of
The
course,
star, the star.
yes,
I think
yes.
the thing is particularly not on the part of the government in the southern part of Nigeria. It has to do more about um, the diverse opinions and diverse ways we handle ourselves in the south. Do not forget that the until recently that we are seeing some dichotomy now in the north, where the middle belt are trying to differentiate themselves and basically stay away from the usual Arewa thing, right, quote unquote, leaving it to be northeast and northwest agenda instead of them being part of that usual narrative. But previously, before now, they've always been standing as one north, and one is like when anything happens to any one of them, it is one for one. When it happens to one of them, it happens to all of them, and that's how they do it. But you do not see that in the south, right? The southeast, they have issues with the southwest. The southwest, they are not really cool with the south. So you will see southeast, south, and southwest. They are all pulling at different uh, ways. They are at cross. They have these cross purpose ideas about what they want to do. There is no united south, just as you have united north. So if there have been a united south all over all this period, you would have been seeing probably a united voice from the core united south and say, look, whatever happens in any part of the southeast, right? You will see there will be a unified voice from the two other regions of the south, including this, and then they will make a very loud statement, like what they are doing now. For instance, when they killed Deborah, right? When it was reported, most of these people now who are basically this current uproar that we see, we didn't really see that in the north. But all of a sudden, what happened in Edo State, regardless of how barbaric and how cruel and very nasty it was, but when you see them standing together this way, we do not have that, right? Even when you saw some political leaders in the South, go and look at their statement. For instance, Obi made a statement half in half, 50-50. He condemned them, and then on the other side, on the other hand, he had to like pivot back, right, to curry the favor of his group, of his obedience. So when you see this type of stuff, you will never blame the North for standing for their own. We should always blame ourselves. There's little government will do, and do not forget we are the fulcrum of the government. So we can blame government as much as we want, but when we are divided in three these tripod, dichotomies in the south, we'll always get this the same approach from the north. They are always together where we are not. That's just a fact.
All right, bring it on the star, and then we're going to Zita if she's ready for us.
Yeah, let me stop there so that another person can have chance to talk to.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent the star. So up next we have Zita, but on our way to Zita, let me highlight our guest for Saturday, Dr. Akin Fakonda. Is a chieftain of the Afenifere space, an advocate for restructuring, and somewhat of a closet Yoruba nationalist as well. So he's going to be joining us on Saturday. I've been speaking to him for a while now. He's all excited to join us. So the link to that session is in the comment section. Click on it, bookmark it, and dial your excitement in readiness for its appearance on Saturday. So there it is right there. a conversation with restructuring advocate Dr. Akin Fakonda. So there he is right there. So up next, Zita, if she's ready for us, Zita. You see, and when she wakes up now, she say, "Well, in my turn never reach." So as we are with Zita, let's go on to Enigmatic. So Enigmatic Hondi. Do you know Akin Fakonda, Enigmatic?
I don't really know much about him. I've heard about him, but not much.
All right, floor is yours. We're talking about Natasha. We're talking about the improving results of Nigeria. We're talking about Adebayo Ogunlese, who's making powerful moves internationally. The Edo narrative as well that's in play, or anything else that may interest you.
Yeah, I believe they've actually showed a lot. They've showed almost all the parts of the economic turnaround. Of course, the opposition will still want to play their opposition. But before I proceed, I should just remind the House that Peter Obi will never be president of Nigeria. If the
I keep telling them that, but they don't believe me.
So when the Southeast are ready, they will support a viable candidate that the entire Nigeria will be ready to support.
Did you see him come out on a rise today?
Yeah, he was.
It was the same rubbish, wasn't he?
He was. The guy that just make the guy is just he's just an Alaba trader, just there.
You know, sorry, you have the floor, Enigmatic. But you know what struck me? I was watching it. You know what struck me? Even the anchor of that program, Charles Anyabole, who look who's turned up. Ribado, it's been so long. We'll come to you in a moment. You know, even he was struggling to maintain the party line. He was talking about education, but the guy was saying, but they've done this NEL fund now, and they are doing all these things now. And you'll say another thing, we'll say, but they are doing that now. So all their usual watering holes is being blocked off by government action, government initiative. But sorry, Enigmatic, carry on.
Yeah, it's actually trying to play this, trying and struggling, to play this opposition, figure. Whoever gave him that figure, I don't know. Probably, is obedient groups, right? They usually create a situation in their head and they run and they celebrate it. I think it's in that space already. He's creating scenarios in his head and he just want to pander to how they speak, what they want to hear. So it's like a MAGA, right? They speak in a certain way, they digest information in a certain way, they move in a certain way. So it's a herd mentality. So without data, he doesn't pay attention to data. He pays no attention to logic. He pays no attention to dynamics, no KPI, nothing. Because if he does, he will understand where Nigeria is today and where Nigeria was in 2023. Right? Key thing is that his own Anambra state, what was the FAC allocation to Anambra 2 years ago? Anambra's FAC allocation is over 70%, almost 80% now as we speak. So, and the same person who wants to claim that there's no democracy in Nigeria, democracy has died, right, in Nigeria. When you listen to that man, regardless of, sometimes we don't want to speak about him, but he can't actually get himself, off the public radar. You just want to be there, spill his nonsense all over the period. You were governor for solid 8 years. 8 years. What could be more undemocratic than you not holding a local government election for almost the entire period of your administration? For almost 8 years, you never held a local government election. The local government FAC allocation that was coming to your state, it was going to your pocket. You were running the state while you kept the funds in the state in the bank that you had an interest. You had a Pandora account somewhere where it is considered a tax haven, right? And the IGR of the state was stagnated for the entire 8 years. It never moved beyond 8 billion, where it left it almost 7.6 or 7.7. It was oscillating between those figures up until 8 billion for entire 8 years. And shortly when Obiano came, it rose to 27 billion naira in less than 6 months. in less than 6 months. So what was he doing with the IGR for 8 years that he never moved beyond 8 billion? What was he doing with the funds? So definitely he was doing something with the funds, and he was making money from the funds he was putting in his own bank. This is the same person, because when people want to speak, they want to speak from 2022. Before 2022, how many obedience on any platform knows anything about him apart from what they distribute to themselves in their WhatsApp groups and their echo chamber? How many of them spoke anything good about this guy? We have all the footprints on social media. They can go and find it. How many of them had anything good to say about him in Anambra State? They call him Ada Obi. Even in his second term election, in his re-election in 2010 versus this same Soludo and Ngige, a three-horse race, right? Because he's usually the one who wants to champion the cause that Tinubu won the minority, was the president that had the lowest of numbers to be elected. So you can say the same thing about him as well. He had the lowest number of a re-elected governor in the entire federation. When he performed woefully in his first term, he was almost on his floor, sprawling and then begging everybody to get him re-elected. He got re-elected by mere 34% or 34 point something percent of the vote for his re-election in Anambra State, the least number of re-elected governor. So everything he says is an opposite of who he is. How could you say democracy is done in Nigeria when you are the pillar of an undemocratic process? How could you not run? How could you run a state without local government election for 8 years, and you want to keep pontificating, huffing and puffing all over the place? For the fact that you've been able to succeed, right, to have a headless mob of unthinkers and illogical and tribalistic people who want to champion the cause of an Igbo president through you. And Nigeria is telling you, if you want a president from the Southeast, we don't want this guy who cannot stay on one topic. He can't call out IPOB. He can't call out his group. He lost control of his political party. He lost control of leadership of anything. Anything. He has no leadership quality. He cannot even lead his little obedience. And you want to lead a multifaceted, a multi-ethnic group of Nigeria. So he can speak as much as he wants to speak. And you can see they treat him, they pamper him whenever he gets to the studio. They don't push back. They don't follow up with questions. No pushback, no follow-up. They just let him ride with his lies all over the place. Because I would have expected the guy to say, but you were governor for 8 years. You never had a local government election. How could you not see the contradiction in you saying Nigeria, there's no democracy? In the same Anambra State, this guy ran Labour Party out of state. He never allowed them to campaign. You want us to tell them how undemocratic it was in Anambra State? He never, right? All the people can Google this. All the local government, all the National Assembly members in ABGA that time, the senators and the House of Rep, right? He was the thing they were accusing Wike of doing. He did the same thing in Anambra State. He went behind the party and he gave all tickets unilaterally to all of them as against people who actually won the primary elections in Anambra State. And the guy is pontificating about democratic process. So we can speak about him, but the fact remains that we are wasting time because he will never be president, and he knows that. But he's just in there for the money. He made tons of money in the last election, and he never released the funds. It's just with him and some few people who owns the fund. That's why he polarized the party. So Nigeria is doing very good. We've turned the corner already. People can see we've turned the corner and things are going well as it is. So if things are not going well, go back to your state and ask your state governor, what are they doing? If you want to rant, I've given them the challenge. Go and rant 90 days rant to your governors. If you do that, you will see that you are serious. Unless you are serious, then you can rant.
How is that 30 days rant going, by the way? I've even forgotten that. I'm still doing it. It's just the most ridiculous. It's not getting any traction, is it? This ludicrous nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, he wants. Don't we know how he secured his mandate when he was impeached? Was it not OBJ and this Mary Odili that did everything? So we can if people just want to talk about politics from 2022, we can take them back farther than 2022 and let them know the Peter Obi that they don't know. And they know Peter Obi very well, but they are all being pretentious. They are being pretentious as Peter Obi as he is.
All right, enigmatic. We're going to be doing an afternoon session on Peter Obi. So let's go on to Natasha.
Let me go to Natasha briefly. So on the way on Natasha, and as I hear people say I'm going to see a very big Natasha versus Yaya Bello 2.0 in 2027 Kogi Central senatorial election, and it's going to be interesting. But beyond that, somebody said the governor and the people who they mismanaged Natasha's situation. Look, there's no way you can manage.
She's
Natasha.
going to be a one-term senator, isn't she?
Absolutely.
Even if she gets back into the Senate now, which I suspect she's not going to be returned at the next cycle. But she's off cycle though, so yeah.
She's going to have a torrid time, and they are going to frustrate her for the few months she'll be in the Senate before the election. Because first of all, the local content thing have been taken off from her. She won't be able to move any more bills or whatever the way they've been giving her the latitude to do. And there's a possibility they even take that diaspora chairmanship from her. So they will strip her naked because now she's not fighting Akpabio alone. Now she's fighting an entire, Senate and institution now, and she's fighting people who have been able to say, "Madam, calm down." There's always this back channel conversation. Let's find a political solution. Obviously, she's not interested in political solution, and there's no way anybody can control her. So Yaya Bello and Ododo and anybody in Kogi State will not be able to control Natasha. Natasha, she's who she. Do not forget she has an Ebira blood in her. One, naturally stubborn, and she has the Eastern European blood in her, excessively stubborn. The Russian and the Ukrainian blood. You can imagine the combination of that with being an Ebira lady. So when you combine that and you see the way that her husband is not even in control of anything, because when her husband think about his own future, he should be more wary of how to keep Natasha in check, put her on a leash, than how he will survive his life. Because when we go back to history, Natasha he's not going to be the first Natasha's husband. Probably he's not going to be the last. At a point, let's assume things do not work out between them any longer. She walks off or she moves on with her life. What is left for him? What is left for that guy? Because do not forget, he has made billions through political associates. He has a lot of political friends and allies in almost all the strata of political landscape in Nigeria. At a point, he won $150 million oil and gas deal. Recently, I think 2 years ago, he won another $85 million of LNG project. You don't win those type of high-profile contracts, one man, in Nigeria without having political footprints. You know what I'm saying, right? So who wants to give him, or who wants to be so cordial, or probably be okay with him going forward, right? Dealing with him politically. Imagine yourself, or if I were the one in anybody's shoe, as a politician and I'm this guy's friend, that's Natasha's husband's friend, I'll be very careful and circumspective about how I deal with him going forward, because I don't know what I will share with him that Natasha will be aware of and they will use it against me. Or probably I'll see you as you cannot even control your home. You can't even put a leash on your wife. So I don't really see myself messing my political career up because of you. So you can go and be stuck in the Opwe because of that thing, right? You lose your head. I'm not going to lose my. So this is the way things will pan out for that guy. So at a point when you deal with a lady who is not subservient or who doesn't want to listen to you, you have to start considering your own future, particularly if you make most of your money, right, through political alliance and political friendships, relationships, basically. The guy is a politically exposed guy, and if he's not careful, this will be the beginning of his end through Natasha, because they will descend heavily on Natasha. Natasha is a small fry to them. But that guy right there, when you follow the money, you get to him eventually. So At the end of the day, if Natasha is coming back in 2020, I think I would just advise him, Natasha to go and join Obedience. Those are the people he should join now. And you know, when you are supported, when you are spurred on by the mobs, right? You always lose by the mobs. Tell me one person that Obedience have supported that they have not ruined their life. Tell me one man. Tell me one person they've actually supported.
Well, no, look, Alex Ote did well out of them now.
That Alex Ote is not part of them. Alex Ote is not part of them. Do not make the mistake, one man. Alex Ote is an APC person. At the appropriate time, you will see he will make his moves. So for the fact that they were in Labour Party as SPV doesn't mean they Alex Ote does not even, he does not even align with Peter Obi's mentality on ideas of politics. So at the appropriate time, he will make his move. He's not an obedient. He's Alex Ote, and he has said it himself. He said he did not win his election through Obi or through obedient movement. He told them categorically that he has actually run for the same election previously, and without them, he would have won anyway. So he said it categorically. So do not make issue. Natasha should go to them. Fubara should go to them. Let them go and be obedient and settle their crisis, or probably give them tickets a la carte. But I don't know what will happen to Natasha in Kogi State, but I know for a fact that she has two options: to rerun for the Senate with probably Yaya Bello in the mix, or she can say she wants to go to be the governor, to run against the governor in Kogi State. However it pans out, because the two of them are from the same geopolitical zone anyway in the state, I don't know. But it's better for her to go to obedient. They love her already, and if you go to those, when you go to the mob, they will hit you raw and you will ruin your life. Like I said, tell me one of them that they've not ruined the life. So
all right, take us to one more topic, enigmatic, and then I'll move it around, and we'll still look back. But
okay,
take us to one more topic.
What
do you want to talk about Bayo Ogunlesi, who is making power moves in the? Are you following him?
I've not really read much about him, but I know he's making some few moves lately. So if I don't really do my
all right, give us your thoughts on Edo then. And I'm glad Ribadu is here, by the way, because I want him to speak on Edo as well. But give us your thoughts on Edo.
What I will say about Edo is quite an unfortunate situation. Nobody should be glad about that or whatever happened in Edo State, right? And this is a wake-up call to all of us from the South, and particularly to Edo people, right? They have a governor now who is able to play by the books and who understands relationships, just beyond the online and then beyond, the rhetorics or the narrative. He has done the needful. He has gone to Kano State, because the way we think is quite different from the way they think in the North, right? We may be conservative in the way we want to choose our words carefully, but we are not cut from the same cloth. And he understands that, he has that understanding, and I think he has lived in the North, right, before. It's quite a barbaric situation. It's quite cruel, and it's quite animalistic to have murdered those individuals like that in their cold blood. There's no justification whatsoever for jungle justice anywhere in Nigeria, anywhere in the world. But in clear policy term, I'll say this, right? Where was the outrage, or where were the outrage and the anger from the North, particularly the elites of the North, when Deborah was stoned to death and she was set ablaze? Where was the outrage? Even Atiku, a prominent elite in the North, right? We knew that he deleted his condolence, post, where when his base probably were not happy with that, to just appease his articulate base and get some votes, he deleted it. So when we have these questions, where were they when the Hausa Fulani renegades were ravaging and the mass and then causing cruelty, ravaging the entire Middle Belt, Benue State, Plateau State, Nasarawa State, and all those states in the Middle Belt area, or what they did in all the states in the southern part of Nigeria and all the communities that are probably mostly Christian based. So I'm pointing out to the double standard and the hypocrisy, right? That I quickly detest in this outrage. No region is more relevant or more important than the other region. So they should continue to. People got killed in Ondo State. People got killed in Enugu State. People got killed in Abia State. People got killed in Edo State several times in several villages in Edo State, and almost some other parts of southern Nigeria. But where were the outrage? Even though our politicians sometimes that I choose not to speak too much about their liberalism and the way they actually handle things. They've seen now how the Northerners are handling their things, right? No matter what, let it be Osama bin. As we speak today, those people are supporting. They are supporting. What is his name? The guy that killed Kudirat Abiola, Al Musafa. It wouldn't ever happen.
Yes,
in
it's
the South.
DP now.
Yeah, it is we ourselves that will throw ourselves under the bus, and they take it. They even take it to politics. When southern people will be fighting against themselves, you will see the Northerners will unite against themselves. Look at what they did to Wike in the last election. Die minute, Tambuwa collapsed Wike's ambition for his northern guy, and this is what is always happening to us in the South. So I think going forward, we should learn a lesson from this. Where were they when they were killing all these people from the South? But all of a sudden, they kill 16 people in Edo State, and they want to turn Nigeria upside down. And they expected the governor to actually travel all the way to north to go and pacify them and speak to them. How many of them are actually taking that courage, taking that initiative to come to any part of, even when Buhari was in government for almost 8 years? In Benue State, he never visited Benue one time. El Rufai was governor, he never visited Kaduna South or Southern Kaduna for once. But they want the whole Nigeria to bend to them, but they don't even want to bend just a little bend for the southern Nigeria, and southern Nigeria are not even seeing that. And I'll leave it at this. Akpabio has done the needful. He has done the right thing. It may not be the finesse. It may not be the finesse governor that you guys want in Edo State, but he understands the politics, the local politics and traditional politics that actually drives Nigeria politics. And I will leave it at that. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. That's the elegance that is enigmatic.
One man, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I was speaking at that time. I guess you guys were not hearing me. Sorry, I'm about to head to work. Can I quickly just give you a little bit submission? Because what concerns me is my state.
All right. Hold on. That was the elegance. That was enigmatic on D. So that was enigmatic. So as I'm flashing up, let me flash it up again. We have a guest joining us on Saturday. Dr. Akinfakonda is a chieftain of the Afenifere movement, an advocate for restructuring, and a Yoruba nationalist. So, and he has a vast repertoire of the whole of the Nigerian landscape. So, with excitement, anticipation. So, I'll send the link in the comment section. Go bookmark that section. Pardon me for my voice. To you then, Wopis, since you're about to leave.
Thank you so much, Raman. Thank Edmatic for that beautiful submission. People are being emotional. Some people are childish, or they just feel it's political, it's cruise. In Nigeria right now, if you don't win an election, does not mean you burn the state down or the country down. And some people in the north, thank God everybody is here, that think they can rally back their hegemony and feel that chaos is only the tool to climb. Well, it's not always so. We should deviate from that. We want peaceful Nigeria. What happened in Rome is condemnable. If you're here before, I never supported it, I'm still not supporting it.
It's not condemnable.
Madam Zita, please, this time I'm not in a good mood, please. Due respect, it's my state. I know what my state is passing through. My state is a civil service state. For the optics, it's not good for my state. Internationally, it's everywhere. Rome 16. You can imagine. I don't think there are less 16 people one day in data that make data a good stand today. All foreign investors is out of there. Port Harcourt is just living by its past glory because there's so many pipeline passing through there. Investors have left there. Southeast, there's no investor there anymore. If you go to American Embassy website, they'll flag states you don't go to in Nigeria. I think Southwest is the only area that is even safe, the max safe that you can go to. But Ogun is striving to do. Think people just like to go to Ogun and put industry in Ogun, which should be how this is emotionally intelligent. This is a deep geopolitical process that's going on here. Edo State is building a museum. Then what do you think this would look like inside community? We are begging to come to our state to come and invest and call us tourism, and you are on life in cannibal or whatever, cannibalism or burning people to death on media, and you think that is good? It's not good for anybody. The biggest model refinery just got approved in Edo State, which is being funded by PPP. You think those people will be happy? Do you know why ShopRite left Benin? Called 2020 riot, and they saw what happened, and they pulled out. Apparently, started using our money to build ShopRite for ShopRite. Randy said, "Blue, what do you think why they pulled out? That's just use our money to build it, put it on an investor. These things are not good for states. Insecurity is not good for states. No private investor want to put money where his money is not secure. Please, what happened at those states is uncalled for. Let's speak the truth to power. Yes, killer X-Men have been ravaging not only Edo State. Now, let me make an example. Anybody that is fanning and championing and supporting whatever happened in Edo State is an enemy, champion that is right, is an enemy to Edo State, first of all, by not condemning the act first. Now, secondly, in last 2 years, 5 kings were on alive in Ekiti. I didn't see Ekiti people roasting people alive. Igboho was chased up for standing for his people. Although they just alive people there, I didn't see people burning people. At Asaru Dokubo, it was a killer Esme that on life his uncle, allegedly, he said by his mouth. I didn't see him with his crowd of military house burning headsmen down in rivers. Bayelsa, Timaya is tweeting. There's video everywhere, even showing police engaging headsmen in the bush. I didn't see you that shot at someone burning people to death. Now come to the Southeast that said they have ESM. That they took no sense. Last week here, any good women were protesting with dead bodies. People are being alive in the market, in their farms. I did not see this ESM. I don't want to talk about the people there now. The ESM burning on herdsmen are alive. Alive. We should be guided when it comes to that. Everybody's finding it. I know my state. We are very slow to start something, and when we start, it's not good. That's why the good people that love Edo State they are coming out to say, "Is enough? What we did is wrong." It's true, it's wrong. Yes, we know there are X-Men attacking the state. It's not only in our state now. It's not everywhere. It's not in Bono. Is it not? Is it what happened in Edo State? Is it worse than what's happening just and the rest? We should say the truth now. First of all, let's blame the government for not doing enough. Open going to the north to ask for calm is the best thing to do. A peaceful community is better than a country that is in disarray. We don't need problem in that state. We don't need problem in that state. And again, nobody have monopoly over violence. People come now on TV threatening that they'll do this and do that in Edo State. I look at them and laugh. There's a saying in Benin, you have to swallow the red spit and spit out the white spit. You can do whatever you want to do in the north. First of all, Edo State alone have 502 communities. 502 communities. Just Edo State alone, not talking about Edo North and Edo Central. Please, we should have this emotional intelligence. We should let this sleepy dog lie. What happened is bad, but we should not make it worse. People sit down for revenge. I said before, by numbers, apart from Lagos, I don't think account for the major priority for these people from the north. So think about it, my people. That is drumming the government of war because of this politician. Now, how come is that is people that is championing this thing in the north are the mostly Fulani, Hausa Fulani. Even the Hausa people that happen to, they are calling for peace. Why the Fulanis are championing it so much? We all know hey, who said the is talking on phone? We all know that the hegemony of that northern oligarchy is breaking up because Middle Belt have put that for a long time. Recently, the Hausa Fulani are fighting, but nobody get involved. We know what is going on. But this just happened, and now you see all of them carrying placard or the same writing saying we need justice. Even the people, the family that it happened to, they are not even calling for justice. The politicians want to use it as a rally point. Please, we not use those states as pawns in this war. And again, we know how APC get into power and how they stay in power. They stay in power by they're tried by chaos. When Buhari was coming, this is the same thing that happened. When Tinubu was coming, we all saw it. This country was in chaos. Now these same people want to fight their own people, their own person. They are coming to SDP now, and they want to start chaos in the country. That's the only thing they know. We should not be this gullible now. We should not die in their war. They want to make the place unsafe. Please,
But
I'm house land.
they are asking for they are carrying placard for justice. They're not carrying placard for vengeance now.
No, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, my brother.
They're asking for justice.
Hold on, please. Hold on. I'm not saying asking for justice is the wrong thing. Yes, ask for justice. I'm not saying asking for justice is the wrong thing. We here asking for the justice for.
Just a second, eh? These things that you are talking about, people look at River State now. All the people that are beating their shares that they will blow, nothing will happen.
Pipeline.
Fubara never day house now. They
that's like what happened.
In the depressed.
Yeah, what has happened since Bra left? I was saying last week that I was challenged here. Now, carrying placard for justice is not a wrong thing. Even we in Edo are deserving for demanding for justice because that thing is wrong. But you start using that as a threat. Please, I beg. Now, if the northern elders in south and in the south has been doing little of this when things be happening in Edo and other places, I don't think it will go to the anger we accumulate to this stage, to this point. I've never seen the Fulani elders. Don't you know how Arewa used in Benin? That have come out when they are like, even my hotel, my wires was picked up from my house. I had to spend about almost 4 minutes to rewire again. Do you know how many Fulani husbands their cat or not to put a cat that is committing crime? No, do you know what's happening in Benin now? Or committed houses that start destroying, taking the road inside. People, but we have not unlike people. Know the crime? Do you know how many northerners in Benin? You know the crime they commit every day? But we have not unlike people now. Yes, cry for justice is good. At the same time, people are crying for justice. People should hold the state, hold the federal government accountable for not providing security and hold the elders for this Lakadeza Tosa attitude by not speaking out. Now, when it's only when it affects them, they start speaking out. Both parties is not good for both parties. Uromi has been crying for the longest. Nobody came to their aid. Have you not heard of Ovia? The massacre has been going on Ovia, the aspect of between Ondo and Benin. Right. But have you seen also online people? Please, I'm calling for peace, and nobody should fund any amber of war here, and nobody should blame Okpobolo for shooting for peace. In the Kano, let me tell you guys, I don't have to tell you guys the truth. None of you have permission to truth, permission to the truth, because Sanusi and Bayero is having issue. We should not use Edo State as a rally point. We know the North is not as united as you both try to form. But that's the problem between Tunubus, the Kanuris, and the Afghan Fulani and the rest people. Yes, call for your peace, call it for justice in the right way. Don't use Edo State as a political tool. And people, please stay out of it. Because if you start, you won't see Edo people want to life in the North. But we have enough in my state. And the people that will have justice in the North, you people know yourself. Thank you, Wama. I hear the floor.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. That's the excellent work, Peter. You could hear the passion. This is how people feel, you know. You think we all gather here to talk. People feel these things on a personal level. So thank you for that impassioned submission, Walpi. So thank you, Walpi. Stay with us. To Fatai and Zita. Let me seek your indulgence and let me go to Ribadu just to exercise a bit of editorial balancing. I know you've been here waiting to talk, but look, I was clearing the road for Ribadu and he disappeared. All right. So that opposite of then. So So we go on then. We're about to come back because we'd like to document your thoughts on the Edo State incident, especially. But as we wait Ribado to rejoin us, we go on then to Fatai, who is I think that might well be Ribado. Fatai, do you object, or if you want to? Fatai.
All right. I won't spend much time, but it's all right. It's all right. I can wait a little. It's all right.
All right. Only because Ribado joins us from the north, and it's a very nuanced, very civilized sort of tonality. So he'll bring a very reasoned and a very dispassionate narrative to it. Let's document this. Ribado, are you there? Ribado.
Yeah, hello.
Now, wow, Ribado, our fight don't finish.
It's good to be here.
It's been too long, Ribado. What happened?
Yeah, I tell you now, I was very busy going in and out, up and down. You know how it was. So it's good to be here once again. It's been long, and my hello to everyone in the platform. It's good to be with you guys.
All right. So, Ribado, will document your thoughts on the broader Nigerian political narrative, but the hot button topic ticket, the hot button topic, which is the incident in Edo State and what is coming out of the north. But before we take your thoughts on that, let me play you 2 clips to prefix your submission. So this one you will understand.
Tura ta kai bango, na rantse da Allah ba za mu yarda da irin wannan cin mutuncin da ake mana ba. Billahi allazi la ilaha illa huwa. Abin da aka yi mana a Edo State ba za mu yafa wannan abin ba, wallahi Allah. Mu za ku ci amma tura ta kai bango, na rantse da Allah ba za mu yarda da irin wannan cin mutuncin da ake mana ba. Billahi allazi la ilaha illa huwa. Abin da aka yi mana a Edo State ba za mu yafa wannan abin ba, wallahi Allah. Mu za ku ci amma tura ta kai bango, na rantse da Allah ba za mu yarda da irin wannan cin mutuncin da ake mana ba. Billahi allazi la ilaha illa huwa. Abin da aka yi mana a Edo State ba za mu yafa wannan abin ba, wallahi Allah. Mu za ku ci amma tura ta kai bango, na rantse da Allah ba za mu yarda da irin wannan cin mutuncin da ake mana ba. Billahi allazi la ilaha illa huwa. Abin da aka yi mana a Edo State ba za mu yafa wannan abin ba, wallahi Allah. Mu za ku ci amma tura ta kai bango.
All right, I don't understand outside language, but that sounds to me like the drum beats of war. So give us commentaries on that. And then secondly, I want you to give us your perspective on this nuanced submission being submitted by the elder statesman, Tanko Yakasao. What's this?
Today, the number of people in Yorubas that are skeptical in Yoruba speaking area that I'm trying to say are more skeptical of an Igbo presidency than anybody from the north. Why? Because northerners are not competitors to the Igbos, but the Yorubas are. What is the stake in Nigeria? The education and capital. We don't have the capital in the north. We don't have enough educated people. We will have one day, I know. There will be a time when we'll surpass the south. The time is coming, but it's not now. It's not there yet. So there is no serious competition between the north and the southeast, except the unfortunate ill feeling of the civil war. Well, my suggestion is this: that one, I'll direct it to our Igbo compatriots, that they should go out, seek understanding with fellow Nigerians. Tell them that, in fairness, they should be supported to produce the next president. But don't let them issue threats. Threat wouldn't work when you are looking for something like this, because threat doesn't get you votes. This thing is a matter of casting votes. When somebody goes into booth to cast his vote, it will be he and his God alone. So win his heart. Don't try to antagonize him. If you antagonize him, he will not vote for you. And he has not committed any sin or offense. So persuade, this is the reason why political parties campaign. It's just to persuade people. Election is a matter of persuasion. I will just send this message to my Igbo compatriots. I have a lot of them who are my friends, but unfortunately a lot of them have gone. But I still have some, even though they are not my age mates. Let them moderate their method of appeal for votes, but it will pay them better if they use better language in trying to win votes from Nigerians. We are all better off in Nigeria. Like I said before, any village you go, you see the presence of Igbo. If you don't see him physically, you will see electricity bulb bought from the Igbo. You will see spare parts bought from the Igbo, and so many other things. So even where Igbos have not been able to produce a president in Nigeria, they dominate economic life of Nigeria. When you dominate a market of 200 million people, you better be counting on them in your calculation. You stay in Nigeria as your country. Nobody can drive you out. You sell your wares anywhere you like. You wouldn't have that if there is no Nigeria. Igbos and Hausas are the people who go out of their original habitat, but the Yorubas don't. We are not like them. So I'm advising the younger men, you see, we are finished, but the younger men, the tomorrow is for you. Don't destroy your future. Don't let some of our cantankerous people who are inciting you to leave Nigeria. Don't leave. Don't do that. It's not for your own good. Thank you very much.
Well, so that it's pardon me, Ribadu, floor is yours. Either that or whatever interests you.
Well, it's okay. Let me start by responding to the first video clip. I think that clip that they were talking in Hausa language is a community or a group of hunters, because I think that the incident that happened in Edo State happened with members of the hunters community. Even though up to now I don't even know the reason, I just saw it was so brutal for me to watch the video that much. So I think they were saying this is a betrayal, because I think they have long relationship or understanding, or they used to go there for hunting for years. So they felt like they have been betrayed by the community there for what happened to their members or something like that. That was what the video was saying. And secondly, this I think we have talked of this topic that the old man was saying for long, signifying.
Sorry, everybody. Before you go on to the old man, I'll stay a little bit longer on that Edo State incident. What is your take of it? So I think there's a universal condemnation of these innocent people being put upon in that manner. But as people condemn it, there's some people that are also of the view that this is somewhat of a payback to the endless atrocities of herdsmen in the bushes. Do you understand the complexity of how people are interacting with that incident?
Oh, of course, yes, I do. But to me, coming from metropolitan state, which is Adamawa, we have I think we have the largest ethnicities collection in the whole Nigeria, and the religious demography is 50-50 here. So I think I'm quite in a position to understand such delicate situation. But to me personally, I think I will say here in the north it's bit calm because apart from, I must commend the governor for his visit and trying to calm nerves here. And I was, some years back, like 10-15 years ago, something happened like that of this nature. It happens in the south, you will see a reprisal here in the north. So thank God it does not happen like that. It's calm. And it's very unfortunate that some people in some places are trying to, flame the situation up and try to take advantage of it in one way or the other. But generally in the north, it's calm regard to this. And I hope the elders will kind of calm people. I was trying to see from the Islamic clerics if there is going to be any implementation of the situation, but not yet. So I hope it will go on like this. And then I really don't know much of what really caused such drastic, very cruel thing to happen. But one thing, Edo also has a long relationship with the Northerners. They have it's a very huge base for the Northerners there because of the kola nut business they used to do in Auchi and some other parts. I don't know actually what caused such antagonizing situation to develop to that stage, but I hope things will turn out to be calm. That is our prayer. Generally speaking, the security of the whole country is in a mess. And as like the previous speaker or the one that spoke before the previous ones stresses out that the government need to be blamed or the government should do more on this on securing the lives and property of people. I think that our focus or main concern or our scrutiny should be pointed or towards the government to take more responsibility to make sure things like that don't happen. But so far in the north, it's kind of a calm, and I hope it will continue being like that. And it's very unfortunate if any other person from any other part of the country will try to take advantage of this or rally people to do something that it's uncalled for along those lines. So this is what I have to say.
All right. So to Tanko Yakasai, it speaks the language of what frustrates a lot of people, that there's a golden opportunity now for Southeast to mainstream into politics and have an equal chance at governing that country. But the way it's being politics, especially with the brand that Obi is presenting, it makes it very difficult for people to warm to them. So, in not to find a language, I suspect that Tanko Yakasai might be saying the Nzobu brand of politics is not one that wins in Nigeria. What's your take of the elder statesman submission?
Well, I think if you're not from the north, you might not really understand or trying to capture the real points that he's trying to make. I think on this very platform, I for more than once, point this out that the Igbos has more presence, they have more signature in across the whole north than the Yorubas. I think we discussed something like that. And what you see, to me, it's not about numbers or the population or integration when it comes to politics in the north. It's about trust, The Yorubas in their own wisdom, they kind of know how to put the screw on the north. You understand? And they find a way to work together to establish that trust. Yeah, what he said to some extent is right in the sense that when it comes to the northern the Igbos population in the north, you cannot compare it to the Yorubas. But what the Igbos failed to understand is they failed to build that bridge that the Yorubas were able to do times and times again. You understand? Today it's very easy for a common or a layman in the north, to an ordinary person in the north to trust a Yoruba man than an Igbo man. So to me, I think it's a cultural mindset. The Yorubas were able to understand how our minds work here in the north, and we can, on a political spectrum, we find it very convenient or very easy for us to do political business with them. You understand? Than the Igbos. So it's something like that.
Sorry, Ribadu. Do you think
Yeah.
there's also an element that we share a lot of commonalities, both culturally, because there's an established long-standing cultural relationship between the Southwest and the North, and then we also share largely a religious commonality. So do you think that's where the bind comes from?
Well, I don't think it's more of a, to some point, but it's not just about religion. You understand? It's about how am I going to put this point out to you? Okay, it's just like the way I said, it's cultural. The nature of an Igbo man. Igbo man is too strict politically. You understand? They have the leverage more than the Yorubas, but they fail to understand the psychology to use that leverage, in a sense that they always appear to be domineering, just like the way the old man said. You understand? But a Yoruba man you can do business, even though he's more corny. I think that is why the Yorubas get us all the time. You understand? We always feel at home with the Yorubas, even though we can benefit more from the Igbos. Right now, economically, we benefit more from the Igbos than the Yorubas. You understand? So it's always beat my mind. It's always beat my intelligence how it's like that. Apart from Kwara, Kwara I think is a Yoruba speaking state. Apart from Kwara, we don't have any state that we have more cultural stuff with the Yorubas. And everybody knows in the north, Yoruba religion doesn't bother Yoruba to some extent, because on Sunday you can go to church, on Friday if you like you can go to mosques. So religious wise, we don't take Yoruba man seriously. You understand? Because today he can be Christian, tomorrow he can be Muslim, but you can never find that in an Igbo man. You understand? But so to me, you cannot just say religion, and culturally you are very distinctive, So it's just that for long, maybe it's history, maybe from the founding fathers, it's history. We collaborate more with the Yorubas, you understand? And we find there is this.
Sorry, I'm reading some comments. Read the comment. They say they cannot kiss and bow to you.
No, it's not about bowing.
They're going to teach them. They're not going to understand. They're going to see the tweet nonsense.
I think that's the rigidity that you're talking about.
And you want to be
but if you use that word bowing, no region is superior than the others. You understand? The North are not. We doesn't hold monopoly on power, just like any other region in it. It's just a matter of finding way to synergize together. And believe me, a Yoruba man is 100% more likely to deceive you or betray you than an Igbo man. You understand? So to me, I don't think, sorry to say this, I don't mean any disrespect to an Igbo man. I don't think they are caught in a political cloth that reflects Nigeria that it is today. So maybe eventually the younger ones that are coming up, our own generation, maybe one way or the
sorry, I take exception to that too. Are you saying Yorubas are deceptive?
I don't know what I want.
I did not.
No, it's because we are smart and you feel vulnerable.
No, you misunderstand it, Pato. Let me tell you what he meant.
Sorry, I don't understand what he said.
He said,
"Do you think smart is different from being deceptive now?"
Yorubas are no, that's not what. The way you should see it is, look at Tinubu for instance, right? Look at Tinubu just for instance. Tinubu, I think the right language is to conquer. Yoruba man, right? they will not show you their hands until they get the power. But they will not. Tinubu will probably be prostrating to you, try to lay down and everything, do everything. Today, if he sees Buhari, regardless of the indiscretion or probably whatever people think that Buhari did to him during the election, you will still see the countenance, you will see him bowing down, even being the president and everything, right? But when you understand how to walk this rope politically, right, you always
Yeah.
get what you want. But yes, if you say deceptive, it's not deceptive, but they know how to go through the murky waters to shape the ideas, and then it's not easy to convince the North, if you've actually been to the North, to convince them to see you the way you want them to see you, and then to trust you with power, right? Look at Obi, for instance. Obi is fledging back and forth. It's like yo-yo, right? So they can see that this guy is just a mugu, is pretending. You know, no substance.
And what? One thing.
Hold on. So sorry, Rubado. Let me add an appendage to what Enigmatic said, and then you pick it up. Is they not buying into this sort of thing that will be going around eating with Amajeri children and all this? Are they buying into that? Oh, sorry.
Nobody is buying into that because we can see through him. You understand? Okay, let me give you one example. Now look at the mess Akpabio. I'll come to Natasha issue later in drone. I'm just trying to draw parallel analysis here. Look at how Akpabio is making mess of the Senate. You understand? And believe me, I don't think this guy is going to live up to next round of election. Unless if the presidency will go extra mile to have his back. Do you think if he's a Yoruba man that is in that seat, some scandal? This is not the first scandal he's having. You remember the last time when he was saying we send something to your account to go and do that. You understand? Leadership, power need power. You have to put your iron hand in a velvet glove. Power doesn't need Hebrews. You understand? A Yoruba man doesn't allow Hebrewsness to get over his head, no matter how wealthy he is, no matter how powerful he is. Same things go to the North. You understand? But Igbo man has that overconfidence. And that overconfidence is his own doing. That is my personal assessment. I may be wrong, okay? So what I'm trying to say is, to some extent, I have soft spot for Igbo guys. I like them a lot. I have a lot of friends in them. But to some extent, a Yoruba man is he's very good in power management than even the North, than even a Northerner. You understand? That this is our ultimate ambition, power, right? Not even money. So you see had it been, look at the time it took Tinubu. He betted and waited and calculated, and projected. He did all that metrics of power analysis before at the end he said, okay, now it's just do or die. Had it been Peter Obi decided to go with Atiku, it would have been different. But he felt, last time I ran as a running mate, I feel now I'm popular enough. I have a lot of biking. I have this, I have that. The guy, he bolted out instead of him to remain loyal. Loyalty matters. A Robaman can be loyal to you even if he is working against you. He will be loyal to you to the stage that he know that, now his 2 feet is on the ground. You understand? So a Fulani Hausa man or a Fulani man or a Northern in generally, we are suckers for power, When you do that, that's all. Even when you're putting a dagger through our stomach, it's fine. So let me tell you from the Northern perspective here, one man and the gentleman of the platform. Today, no president has ever dismantled the North like the way this man did. And it's very, very unfortunate for us here that we allow something like that. No man has disintegrated and then, dismantle our bloc like the way Tinubu did. I cannot even believe that he has the ability to do something like that. Today, there is no one voice in the North. I think one guy make an assessment here. He says the North is not as longer united as the way it was. Yeah, that is a fact. Today, there is no one single statement in the North that will gather people and they will listen to him. Because what? Through that wealth, through that money he spent, he was able to naked them to the extent that the whole North will know. Look at Erufai. Erufai today has no standing in the North. Same thing goes with Konkoso. He has no standing in the North. Nobody respects these figures. And Atiku has become a cost. So tell me today, if you said you bring one presidential a strong punch within the northern rank to contest, who is that going to be? So did you see the work of a Yoruba man? So I really salute your political Machiavellianism on that.
Obi will be a candidate now.
All right, let me take you to. I want to take you to just two more phases. Big apologies to people waiting. I'll take us to Natasha. Before you actually take us to Natasha Akpoti, you mentioned it already, but take us to the politics of El Rufai, which is is quite obviously the politics of a man spawned. And this obviously is a carry through from the rejection at the ministerial screening. So I think that's pretty much obvious. But does it? I think you probably already answered my question. Is it getting any traction? Is there any backing for its move? Do you think it's speaking to the voice of Buhari? Because we see Abubakar Malami following him, following El Rufai, and Abubakar Malami is the money man for the Buhari narrative. So what are you making of how El Rufai is posturing, and do you think anything will come out of it?
One thing, if you know me, is that I am always candid, okay? I don't shy away from telling the truth, even though if it's, wrongfully or in bad light represent the North, simply because I'm a Northerner, I always call spade a spade. Okay, let me give you this analysis, okay? And along the line, I'll answer your questions. See, generally, not just in the North, the whole country, we know that we have a very serious issue when it comes to insecurity, okay? Forget about El Rufai, forget about all those. It's just like a mouse that tested diluted water with honey. He will always come back no matter how the trap is. Those guys, they tested power and they cannot believe now they are out of that corridor, and they are going to hold on to any opportunity that presents itself. What they are doing is absolutely shameless. If you're following, there is one guy, what's his name? Is this TikTok Hausa guy from China. He's just exposing them, and it's very unfortunate. If I were them, I'll just run away and hide my head in the sand. So they are not getting any attraction. They are just a laughing stock in the whole North. You understand? The only person that is going to be serious now maybe is Al Mustafa. You understand? Because yet we did not see his true color too. Okay, keep that aside. What I'm trying to say here is this, okay? When Tinubu came into power, this guy, he's brutally straightforward. All that he sets out to, what he said he will do, he did them. Despite hurting the economy more than Buhari killed us halfway, and he's trying to finish us now. But that is not my argument here, or that is not my we try to readapt. After all, human being can adapt to any situation. But there is two aspects that this current administration is getting it wrong. You understand? One is security. And the mistake he makes on that security aspect is by appointing very, very poor people with very poor track record in governance alone, you understand? And then affecting them into ministries of defense. People with zero experience They have no, in fact, they are hundreds of miles away from anything defense, security, and rest. So that is the first mistake he's making, and it's reflecting very badly on this administration because nothing is improving here. You understand? Despite here in the north, we are trying as much as we could to adapt to the current situation. In fact, the whole country, not just the north, the whole country, we know what we are going through. You understand? And then apart from that, you know, there is something that people are not seeing or are not taking it seriously. You see, this concept of seriously sidelining the VP is a very dangerous move he's doing. You understand? Because believe me, if not the whole North, nobody was trying to sell Tinubu to the North like the way the VP did. You understand? And there was no, because even in the North, we, the Hausa Fulanis, are always scared of the Kanuris because we know what they are and we know what they are capable. In fact, our ancestors, right from Damfodio to Sarana of Sokoto, he said, they have this saying, do not give these people power and don't allow them to defect to your opponents. You understand? Referring to the Kanuris. So I think Tinubu, if care is not taken, sidelining this VP, even though the guy is not as ambitious as Hausa and Fulani to say, but he's loyal. But what that guy is capable of, believe me, 10 Hausa Fulanis cannot do. So my fear, because I buy into some policies of Tinubu, quite sure you understand, even though I criticize some, I buy some because I know in maybe 10, 15 years to come, we will begin to see what that means positively. But sidelining the VP, if he allow the allegiance of the VP to shift to other side, he's in trouble. That is one. Then secondly, the way he's allowing Wike to run wild, doing what he wants, it's damaging his image on a very serious note. Plus, the mess the Senate president is the way the handling of the Senate, you know. So the governments need to put its ear on the ground, you know. There is some certain friction, and this thing, it's kind of putting people together, mobilizing people against that this administration. So, but only times will tell. And most of the governors that supported him are on their way out now. This is their last tenure. So this is my submission. I don't know if you guys understand me.
All right. Give us a little flavor on Natasha Ribadu, and then we're going to Fatai. Just a little feel of what you are making of that situation.
Well, it's unfortunate now. You know, you see, they are all guilty when you ask me, you know. They have all been playing. Maybe she tried to play him. He tried to play her, but it's very unsenatorial as a Rufai that what they're calling that journalist, Rufai, as he said. It's very unsenatorial to him, being the principal officer of the Senate, you know. How can you allow something to go this far? All this, can't you hire a prostitute or woman from India or Ethiopia that they have the most beautiful? If he is crazy for blonde, let him, there is women available as rich as he is. But you go for
I agree with you on that, by the way. The Ethiopians have the most beautiful women. But
yeah, you understand. And you go for a senator colleague of all women of this world, for heaven's sake, and a married woman for that matter. And she's just like the other guy was saying, her genetic combination will definitely make her repulsive, impulsive, and arrogant and stubborn for that matter. And she was weak too. She's quite guilty, you know, because she's trying to use him to get what she wants, maybe. Look at the money they have been sending. They have been, you know, look at all these things. It's quite disgraceful, even on the international stage, you know. Imagine if they say House of Commons or maybe in the United States Congress, or, you know, this is our Senate president, the number 3 man of the country, going through all these disgraceful interviews and what have you, you know. It's quite unfortunate for our democracy, for our name and prestige in the international stage. And it's making the government look weak. You understand? If I were Tinubu, I will cut him loose. You know, because at this very juncture, Tinubu need a scapegoat. He need to crucify somebody to clean his name. You understand? Because even what Wike did on Fabra, it's not going to solve anything. It's not going to give him any vote if he remove that governor from there. It really pains me what he did to that governor. You know, the president shouldn't allow him that latitude. Plus, look at what this. If I were the governor, if I were the president, I would surely cut Akpabio loose. In fact, I will even give the senator some money to get rid of him and put somebody there.
Ribadu, just a second. I think this Akpabio thing, right? There's if there's a reason why, because if you look at, I know Akpabio has its issues, of course, obviously, but we can't really say it's all about politics. First of all, there has never been there's a block in the Senate that they've never been happy from day one that Akpabio became the Senate president, right? Yari and his group, they've been doing everything possible to malign Akpabio. And this is what we are talking about, the South. Each time that we have a Senate president from the southern part of the country, there's always one thing or the other that will not want that Senate. They always want problem. We had almost the worst president of the Senate in what's his name? That fat man. That what's his name?
That just guy.
Ahmed Lawan.
Oh, Ahmed.
Right?
Yeah.
He was probably the worst Senate president so far. But because he's a northerner, they will always shield him and they will always shield them. When the Southeast had the Senate presidency, we had like almost 4 or 3 of them. If not for the fact that they've been trying to shield Akpabio, they would have kicked Akpabio out, and either the DSP would have been the Senate president or Yari's group would have presented the Senate president. So there's no way that will open our eyes and the Senate presidency will go back to the North, because that's just the game plan that they actually wanted all this while.
No, but that is, but sorry to cut you, but this is your own opinion, okay? And because you get because you get rid of Akpabio, that does not mean the Senate presidency must come to the North. Let me tell you, one of the best Senate president I respect was Ken Inamani.
Yes,
you understand, right? And we have scoff of them. Even the guy, the late guy that ran.
Let's speak for now. Who will be the Senate president if Akpabio is?
Hold on, enigmatic. It cannot go to the North for reasons of balancing. You have a southwestern president and a northeastern vice.
No, but they did it on that
man. Yeah, but Buhari was an anomalous sort of.
This is
you understand.
This is what is happening behind the scene, one man. Yari is still Yari. You know Yari now. Ribadu, right?
Yari Gandhi, you're saying, but
Yari is still scheming as I speak now. He's still scheming to be Senate president.
But that's what politicians do now. They scheme and plot.
See, are you going to? He's there to be number one, right? He's there to nobody. You cannot blame politicians for trying to be achieve the power at their number one seat on their cadre. But what I'm trying to say here is, it's look bad. Even okay, I don't want to debate, but if Ahmed Lawan that you talk of, he never had such scandal apart from his returning to the Senate. You know, the worst thing you can do to a man image is having scandal that has to do with a woman or sexually. You understand? Look at what it did to Bill Gates. He was the most charismatic US president. But look at it. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is, it makes us as Nigerians, all of us, it's unfortunate.
From abroad, yeah. Even our president is a felon. So forget all those.
No, well, we as Nigerians here, we felt, and believe me, it does matters in political calculations. You understand? So what I'm saying, just like it's your own opinion, it's my own opinion also. If I were the president, I'm going to cut that guy loose and then look for somebody. You understand?
I won't.
All right. Thank you, Ribadu. And Ribadu, stay with us for as long as you can. And really make it a point of effort to join us just as often as you can. People delight when they hear from you, because you speak with moderation, you speak with balance, and you speak with high intelligence, and that is really what the audience here digests the most. So That's the elegant Ribadu. Ribadu is anyway. I won't tell them who you are, but if they know who you are, they will be impressed. But I know who you are. Yeah. So that's Ribadu. Yeah.
Mama, can I say something to Ribadu?
Oh, you can say it, but
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Fatai has been waiting too long, but
10 seconds.
All right, carry on.
Ribadu. So
yes,
I heard your analysis, very apt actually. But here is it, right? We need to call it what it is. The issue between the Northerners and the Igbo is actually issue of trust, originating from the the so-called Igbo coup, nothing more. That's the genesis, and that is what is still trading. So I don't know if you agree with that point, but if you don't agree, it's okay. Thank you.
No, it's fine. Sorry, before Fatah come, let me answer him for just 5 seconds. See, I think this is what I said. I said it's all about trust, right? When I started talking. See, today, if you make me president, believe me, I'm going to get my VP from the Igbos, not Yorubas, because the Yorubas can pull me any moment, which I know, you understand. So what I'm saying is, but it's high time we should let go. You understand? It's not even our fathers that fought that war. It's only few of them that are remaining that are alive. Most of them are our grandparents, and even those that fight, they are now in their 80s or 90s. I mean, for how long? These people, they are Nigerians too. You understand? They are Nigerians too. It's not like we have the monopoly on power, we and the Yorubas. They are what these people are contributing. Maybe even the North and the Yorubas are not contributing it economically. You understand? These people, they build factories, industries. They are quite industrious. They are rich. Look at how they turn Abuja into. Which Northern and which Yoruba man has the money to do that? You understand? So at least let us give them, for God's sake, let us give them the chance. If they did so, if they mess it up, then we can hold them accountable. Understand? So this is my view with all my heart.
I completely agree with you, but however, the Igbo politicians, they don't also help the system. Yoruba man is more strategic with politics, to be honest.
He's very cunning.
I don't know how you call it. Are you saying one man is cunning? So
no, they are cunning. Can't you see? Sorry, Fatai, I beg you. Listen, can't you see when Tinubu was campaigning? He was shaking, having syndrome. There was one video that I saw. They were. It looked like he urinated his trousers on the bus. Everybody will say, "Oh, this guy is going to die. VP is going to take over." This is how he deceived us in the North. Let me tell you the truth. You understand? Plus, he pumped money to this Islam. He pumped. Let me make this point. Fatah is going to come in. Sorry. He pumped money to these Islamic bloody clerics. You understand? God forgive me if they hear me, they'll crucify me. But I don't give a shit. You understand? He gave all these malams a lot of millions, 15, 20 million, all these sheikhs. They start calling Muslim ticket is a win for Muslim. What the hell is a Muslim ticket? Look at it now. We are all suffering. So, Yoruba man, you should be very careful. They are a very dangerous species in Nigerian land, let me tell you. So, Fatah, please, let me give you space.
All right, brilliant. So, all right, thank you. We'll look very quickly to you, AY. Stay with us. Fatai, apologies for the wait, a real gentleman. But Fatai, of course, as you can see from the name, an unabashed supporter of Natasha Akpoti. He will not have ill spoken about her. Fatai, the Jagaban of Nova Scotia.
Hello, Wama. How you doing?
Thank you for yielding the spot to Ribadu. So I was just keen to hear from him. Fatai.
No, it's all right. Just I was just kind of having a little bit of a headache because I was supposed to sleep a little bit earlier. But I wanted to make a time to say hello to a girl of the universe. The last time I came back, I couldn't come on. He was asking me if I was going to come on the panel. So I was going to make a time. And so a girl of the universe, welcome. So I was looking, actually the topics are actually that caught my attention was this Adebayo. What's the name?
Ogunlesi.
Yeah, Adebayo Ogunlesi story. He's from Shagamu now. He's Yalo the general town now. Yeah, Yalo the general town now. So it's all right. But the part, it's not even about him that really was the. Actually, it's about this story. I don't know which newspaper reports this. Is it the thing that caught my attention there is, so the way this news is reported now is, I don't even understand, because this thing is actually more complicated than is reported. So this newspaper, I think there's even a lot of things you see in the. I don't know. It's actually, there was a time I think I spoke to you in the private.
So sorry, before you carry on, Fatai, I know you are very much vested and invested in the financial space. Do you think this guy might be richer than Dangote?
There are many people richer than Dangote now. The problem with the Forbes list, this rich list thing, is not really as it is. It's not really as it is, because valuation is more complicated. It's very simplistic. The Forbes list is very simplistic. A lot of things is self-report. Okay, so the Forbes doesn't have a subpoena power to request every every detail of your finances. Some of them go, but the most credible thing they look at is like stock market. So they look at the value of the stock, the value of your investment. But when it comes to private companies, so how do you really accurately assess, these things? You understand? You can have different perspective. Valuations have different. This is also the US spread. Trump used to have a problem with Forbes. So Forbes will report that he was $4 billion rich. He would say it's 7 billion or something like that. Or sometimes they would say it's 1 billion. And you say, no, so and because, like, so, for instance, something like this is Trump Tower. Okay. So he had this issue with New York, with the New York City, in this prosecution during this, before he became president now. Because real estate, the valuers, you understand. So you can give what is the value of this house. Two valuers can give you two different valuations. And so Trump, it depends on who is dealing with. He can present this valuation, he can present that valuation. He's not the expert valuer. So this is a valuation. It's not that it's wrong, it's just a different perspective to the valuation. You understand? And so you use it if he needs to present a lower valuation, you put if you need to say, oh, I don't have money, so put the lower valuation. If you want to say, oh, I'm a rich boy, he puts the higher valuation. So it's very complicated. It's not so, but okay, nobody wants to. I mean, if you're rich, you're rich. So it's like there's a lot of undisclosed wealth as well. A lot of people have so much money. Dangote is not the richest in Nigeria, that's for sure. Okay, so it's not like Dangote is the richest black man. So, but on paper, it's all right. You see, and also, okay, if you look at what some of the things that, and also the exchange, the exchange rate also makes a big complications there. So there was a time Dangote said he lost when there was this naira change, and he says he lost some money. It's not like he lost money. You understand? It's just estimation. You understand? So it's very hard. Do you really place a value on these things? So it's okay for general reporting, but if you're having serious dealings, okay, nobody takes that seriously. You understand? So, for instance, okay, what is the value of Dangote refinery? Okay, so the value that is reported, okay, that plays into the calculation of making him the richest, him being the richest African or black person in 2025. But okay, if you get to real details, you can have you can easily have a disagreement with the value easily. You understand? So that's the issue with the Forbes list situation. But it's okay. Nobody wants to argue, generally speaking, about rich, who is rich, who is not rich, or something like that. If you are rich, you're rich. Nobody wants to query that. Except if I want to do deals with you. If I'm not doing deals with you, I don't really care. Even to the point that I speak about Angote, it's just where it touches the Nigerian economy and speaking as a Nigerian. So I don't have particular interest in anybody's personal business, Anyway, I don't even need to have. Because
All right.
I'm not a
Let me
billionaire,
navigate you back to where you were. The Adebayo Ogunlesi. You were going to talk us through.
Yeah, because you see, look at this report now. This newspaper is not okay. So the only thing I got from the screen below there, the person taking ownership of this report is somebody in Abuja. So you are reporting about, you are Abuja reporter reporting about deals in Panama having to do with Hong Kong. Okay, but you are not original source. And I'm not sure there is a reference to where they got this information. Many a time, even you listen to all these media, the Nigerian media, and many a time, even your show, it's just like direct uplift. And they are sitting down there talking. They might even have a guest. There was one I was telling you, one man the other time. And this guy wearing this white clothes. And he was talking to them, and they all sat down there. What is this? He's a lawyer. I don't know his name. I don't remember his name now. And they're talking as if they are getting a revelation from John the Baptist. I'm like, okay, but you all listen to the same conversation. You know everything he's saying. Now, why are you listening that he's telling you something you've never heard before? Like, you don't make progress as a nation like this. Originality is the only thing that develops a nation. You can't have an entire professional class like this. It's very difficult, because conversation is about evolution. It's not rounding in circle and circle. Something you heard yesterday, you now pretend you are talking. It's something this one repeated, that one repeated, that one repeated. Everybody putting their name as if they are the original producer of it. No, I don't even know why sometimes these things are sexy. It's like, okay, this is nothing. This is just a targeted conversation in a specific context. Like, your show should be so big, but everybody pretends that they never listen to the show. Okay, I don't know. But okay, it's not my show. If it's my show, believe me, I will fight them like crazy. But it's your show, so I don't know. I don't know how you deal with that. But it's kind of like unfair. It's very unfair to somebody putting up something. You understand? It cuts back on your value, and that's unfair. Imagine it was them. You can't be listening to somebody and pretend like what you heard there, you now take it up as if it's a brand new thing you are producing to the public. Okay, but it's not brand new. You listen to that show. You have to give credit. It's like when Nigeria used to have these movies and they used to be pirated, and there was a huge campaign of piracy that, you are not, the movie industry is going to die if it continues like this. But then that's the reality, That's why intellectual property is a big problem, in the world. But anyway, that is that. This is because you see this deal is not actually that simple, because Hong Kong has a problem with China. Okay, so what is the China take? It's not like Ogunlesi's company. Okay, it's just even a small fraction of the entire of the chain. So maybe 2 ports. It's not that they are buying the Panama Canal. So 2 terminals in the Panama Canal as a part of a bigger, broader ports framework, global port framework. But China is not taking it lightly. So it's a big problem with China. The reason I even say is like they are reporting like it's a done deal. So what do you know? Because I don't think it's a done deal. The last I know, China is not having none of these things. And so that is actually more complicated than that, because China sees it as first of all, there's a dispute with regard to ownership of Hong Kong with China. So, and also, this is global trade. China is not taking it lightly with America. So it's not like just don't deal like that. So it's complicated. It's a complicated deal, even though it's a small part of Panama. So it's more complicated than that. But you cannot, there's not much you can get from it because the reporter, the newspaper is reporting it as if it's their original story. But the reporter is in Abuja. Okay, so it's not like you have a correspondent speaking to the inside sources in China or asking a question in the press conference in China. So how then are you reporting it as if it's your original story? So it's difficult to, how much value do you place on the story? But I think they just report for the report's sake. So that's all I want to say about that. I don't know. About the specific topics of today, you were saying, the one that was just making me laugh is when you were saying Natasha was burning her bridges. And I was listening to the name, you said Akpabio, Nedan Imaswen, and Oyekachi, what is it? The Oyekachi, well, I don't remember his last name.
Is it Nwabodo?
In Boy. I think it's, I remember Boy. I think
Boy.
Yeah. Okay, but Mama, why? What is the, okay, let's say Akpabio is Senate president, former governor. Okay. So she has weight. But okay, why is, how is even if she has problem with the White Boy, there's no bridge bond there now. White Boy is also,
She's
I
also
think,
going to bridge it with Ireti Kingibe, and some other northern senator like that, and then
no, I think
Itagiwa.
is woman to woman thing now. They will fix it now. It's woman to woman thing. The only thing I will say is this one man. The one man, there was a time I promised you a comma. One man, with comma, I was asking one time if you know comma from Lagos Island. Ọmọ kékeré, Alhaji kékeré, Musibao, Alani Musibao. So kọ́lé máa sọ nìyẹn wọ́n mà. Alani Musibao ló kọ́ ló ní pé balẹ̀ ní bá ò bá ní, balẹ̀ ní bá ò bá ní, ìwọ̀n là ń bá ní ṣọ̀tá mọ́. If you pursue somebody, you just leave am. You don't need to pursue somebody until the end of the world. Ìwọ̀n lè rán báyọ̀ ṣe small person dey do enemy with somebody. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn kan wà, wọ́n yóò lórí kunkun, wọ́n bá rọ̀rọ̀ tó tá bá wọn látẹ̀nídọ́là, wọn ò ní wo bẹ́ẹ̀ débi tán máa tún bẹ̀ ṣe. Wọn ò ní wo bẹ́ẹ̀ débi tán máa tún bẹ̀ ṣe. Me and Akpabio just fix. There's no need to be fighting Natasha on these things, But it's up to them now. Now them knowing they won't get. You understand? If matter touch you, now waiting the song talk say, if matter touch you, you fix them.
But Fatai.
Not because they do stubbornness. What's stubbornness? What are you going to get in that?
Fatai,
yes,
you don't want to realize that it's not even about Akpabio again. Left for Akpabio, I even see that Akpabio will not even do anything because of how long they've come together, particularly the family. But she's fighting the terrestrial, the terrestrial forces of Nigeria's politics now. That's what you are saying. It's not even particularly about Akpabio again because
who are these people?
Don't you know our husband is highly politically connected? Don't you know that?
So it's about so you're saying it's about her husband, not about Natasha.
Natasha to them is a small fry. They know how to handle her easily. In a small fry.
Okay, small fry. What is the? Why are you? If she's a small fry, why are you destroying? Now they are going to INEC. We don't even get leg before. Now they are made. INEC is going to end up like a joke. I don't know how INEC verified 250,000 signatures in how many days now. So they are going to move to the next.
It's still under process. Don't forget Dino Melaye too. To me personally, I don't even think this record process will sail through anyway. But
no, it's not even about selling through. It's like 3 steps. The first step is when you accept the petition, you verify the signatures or whatever it is. Then you go to what is the next? There is another one where you go to, you send them letters that, okay, you have been recalled. You understand? So why, how is it? I mean, so in 2 days, okay, we're all Nigerians. Nobody's a baby. So in 2, 3, 4 days.
Don't forget, beyond everything that
I mean,
you
we are calling. They are. Look, we know that life.
It's
We
still
know that.
She has
know now.
her
We
own
know.
base. Don't forget,
We know.
she has her base, and the opposition, the APC in the state, they have their base, and they have interest.
We know.
So
Say in politics,
any loophole they see, they will see how far can we make this loophole. If it goes through, good.
We know.
But beyond that, beyond the facade of what is happening in the local area in Kogi State now, I'm telling you that Natasha herself, right? She's not fighting Akpabio again, because she's not only bringing Akpabio, she's bringing the reputation of an entire institution down.
How?
So that's what you are saying.
How is she bringing reputation down?
I don't know what to tell you if you are not if you are speaking about a topic that you've not been following. If you've not been following it, it's okay.
What do you mean I've not been following it? I've been following it, but I don't understand what you mean. She's bringing down reputation of what? How is she bringing down any reputation of even anybody or any institution? She's not the one bringing down any reputation. They are the one bringing down their reputation, not her.
Okay, if that's your opinion, that you are very obliged to have it, which is okay.
So I don't. So that's what was I even saying before? So I don't think Natasha is doing anything to anybody. She's just doing her thing. You understand? So I don't think there's a crime with anybody doing his or her own thing. Okay, if you bring up a fight to somebody that you think is a small fry, and you do all of these, because they've already crossed the bridge from what they call suspension. Okay. First of all, that's not even a suspension. It's not recognized by the law. It's not recognized by the constitution. It's not recognized by the Nigerian judiciary. It's just a Akpabio declaration and whoever it is. Okay, I don't know whether Akpabio's saliva is bigger than Nigerian constitution. The court of law has ruled that the Senate don't have a right to suspend fellow senators. How is it possible that you suspend? I didn't even understand it. Even before Ningi, they already ruled. There's not even care at all for the rule of the court. So it's two faces to this situation, as I even later understood it. So there was somebody, I think they said Omoagege first went to the court to get a clarification on the rule of the Senate or the National Assembly, whatever it is, that says 14 days. That's a very specific, targeted interpretation that even your rule says not more than 14 days. I think from what I understand, that went to either.
I think the rule allows up to 6 months.
No, there's no such rule. First of all, it's 14 days. I think that went to up to maybe 14 days or to appeal court or Supreme Court, whatever. Or you went to higher court, and the court said, okay, even looking at your rule, you don't even have up to six months on your rules. No, what you are saying is that either that 14 days is either in the National Assembly rule or in the Senate rule. I think one of them doesn't have a specific number, whatever, something like that. But there is a higher court ruling that says 14 days and says, hey, even your rule book does not have that. So that is not even talking about the Constitution. That is just interpretation on their own rule book. Now, a later one, they now went to court, and the court said, you don't even have a right at all. Okay, I don't care what you think. If the court says you don't have a right, you have to change whatever you call suspension on your rule book. Your rule book is not above the law of the land, it's not above the Constitution. Akpabio's saliva cannot be bigger than the Nigerian Constitution. What the heck is going on? The court says that you don't have a right. And everybody implementing that suspension, they are implementing illegality. By what law of Nigeria are they carrying out the instruction of Akpabio to suspend Natasha, to not pay her her salary, to remove her security, that she can't visit the Senate building? First of all, that's a violation of a fundamental right as a Nigerian. Why can't she go to the Senate building? To the Senate building. I can go to the Senate building.
I agree with you, Fatai. The punishment is an overkill. just because he was a bit rowdy in Senate, it's not sufficient enough.
Okay, so this is also the problem that everybody say, oh, she should bring evidence of a sexual harassment. I mean, we are talking like we are in the Stone Age. Sexual harassment, if you toast a girl now, okay, if she doesn't like you, she doesn't like it, you go back and toast her, that's sexual harassment. That's why when you want to toast a girl, if you say no the first time, you have to double up your enticement.
But Fatai, sorry, Fatai, she has to add substance to her allegations, though. She
that is called woman.
Yeah, but they cannot
I
find
understand.
guilt.
I listen to
Sorry. Let me just say this. They cannot find guilt on. They cannot find guilt on Akpabio just on her say so. So there has to be more to it than her just alleging.
One man. It's not about her alleging or finding guilt with Akpabio. Okay, if you flirt with a girl, she doesn't like you. Okay, and you keep going to disturb her, that is sexual harassment. Okay, that's why as a man, when you want to go back, but they say only okay, but you go back, maybe before you work out with your Mercedes Benz, the next time you go and borrow your friend Mercedes Benz. I mean, you entice her, and it's not like you go and
but Fatai, you are not really staying on the point. If you want to discuss this matter, do you even know the sine qua non of sexual harassment? Do you know the components and the factors that must be considered before you can even, effectively and efficiently prove a case of sexual harassment? Has she done that? Has she gone through the hog of the three expected, route she could have gone through? She has exhausted one, the Senate, which is not panning out for her good. She has two other legs to stand on, through the police or through the judiciary, right? She has actually said she does not trust the Senate, which is good, and they've closed the matter since then in the
enigmatic.
Before you proceed, what are those sine qua non that you think you know that because she said she has been sexually harassed? Tell me what she has provided to say this is what I have. She had an affidavit that lacks merit, no exhibit, no evidence attached to it, nothing. And you cannot do my word against your word, right? In case of sexual harassment, it's a weighty allegation. So that is what we are talking about. It's not just about the theoretical part of it. The practical part and the objective part of claiming to say somebody has harassed you. First of all, the sine qua non, right? There are 6 of them, but the most prominent of them are 2. One is the.
It's now 6. You said 3 before. It's now 6.
Hold on. One, the 3 that I told you was how you can file your petition.
Look, enigmatic, because it's going to go too long. Okay, all these sine qua non, it doesn't really apply. Okay, how you complain about sexual harassment is not. There's no cement way. This is concrete way you talk about. You can complain.
There is under the law. There is under the law.
No, there's not. What you are going to? Can I talk? What you are going to?
Enigmatic is a lawyer, by the way, but carry on.
There is under the law. You cannot say you have been sexually harassed and you've not proven anything so far.
Forget about that. What you are going to is sexual assault. Okay, if somebody sexually assault you can prove it. Nobody proves sexual.
No, sexual harassment. I'm telling you, we are staying on sexual. Forget sexual assault. We are saying on sexual harassment as
what do you okay, enigmatic, you define what is sexual harassment. What do you mean by sexual harassment?
No, before you
talk about your
before you go to that place, let's talk
about
there's
no before. That is the first stage. Now, what is the definition of sexual harassment?
Hold on, enigmatic. Hold on. What Fatai is pointing you to is that approaching a woman in a manner that gives her discomfort constitutes sexual harassment in and of itself, and that is unprovable. It's just that depends on believability rather than evidence.
No, it's provable.
One man, can I say something real quick?
But as Fatai was saying,
provable.
Do you know there's even the sexual harassment that Fatai was talking about before we go to the merits of it, right? First, you can define it to be something or to be an unwelcome or unwanted behavior of a certain sexual nature, right? That creates maybe a hostile situation to you or makes you feel
And Imani, can I ask you a question real quick?
or quite offensive within a certain environment. But it could occur in various forms. It could be verbal, it could be non-verbal, it could be physical. But for you to lay this claim under the law, right, there must be a foundation to it. You can't put nothing on something. You can't put something on nothing. Natasha, all she's doing so far, she's doing the media clutch, right? She's not going to the objectivity of proving her case. For you to prove the case of a sexual harassment, right, you have 3 ways, 3 windows for you to submit or probably to prove your petition through it. Number 1, the institution where she belongs now in the Senate, they've tried that, it has failed.
Enigmatic.
Hold on,
question
for a second. Hold on. She has gone through the Senate, it has failed by what happened last week or last 2 weeks. Now she's got 2 windows left, through the judiciary and through the police. She can fight through the police, she can fight through the judiciary. By the time that is done, then that is when you will be submitting different series of exhibit evidence and stuff like that. But she came to the Senate when Ezekwesili was there. She came with a lead counsel that was supposed to be the petitioner on her behalf.
Enigmatic, all these things is not breaking news.
Hold on, she submitted an
not
affidavit, but the affidavit was lacking in merit because there was no anything attached to it that defines to be anything.
Okay, all enigmatic. Look, enigmatic. Look, if you are going in the street, okay, let's even live in Nigeria. You see a girl in the street and you make what do they even call it? Oh, I've forgotten what they call it. You talk dirty, talk dirty to her on the road, find her, whatever. She will call police on you. The police will call you to say, "Hey, don't do it."
That's what I was actually.
Go again and talk to her. That is the proof.
Can you guys hear me? Woman, can you hear me?
We all can, but I don't think
okay. I just want to make sure. Yeah.
I don't think they're opening up for you, Joseph.
Okay.
But
what you're saying is kind of like. Can I come in real quick? I just want to. Everybody's a lawyer. That's why I really want to clarify. Anybody, there's a difference between sexual harassment and sexual assault, right? Because from my understanding, I know sexual assault is the crime, but sexual harassment is more like a policy, maybe, because sexual harassment can be defined different ways. Like, for example, within a corporate or professional thing, they define sexual harassment as, okay, so some company won't tell you look at a woman too much, it's sexual harassment. So sexual harassment is more like a policy offense rather than a criminal offense, So, but then it can become. Hold on, let me just learn. I think when sexual harassment can become a crime is maybe if you've been warned or maybe you've been given a restraining order not to go.
No, you are wrong. That's not how it works. No.
So sexual harassment is a crime?
Yes. It's a crime now. Yes, now.
Yes. Harassment is more
crime.
like
it's a weighty crime. It will ruin your career.
Hold on. Like okay, for example, okay, give me example of sexual harassment is more like you keep approaching a woman, things like that, right? Trying to talk to her. That's an harassment.
There are okay.
Or
there
saying
are
some
stuff.
for
there are types of
again.
sexual harassment. You have verbal harassment, you have non-verbal harassment, you have physical harassment, you have quid pro quo harassment.
The physical one will be a sexual
and
assault
you have
now.
this online cyber harassment too. But on this issue that Natasha is claiming, right? At a point she was trying to even switch it to sexual advancement. But when you go even through the details of sexual harassment versus sexual advancement, right? You will see that sexual harassment, the difference is just the consent and the respect that comes with it.
Can you give me a scenario where sexual harassment is like one scenario where sexual harassment becomes a crime? Yeah.
Okay, first, for you to say, okay, is an easy example for that. When you're having for instance, verbal harassment, it could be maybe sexual comments like jokes, like
that's a crime.
The way she said Akpabio was looking at holding her finger, whatever, that would be like unwanted touching. It could be.
Oh, that's assault now.
No. It's physical harassment. It could be groping, it could be hugging, it could be kissing, it could be unwanted.
Yeah, kissing become an assault.
Let me. Can I come in a little?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sexual harassment comes in when there is a penalty. Let me explain. because they taught us that in our company it's a very serious offense. If you keep asking me out, and then I keep saying no, something happened. Maybe I needed help, and you are in the position to help me. You now said, if you go out with me, I've been asking you out. If you go out with me, I help you. But if you don't go out with me, I'm not going to help you. One, if it is something you are supposed to do and you are withholding it because I did not agree to your advancement, that is called sexual harassment.
That's quid pro quo harassment.
No, that would be civil case. It won't be a criminal case, though.
That's quid pro quo harassment. That's considered quid pro quo harassment.
Sorry, Fatai still has the floor, by the way, but make that point.
Let me say, because I worked in Shell and I'm working in our company now. They make a list of it.
Madam Sita, what we are arguing is not company rules. We are talking about law, the
I didn't say
constitutional law.
company here. I'm just trying.
We all agree with you. Within a company, yes, you can sexual harassment. They can define their sexual harassment. I can get fired, but you can't be criminal liable. That's what we are saying.
Yeah, you are. Like if Natasha files a lawsuit, if he goes through the police, she will be filing a criminal offense against Akpabio.
Let me finish.
Through the law court, we should be doing the
but
same
the one
thing.
Madam Sita is giving us right now is like the company cannot file a criminal lawsuit, criminal case against that employee. They can only fire that employee. That's what we're trying to
finish. I want the audience to hear me. Whether it's company or it's not company, I want the audience to hear me, please. Not the people in the panel, so that they can go further and do their investigation legally. Now, can sexual harassment be proven? No, it's difficult to prove unless you want to prove it. I repeat, sexual harassment is difficult to prove unless you want to prove it.
Okay, if you prove it, then what happens? What happens?
Let me explain. Please, let me explain. I'm talking to the audience. Let me just explain. If that person keep asking you out, you can document it.
Okay. So can he go to jail for that? Can he go to prison for that?
It depends.
It's a weighty allegation.
No, it's not. It's not. You can't go to prison for harassment.
I said I'm talking to the audience.
But Madam Sita, someone else has the floor. I can't. We're trying to argue a particular point, so Fatah can carry on. We want to know if sexual harassment is a crime or.
I took somebody's time. I took Fatah's time. Fine. Let me just make my comment, my stupid comment. Then when it gets to my turn, I can talk. I took Fatah's time. You can prove it by documenting it. It's either you record the voice, or you make a video, or you do something, or a witness who is there when that thing happened. That's the only, or you set, so most men call it setup. Like, for you to prove it, a man will call it, you set me up, because you have to put gadgets and things around to show that actually he was making that advancement to you. I rest my case.
Okay, sorry, enigmatic. Let me be clear before
you want to prove it.
Okay, we got it. Enigmatic. Let me be clear with what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, sexual assault to me is more of you sexually touched a woman, or you get so close, or things of that violation of that person's space in his I don't know how to put it. Let's say touch. That would be sexual assault. Now, sexual harassment will be more of maybe you keep asking the person out, and the person feel like, okay, this is becoming an harassment. That's sexual harassment. Now, where I believe sexual harassment become a crime is if that person now put a restraining on you, right? And you keep restraining order, and you keep coming now, you have broken the law because you've been restrained from doing that. But to tell me that someone just keep asking a woman out, now a woman record him toasting her, asking her out more than once, and then the guy will not go to prison, it becomes a crime. No, that's not a crime. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, sexual harassment is not a crime until maybe it's been taken to an extent of whether you've been restrained by the law, and then you cross that line, you violate that restraining order. That's when it becomes a crime.
You people are ridiculous.
But we did. Hold on.
Before you
But
call it
what
sexual
most
harassment is already
madam,
a crime.
calm down now. But where people mistake it to be a crime is within a company. Companies make policy. Like even in my business, if I say, okay, employee, if you look at this female employee too much, you sexual harassment, you fire you. So I can fire you, but I can't charge you as a crime. So now with Natasha, I don't think the one she accused Akpabio is a crime. It's more of a Senate kind of like within policy, but it won't be a law thing where she probably go to prison for saying so. All you said to her, no, it's not a crime. That's the point I'm trying to
It's
say.
a crime. Let me explain to you.
All right,
Fatai, one. Fatai,
hold
just
on,
sorry,
hold on, Fatai. Hold on, enigmatic. Give a brief response to that, so that because Fatai has been here for a long time. So give a brief response, and then we go back to Fatai.
So
and AY is waiting as well. So we have to get.
So can sexual harassment take you to prison and get you locked up? Yes, it can. Sexual harassment will lead you to prison and you will spend time. So it depends on the severity of the sexual harassment and the laws that guides it. So first, when you want to see the one that will take you to jail under criminal sexual harassment, right? It depends on the countries, but when it involves like stalking, like threats, like indecent exposure, of course, that is considered under criminal offense. It is punishable by imprisonment. But the one that will lead Akpabio to prison if he continues doing that, and as Natasha is alleging, is the one that will be categorized at the end of the day when they take it to the law court, will be considered quid pro quo harassment, which involves you in a position of authority or somebody you are in his own position now, like the presiding officer, right? Coercing Natasha now for sex, for being chairman of a committee, sex, probably be my girlfriend, for all this kind of stuff. It will lead to criminal charges if she takes it to court and she's able to prove it by way of maybe trails, messaging, witness, serious witness that can say, yes, I saw when she did this. She can provide text messages, she can provide email, she can provide some trails towards that. Akpabio will end up in jail. Period.
All right, back to Fatai. Does that clarify anything for you?
No, I don't really have energy to really share it. So, because the only thing that will send you to prison in sexual harassment is when the girl, reports you to the police, and you are given specific order, or you are given a court instruction to stay away from her, and then you go back to her, then you go to prison. So if she doesn't report it, this person is harassing me or is talking to me, I don't want her. Okay? And the police tell you, don't do it, I don't want to see you near her, or get a court injunction to say stay 5 kilometers away from this girl, and you violate it, you go to prison. That's what takes you to prison. Flirting with a girl doesn't take you to prison. Okay? But when a girl tells you to stop, so you have only two choices. If you are so interested in her, you impress her more or whatever, and maybe she changed her mind and she likes you. But when she say, it doesn't matter what you do, stay away from me. And Madam Zita was saying, like, if you're, let's say, in an office scenario, you are denying her benefit because she didn't agree to your proposal. That is what Natasha is claiming. She's saying, look at all these things that is going on. It doesn't have any explanation. The only reasonable explanation you can give to it, the only reasonable is because he asked me out. Now, you say, Natasha, bring proof. How do you determine if Natasha brings a text message between her and Akpabio? Doesn't matter, because the relationship between people, everybody, I don't know, okay, let me not say everybody. I don't even want to talk about my personal self. But I have different friends that I talk in a way that I don't talk in the same way with another friend. It depends on our relationship. I can talk so graphically with a girl that I don't even have anything to do with. But because we are so friendly, we are like, we know we are so deep together, So it is not. So if you see it, you think it's harassment. It's not harassment. People even have codes for talking with each other. So all of that is not proof of anything, really, because you have to analyze the context of the conversation. The context of the conversation, you can even, as even something was circulating, say maybe Akpabio sending Ebola. You can even, somebody can even show you the Ebola. It doesn't prove sexual harassment. Okay. The proof of the sexual harassment, particularly in an official position, is you using your authority to deny that person without any reasonable explanation. And she's claiming that you ask her out. If you are saying further proof, it's even better. But they say bring evidence. What evidence? The evidence is in your face. Even Senator Ireti Kingibe was on Arise television saying that Natasha said to her that maybe she wanted to, I think, if I remember correctly, because it's a long time, that maybe Akpabio said Natasha should come and meet her in a hotel. In the Nigerian context, you know what that means. And that she herself, Senator Ireti Kingibe, said to Natasha, don't go and meet him in the hotel. Anything you want to do in the Senate office or whatever, I don't remember very quickly, but something along that line. Okay, that is a proof that is a proof. You don't even need to take Natasha's word. You take Kingibe's word. So thank God she's not saying that because you held her hand at the birthday party. She's not claiming harassment from that. So just leave it. What are you going to win? You're going to win a sexual harassment against a girl when there is a possibility that maybe you fled with each other. And you are now doing unreasonable things. You went against a court order. You suspended her 6 months. You said because she didn't sit down somewhere. You said, opprobrium. What opprobrium? There are more opprobrium before and after that incident. What happened in that with Madam Ezekwesili? Is that as bad as what happened with Akpabio? So why is she alone getting this horrible pronounced punishment that actually against the Nigerian Constitution as interpreted by the court of law? The court decision that said the Senate don't have a right to suspend a senator is not been appealed. It's not appealed. Why do you have to first appeal the decision of court? You can't just say you declare something because it's in your rule book. Your rule book
It's been withdrawn, by the way. That judgment is being
no. That is the court order that said they shouldn't go on with investigation. There is a court decision by, I think they said, I think in Dume or somebody that went to court against about a suspension, and the court declared that the Senate don't have a right to suspend the senator. There is standing court order. I think that is a high court. The one that went to higher court is about the interpretation of the line in their own rule book that says not more than 14 days. So there is a court order that's still standing that says you cannot suspend fellow senators. They don't even care about it. They don't even care about court decision, court law. They think that their rule book is the king. Your rule book is not. Every company has a handbook. Doesn't mean anything. Okay, your rule book, say section 60 of the Constitution said they can. Okay, section 60 say you can do something, has a limit. If you don't know the meaning of the limit of section 60, go to court to give you interpretation. Section 60 does not make your rule book the emperor of Nigeria. Does not make you higher than the Nigerian Constitution. Section rule says you can do whatever we want. Can you shoot somebody in the Senate? If you all decided that anybody that does not sit down where Akpabio said to sit down, that person should be shot on the spot. Is that going to be because you write it in your book, so you can just do it, Abi? I mean, they are talking. I'm sorry to say they are elderly people, but this is a very childish thing. You can't even believe it. You're not going to have electricity with people who think like this. I mean, this is like Stone Age conversation. Fix it. Somebody says somebody is your friend's wife. You don't fix that, you're wasting our resources. I mean, the whole thing is an eyesore. The whole thing is so disgraceful. And they are going about, say, what is this IPU or whatever they call it, the International Parliamentary Union or whatever. They are saying, they are investigating. the DSS should go and investigate how they allow her to speak there, whatever. So you want to dictate to IPU how they run the organization, but you are saying nobody can dictate to you how you run your own Senate. Okay, if the IPU allow her to speak, how is it how is it? Are you the one to decide for the management of IPU? Are you part of the management? You are just a member of the IPU. You're not the management of the IPU. So nobody can tell you how you run your things, but you want to tell the whole world how you run their things. If you can't fix something, that's the problem. And like Alani said, one man, let me close with my beautiful, lovely. I'm a big fan of Alani Musibao. Baleni ba obani. Baleni ba obani, ìwọ̀n là ń bá ní ṣọ̀tá mọ́. Ṣùgbọ́n wọn kan wà, wọ́n yóò lórí kunkun, tó bá rọ̀rọ̀ tó tá bá wọn, láti ní dọ́là, wọn ò ní wo bẹ̀ débi tán máa tún bẹ̀ ṣe, wọn ò ní wo bẹ̀ débi tán máa tún bẹ̀ ṣe. Tó bá wọn kan tún, tó bá wọn kan máa tún ṣe, na dem sabi. Thank you very much, one man.
What about verse 2? There's a second stanza to that song.
Which one?
Is there not a second stanza?
Alani ohun ló máa ń jóhun ni. There is many stanzas, It depends on which ohun tó bá conversation yẹn. Alani ohun kan bí wà sí ó kàn máa ń jóhun ni. Ó lè jóhun 1 million nínú record kan. So àwọn ọmọ tó máa ń wá sórí ni. Because I like Alani. I just like Alani nìyẹn.
All right, so that's what of course, he missed his vocation. He should have been a Fuji artist. So that's a man of many talents. So the elegant Fatai. So thank you, Fatai.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fatai. Stay with us for as long as you can. From Fatai,
I have to go. Thank you. I have to go
because of sleep, yes.
God,
the universe. Twale. All right, sir. After you, Babangida. After you, Babangida. All right. So that's what So from that elegance, the elegance ratchets even higher as Zita takes the center stage. So Zita, you were especially you were speaking to the intricacies, the nuance of what constitutes sexual misdemeanor, and you were speaking to the hierarchy of it. We were also speaking to Adebayo Ogunlese, who is making power moves in the international business space, and we're speaking to the Edo narrative that seems to, it's not actually flared up in the manner that people anticipated that it would. We were also speaking to bandits. This one actually, this one might intrigue you, Zita. Let me put it up. This one might intrigue you. It certainly struck me. So this one, Nigeria inches towards mandatory citizens registration if new regulation is approved. So that's now going through. It's going to the completion at the Senate, to be ratified at the reps, and then for Tinubu to assent to it. So compulsory ID cards, Nigeria. So all that and more, Zita.
Okay, one man. How na day?
They can't wait.
Okay, I will try as much as possible to be brief because the time is well gone.
Yes, and we have AY waiting to speak as well.
So, so first of all, Aliko Dangote is the richest black-skinned man on earth. Any other person who claimed to be richer than Dangote must have been hiding his money either in farm or under his bed. That's settled. Now back to sexual harassment.
Have we lost you, Zita, after all that long wait? Or have you lost me? Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Can anyone hear me? Knock, knock.
We can hear you.
Yes. Zita, we can't hear you. You're muted. Earth to Zita. Are you receiving? Over. Earth to Zita. Are you off this planet or another, Zita?
I think she's having network problem.
Yes. The floor is yours then, AY.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, one man. After waiting forever. Yeah, no problem. So the two issues you are discussing is the Edo and the Natasha issue.
Yes, and we're also doing like there's this narrative of the bandits celebrating Eid and doing prayer. So that
Okay.
annoyed people somewhat. And then Ogunlesi making palm. And so anything that does interest you, the floor is yours. But as we take the floor, AY, with your permission, let me bail out, hand over to the Thomas here. So let me hand over to Thomas. Patoski is there as well. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Let me acknowledge Super Chats as
Thank
well.
you.
I am listening in the background still, but at the call of sleep, which is something that has to be hackened to. Only Kulata brought his wallet to the session today, but a piece for forever, he was there as well. So still more room for Super Chats. Our floor is yours, the elegant AY. So AY,
Yeah.
over to you. Yeah.
Have a good night, one man. Yeah. On the Edo case issue, right? So it's really sad what is going on in the country, right? Um, I think our political leaders, especially the Senate and the House of Rep, they are not willing to solve this problem. I think the genesis of this, the simple solution to this issue is to ban opal grazing. That is where we should start from, because this is what is causing problem across the country. Fulani moving around with cows, destroy people's farms, from there killing people. Yeah, I know they are not the only one doing crime in the country, but I think we should start from there. Ban opal grazing is gonna, trust me, it's gonna solve probably 60% of this problem. If Fulani, they can live in any state, but they should go acquire a land or talk to the government, state government, to give them a land, whatever the case may be, with his local government. And they should restrict their movement of cars to a particular area. The idea of moving cows, you know, uh, from state to state, I think we need to stop it at this time, because the way this issue is going, so it's not going to cause a civil war in Nigeria. But however, the people that were killed in Edo State, I feel it's unnecessary. I think most Edo people, most certain people, they've actually condemned this act. I don't see any reason why you should slaughter people in that manner. It is uncalled for and unnecessary. Even if they were caught with AK-47, I mean, hand over them to the security agency. Also, yes, issue of security agency. People don't have trust in our security agency anymore. That is part of the issue. People lost trust.
Let me. Okay.
Yeah, because of
Okay.
yeah, I will quickly finish. Because of that, people are kind of resorting to self-help. I think the president need to act.
Let me
If he
run that thing down,
if
because I want to triple down on it. I think maybe I'm the only one having a different opinion on it. But if you know me, you know that if I come up with something, before I come up with something, I really, really give it a deep thought, and I will stand by it anywhere you call me. Now I want to triple down, but tripling down on it, I want to remove that word Edo State, so that nobody will accuse me of trying to flare up Wahala in his town. So I'm removing Edo State from it. Let's assume this thing just happened somewhere in Nigeria, somewhere in the South, because this mayhem has been in the South. Yes, they have mayhem in the North. They are fighting for what goes, God knows what. From Boko Haram to Zamfara to chasing women from the farm to burning houses. And from there, the thing is spreading. And a particular tribe is being mentioned. That tribe has not come out to say, these people you are accusing us with, or these people that is doing this thing, you people are calling our name. We distance ourselves from those people. They are not us. That tribe has not said that. And because for once, I want to say this. In as much as I do not like or support lynching, what I will call mob action, jungle justice, I do not support it. But I will not allow anybody to play on my emotion for me to forget the fact and the situation and the action that led to that consequence. Yes, probably the way they killed them is not good. It's not good. Yeah, the process of ending somebody's life is not good. But then I will not allow anybody to use that as an emotion for me to forget the actions that has been happening in the South, labeled in one particular tribe in Nigeria, that led to this consequence. No, I will not take that. And I have to say this. If it continue happening like this all over the South, I think it will stop. I promise you guys. I repeat again. If it continue happening like this over the South, because you can't speak peace without strength. There must be war before you talk about peace. There must be a disagreement before you talk about peace. There must be a debate before you talk about peace. So you cannot just say, let peace reign. We are at war before. That should be the question. So these people cannot be running around Nigeria doing as they like, burning houses, maiming people, destroying farms. And for once, people vetted their anger on them. And they are swearing that Nigeria will break down. I mean, I don't get it. But somebody will say, what the heck is this stupid woman talking about? Yes. The heck I'm talking about is that if Southerners continue treating them like this, I bet you it will stop. Because they've done it before with Igbo people. In 2002, go and check the record. They wiped them in the north. This Ojo Zokalo, he called for it in the east. And they knew what happened. That's why, if it is before, they would have started action in the north. But they should understand too that Southerners are not happy with the mayhem they are constituting on their region. So if they think they can do a reprisal in the north, they should understand that the blood of the Southerners are boiling high. Because I've heard them calling for all manner of things. Well, for what? By the way, nobody is telling us the true story of what happened that day. The true story of what happened. Everybody is just talking about the way they were killed. And so what? And so what? Enugu, Benue, Imo, Akwa Ibom, Cross River. And so what? Do they have a different head? So why is everybody concerned all of a sudden how somebody is being killed? What about those who has been killed for several years in the South by these same people? Nigerians don't have a clue how I feel about that situation. You people don't have a clue. But I don't care what anybody think. I don't care. I will triple, double, triple down on it. If Nigeria government now have concerns on how people are being killed, they should sort it out. Not by penalizing the last person, but by sorting out from the beginning. Then peace will reign. I rest my case.
So you are done, right? Can you guys hear me? Is everybody sleeping? Are you guys here? Okay. Yeah. Hopefully you guys are listening. Additional, I can see you. Yeah. So just like, let me add to what AI said, right? The president needs to come in because this issue, I think they are playing with it, to be honest. Like I said, the first thing is to stop open grazing. Open grazing is going to lead Nigeria into a bigger crisis that the government cannot contain. I don't know what, this is just the right thing to do. I don't know what the Senate, what the rep, what all of them, the president, I don't know what they are scared of. But this is a discussion that needs to be, it's just a solution. I don't have issue where Fulani live or who is doing this, but at least if you live in the state, respect the people, respect the environment, do your business without going to farm to kill anybody, you know. Go ahead and do your business. But open grazing, we solve part of the problem. My theory of this is part of the reason why I feel they are not interested in this discussion is most of these cows you see, even our politicians, they hold most of the cows. The big men, the elite in Nigeria hold most of the cows. So probably that's why they don't want to go there. That's one of my conclusions. But this is very urgent. They need to get this done because people are frustrated, kind of. So yeah, that is for the Edo issue. I mean, hopefully they are able to resolve that and let's move on with all this, drop this problem and move on with our country. The issue of Natasha, right? I've listened to a lot of people. I don't know why people are against Natasha on this issue. Clearly, Natasha is not the problem here. She is not the aggressor. I think it is a shame the way the Senate, let me not say the Senate, the men, Nigerian men in the Senate, Nigerian politicians, the men particularly, the way they are fighting this young lady, it's as if they are fighting Third World War. Like, it's just too much. Like, I don't know why the bully, why the oppression. It's getting too much. They should allow Natasha be. If Natasha accused Akpabio of sexual harassment, Akpabio should prove to the people that he was not involved, you know. So I think this issue, if Akpabio is not careful, like somebody rightly said earlier, it's gonna consume Akpabio. Trust me, it's gonna consume Akpabio. Let this woman be. What they are doing right now, they are only making Natasha more popular. If they are not careful, he's going to grab a ticket in Kogi State and win the governorship race. Because the people are with her. I have a friend from that Centura district. I was having a chat with her today. Like, you see how people really came up all over the state now. Not only her Central District, the people are with her. This is what they need to know. I mean, you said you are recalling this the senator, and why are you scared of her coming to the state? Why are you scared? Let her be. I mean, the people that that are recalling her, are they the same people that are going there to support her? I mean, we need to call a spade a spade. People should let Natasha be, and you know, Yaya Bello Akpabio. I don't know. I don't know if he's actually qualified to be a Senate president. I think he's gonna go down if with this matter if he's not careful. I think by now, if he's smart, he would have tried to resolve this issue in the back end. But the way I'm seeing it, it's gonna go down because Natasha, she's not backing down. You're not gonna bully her. She is a woman that fought the city governor. You know, even when she was rigged out, she went to the court, get her position back. I mean, I would support her to fight on, but the way all the men gag up against her, they are behaving as if they don't have mothers, they don't have daughters, they don't have sisters. It's very unnecessary. This is issue they would have been able to settle, because I know for a fact if we have a country where we have free and fair election, Natasha we beat anybody. Well, we beat any politician in Kogi State. That's just the honest truth. I mean, that's just the honest truth, because they are their hope is they will use security, the money, whatever, intimidation, to make sure she's not returned back to the Senate. I think she will be governor very soon of that state. The way they are treating her, they are only making her more popular. I think they should
You
leave her
wicked,
alone and let her be. Yeah, that's my whole conclusion on this issue. Thank you.
You want that woman to be governor?
No.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
AY, you said you know someone that is from Kogi State.
From a Central District, Isigbira.
No. That she has a widespread support across the state.
Oh, yeah.
Where did you get that from?
That's a fact. That's a fact. I was having a chat with her today.
No.
That's so
that's not true.
Where
they are making her more popular because of this.
Where?
Hold on, not on social media. That is what you saw today, even when the governor
they pay those people. Forget
No.
What are you talking about?
No, Natasha has always had popularity in a Central District. The person that contested with her in the Senate, look, he cannot even stand Natasha. If not because of rigging from the governor, from all the security we are against her. Do you know what they did to this lady?
Structure helped her. What are you talking about?
Hold on. I don't have a dog this far. I'm telling you.
You are saying what is not factual.
It is factual.
I would have agreed with a lot of things that you said.
Were you not in the country where Yaya Bello went to split a road into two? What is not factual
a PDP
here?
structure? PDP has a structure in Kogi already. Right now, the structure of PDP, they are not with her. You don't get it.
The structure is different from the people.
Okay.
What is structure? Structure is different from the people.
Oh.
Yeah, the structure. Hold on. The structure.
I don't know where you got this from. If you
party
ask an average Kogi person, they will give you what you are saying is just social media.
No,
she
at all.
Is not.
So what you saw today, it was social media.
They paid people.
No, I disagree with you. Who voted for her? Who voted for her? No, come on, guys. Please, let's take which people voted for her. Natasha, she's very popular.
You cannot get any crowd except they are paid.
Do you know what it takes to defeat a city governor candidate in the senatorial election? Do you know what it takes? You are telling me she's not popular. What
PDP
are you?
is popular in Kogi already. PDP has a structure in Kogi.
When last PDP rule Kogi State?
What are you talking about? Did you know Melai not win in Kogi State?
Win what?
Did they not try to recall Dino Melaye?
Dino Melaye contested other APC, not PDP. He won other APC as a senator. What are you talking?
Let me break it
I
down.
should be telling you what are you talking.
Hold on now. Hold on. PDP in Kogi State, they have an established structure. In Kogi State, PDP has an established structure. If she wants to come back and get the ticket of PDP today, she cannot get it today.
No, listen.
Please ask people that live in Kogi, not online.
You don't listen. When you say PDP structure is different from people structure, we are talking of her popularity. Dino Melaye was the governorship candidate of PDP in the last election. How many votes did he gather? But he was able to get the ticket because the structure now is currently with Dino Melaye and Atiku faction, not Wike faction. Wike used to have control of PDP in Kogi, but he lost that power to Dino and Atiku faction. And hold on, let me lecture you. I know what is going on there.
Are you from
Natasha?
Kogi?
Hold on. Don't worry. Natasha belongs to that group. Natasha belongs to the Dino Melaye group. That is the group she belongs. And Natasha can get governorship a ticket.
Who told you that? Is the husband? Who told you Natasha is popular?
Which husband?
Which husband?
Hold on. What are you? I should be asking you before.
Is the
Natasha,
husband?
You calm down.
Oh,
calm down. No, it's not true. Before Natasha got married, Natasha was popular in Kogi already. That means you don't follow Kogi State politics. Natasha has been popular in Kogi State even before she got married. That's a fact.
How old is she? Wait, hold on. How old is she? So when did she contest for election? When last did you hear her contest?
What are you talking about? Hey, Yaya Bello was 42 when she became
governor. Hold on now. Since she's popular,
State.
She would have contested for anything in the past.
She contested for governor before she contested for Senate. Are you not aware?
Where? Which party?
Other APC.
And then what happened?
You know what? Of course, you know what happened.
She's irrelevant.
She's relevant. She's not irrelevant. Go and contest for Senate in your state and see what will happen.
What are you talking about?
Woman that
gave her the popularity.
This is
PDP
a woman
structure brought her in.
Listen, you can hate her. I'm not a fan of Natasha, but this is the fact. Natasha will defeat any politician in Kogi today with free and fair election. Natasha is popular. Let's forget about this sentiment. She also moved when they deny her ticket in APC. She moved to SDP. Other SDP they rig her out. It was rigged. If it was not rigged, Natasha will win. Natasha has the popularity. How are you pretending you don't know what is going on in our political space?
Sorry.
Do you know how Yaya Bello bully? Sorry. Do you know how Yaya Bello bully Natasha? Even cut a road into two because of this lady. How do you allow people? We should not allow this thing to go on in our country forever. Yeah, go on, Remy, please. Sorry.
Okay, a quick intercession. You said that Natasha can win today. She's the most popular politician. This is also good for her. At least 2027 is not too far. I hope she can get the PDP gubernatorial ticket and contest against the incumbent governor. And let's see how it pans out.
I hope so. Of course, the incumbent governor don't have boss.
Yeah.
You know
my
very
question
well.
To you really, my question to you really is this. You know Natasha was her first time in the Senate. And you know when they gave her the committee chairman on on local content, there was no balala, there was no wahala, there's nobody complained. Everything was rosy. And that particular chairmanship they gave to her was not supposed to be given to her because she's a first timer. Most times they always give it to people that have maybe 2-time senators or have been in the Senate for 3 times. So no, because you talk about men don't like her, blah, blah, like this. So there was no complaint about that time. But the moment they changed that chairmanship position, and she then go AWire. So that's my first question. I want you to look at that one. My second question is this. My second question has to do with the house rule.
when you go to an organization, every organization has a set of rules and standards which you must follow. Do you think if someone disobeyed that rule, the organization should fire him or discipline him or do nothing? Thank you. That's my
nobody have the power to fire Natasha, right? She's
no. I'm
elected.
okay. Let's say not fire. We are not. I'm talking about organization that if you are working.
I agree with you. You should obey the house rule, right? But we are talking from in a civilized society. But the way they operate, our Senate is like a court. You have to, if they will bully you to submission, I think they should respect the people. Look at even you will see even how they vote yea or nay, just to
But that's not my question. She's not the only woman in the Senate House. She's not the only one.
Let her, because it is her right to speak up. If she raises issue, the Senate president should be able to address an issue. But obviously, they have personal issue that they are bringing to the floor of the House. That's what is obvious to everybody. I'm not saying she's 100% right. I'm not saying she should disobey the House rule, but we are just pretending we don't know what is going on in this in the Senate.
No, my question is very simple. Whether the House rule, she did not obey the House rule, and there's a punishment for that. And they invited her to come and defend herself in ethics committee. She didn't show up. She didn't went there at all. And when they now took their own decision, people now started saying all manner of propaganda or conspiracy and whatever. Sometimes I think we in Nigeria, we should be very objective. When you work in an organization where there is a rule and order, whether you are mighty or not, you must follow the rules and order of that place. Not coming to every time Nigeria always talk in a conspiracy manner. Everything is not just okay, they are ganging up against him, or they are bullying him, or they're bullying her. Everything is not like that.
So are you saying there is no gag up, there is no bullying? Are you saying, is that what you're
saying? To me, I think what happened to that woman was that first she felt entitled because they gave her a juicy chairmanship position because they know the Akpabio very well, and the Akpabios help her. Akpabio know the husband. They are very close. So she never thought that they can remove her because she has somebody very important. In fact, what you are also speaking up for should be also something you should speak against. Because initially, for her to get that position, is getting out of privilege, out of somebody knowing her to give her that juicy position. When you look at it from left and right, you discover at the end of the day that initially giving her that position she does not merit it. It's also wrong.
What do you mean she does not merit it? What do you mean she does not? So first of all, what you are saying is not correct. You don't need to be a second-time senator before you can become a chairman. There are a lot of senators that are chairmen of committee that are first-time senators. I can name some for you. That is not, it's different from holding a principal position in the Senate. Anybody can be chairman. It is not a privilege. She is qualified. She is a senator. Every senator in Nigeria, they have equal right. So anybody can be chairman of anything. Don't call it a, she's entitled to read. So if you remove her, so this thing are done based on description of the Senate president. It's just more like paddy, which is what you see even in the executive arm of the government. It's paddy government. So if you are in the Senate, you are close to the Senate president, you lick his ass, forgive me, he's gonna give you position. He's gonna put you in. Look at Dino. Dino was first-time senator. Other Saraki, you know what happened. You know the lot of money Dino made from the Senate because Dino was purely Saraki boy. He was the hitman for Saraki in the Senate. So Dino got all the privileges. That is how the Senate works. It's you that is pretending you don't know what is going on in the Senate. Yes, boss.
AY, please let me ask you this question. If Natasha has remained as the chairman of the local content committee, will she be saying all this bala blue that she's saying?
Probably no. Probably no, but that is let me answer you. That's where I'm coming from, right? Natasha and Akpabio, clearly they had personal issues that they brought to the floor of the house. This is what happened if you watch deeply. So removing Natasha from the as chairman of the committee, it's not about competence. It's about it's just personal issue. I'd also come. I'm not going to agree with her argument of sexual harassment. She need to prove that. I'm not interested in that discussion. I don't know whatever happened with them.
Do you know that sometimes they rotate the chairmanship among the other senators? That they will
let one person speak, please.
AY, don't you think that sometimes they rotate them? They will remove this person as a senator, give him or her another committee chairman. Why other people don't complain? Why she complain too bitterly like that? I think the hallmark of Nigeria that most Nigerians we don't speak the truth, and we sometimes, like I said before, it's always everywhere in the world. Politics is about privilege. Sometimes it favors you today, sometimes it does not favor you tomorrow. So when you talk about bullying, when you talk about bullying her, another question I would throw to you is that is she the only woman in the Senate House? Why are they not bullying the other women? What is so special about her?
So were you not aware the senator from Abuja? Do you know how they bully her? Now
they did not bully her. They
did actually.
They didn't bully her.
Yeah,
because she also want to exercise her right, and the person you want to control is also of equal measure. You cannot make it. It's also if you meet him, for you to join politics as a woman, you must also be very strong there.
She is strong. That is why she defeated an Ikubeg, a governor.
Bully her. Don't always
let me just put this position so that you take it together. Sorry.
Okay.
But you know that number one, Natasha is an opposition senator.
Right.
So ordinarily, by right, she is not supposed to hold that committee. But since she is heading that committee, people are defecting from PDP to APC. So when people defect like that, the APC, the ruling party, we have to compensate those people. Even sometimes they use those committee to lure those other members for them to defect. So she can't remain in PDP while she will be heading that position. So I think we should try and understand some of these workings in the Senate and the House of Rep.
No, I disagree with you. So the way the Senate operates, it doesn't matter the political party you belong. It's about negotiation. It's about interest. See, again, I will repeat. Natasha and Akpabio.
Where did you get that one?
It was personal issues.
That if you are in the Senate, it doesn't matter the political party you are.
It doesn't matter. Okay, let me give you an example. Hold on. Let me finish.
Let me just say this. You continue. So it doesn't matter the political party you are in. So you've not heard of the majority and the minority party. It doesn't matter.
Okay, let me hold on. I'm not gonna lecture you guys about this politics thing. When Saraki was the Senate president, the deputy Senate president was from which party? It's PDP. Was PDP, right? Ekoremadu. So most of the committees, part of the negotiation between Saraki and PDP cabal in the Senate was to give out. They demanded for some juicy chairmanship position. That was why they gave support to Saraki. They demanded for this deputy Senate president. They demanded for some certain juicy position. That was why they supported him. It's all about interest. There is no hard rule that, because majority must carry all the juice position. This is not correct. You see, so hold on, let me finish this.
No, wait now. Just don't shout. You AY.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that agreement in this present Senate?
So again, it's also possible. Like, hold on.
Don't just assume. It's an assumption. Wait, AY. You've been talking since. It's not what happened during Saraki. We knew how Saraki joined APC. It was part of the PDP. It was like a coup. he connived with the PDP senators to get to that position against the wish of the ruling party. So for him to have wait. So it's like a coalition. That's what he did that time. So you cannot be using that one as like a rule or something that happens every time in the house.
It's not a rule.
Don't tell us what is not happening.
So is Akpabio not from PDP? Akpabio himself is even not from PDP.
It's not that.
Hold on.
We knew everything that happened during Saraki is very open to everybody.
So in this
there was nothing like that during this time. She was not even in the house when the house was constituted, so she couldn't even be part of the agreement. She came 6 months later. So what are you talking?
Simba, quick question. Are you saying that there are no PDP senators holding juicy position in this Senate? Is that what you are saying?
I'm not saying that. But for you to be not be
let
using...
me answer you.
I'm really...
Hold on, let me answer him. If they divide the thing, the majority party carries more of the juicy position. But the minority will have some position so that they can be getting vote from them in case if they need to get a vote. But if the minority keep losing their seat, if they keep deflating, they keep shrinking, they will lose those their juicy position. That's how it works.
No.
Because they don't need them any longer. And that's what happened with Natasha.
Not at all. The so-called what's his name? Neda, that is the chairman of the what's it called? The committee that suspended Natasha. He's from Labour Party. It's not even a PDP. So there are a lot of these things are based on personal relationship. They are based on support for the Senate president during when he was contested. Don't forget, it is cross-sectional. They were a PDP senator that supported. Hold on, let me finish this statement. They were PDP senators that gave full support to Akpabio. They were APC senators at the Yare group that were fully against Akpabio becoming Senate president. So all this will play out in the Senate. That's what is going on. If either you like it or not, Natasha and Akpabio, these were family friends.
That is at the beginning.
They had issues.
On, if you keep
these are personal issues. No, it doesn't work like that, really. It doesn't work like that. Even if you the camp, you can be given position to move, but sometimes they still retain their position. For example, Ned Nwoko was not given a different position when he decamped to APC from PDP. So these are not statements of fact. What is correct?
What you are giving, that somebody decamp from minority to majority, and you want his position to be changed. It's the other way around. That is the one that makes sense now.
What do you can you repeat that? If he moved from where?
Ned Nwoko decamp from PDP from minority group to a majority group.
So
not
it's
from majority to minority.
So what is majority to you? When you decamp from APC to PDP, then they give you just position. Is that what you say?
You don't understand.
Majority is in the numbers.
It's in the number, exactly.
What do you mean? See the number? Is it the number as in political party? Or is the number as which number are you talking
about? In the Senate, that's what the number in the Senate.
Majority is APC now. Majority is in the number in terms of.
That's what I'm saying. That
if you keep shrinking by deflection, then they will keep turning around the positions. That's what we want to let you know.
When a senator is crossing, so APC control the Senate. They are the majority. When a senator is moving from Labour Party, from PDP, which are the minority, to a majority party, they can be influenced to make that move in form of some kind of positions. If you move, which senator do you see moving from majority to minority? How many times have you seen that happen in Nigeria? Except there is a real disagreement where a bunch of senators will make a bigger move, just like what happened during Goodluck Jonathan. That's when you see those kind of big movements. If they are aggrieved. So the Senate you have today I mean, all the Labour Party, they almost decapped to APC. A lot of PDP senators, they've decapped to APC.
Natasha came 6 months after the inauguration of the House. And I'm very sure that chairmanship was not vacant, waiting for her. So how did she got it? Immediately she got to the House.
So Natasha family, I'm still telling you, they are personal friend with
very intelligent question.
With yeah, that's what I want to give you an answer. They are family friend with Akpabio's family. So these are personal relationship. Because of that, okay, I'll give you this position.
So
that is what happened.
Okay, if they
so
have
now when that person have another personal relationship with another person and remove it from somebody and give it to her.
Fight.
When they remove it from her and give it to another person, hell will let loose, right?
So I don't know what happened between them. In my own conclusion, I feel probably they had personal issues. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in what happened in the house. I'm not saying you cannot remove Natasha as chairman of any committee. That's not my argument. My argument is, okay, why are you suspending her for 6 months? For what reason? Because she accused the Senate president. In a same country, the Senate president will step aside and be investigated.
Stop all those ones. You people just
no, it's a fact.
Country. Are we not in the same world?
If you accuse, hold on. If you have, hold on.
Where
if a
did you
woman,
see that one
hold
happen?
on.
The people that doesn't have voters card to vote.
Hold on.
Where they say, what do you mean by say?
In America? In America,
even
if a non-senator, hold on.
America that doesn't have voters card to vote.
The president
That's
of
a
America,
country, right?
Bill Clinton, was even a sexual assault, not even harassment. Did he resign? So what are you talking about? You people should stop.
Even Donald Trump that's found guilty of crime. He hasn't stepped down yet, you know.
Mike, you are here. Greeting, Mike.
I can't be saying, hey, we are not mumu here. You can't come and be saying
no. See. I don't have a dog in this fight. We just discussing what happened, right? These are not personal issues to me, but I'm just seeing what is going on. I don't like the way they are treating Natasha. I feel it's wrong. They would have said if Akpabio was smart enough, he would have settled this issue.
You just mentioned a country that doesn't use voters card to vote.
I keep it with laugh.
You know when somebody is bereaved
let's
of
talk about it.
Point of argument. I mean, then they start using Senate country in America. America is the
hold on. Let me clear the road for you. A country that said for you to vote in their election according to their law, you must be a citizen. You must be a citizen of the country, and then they let anybody into their country. And then now they want to go to election. They say you have to present a photo identification. That's the only thing you need to present to register. And then the same country is giving people who are not qualified to vote in their country a photo identification. That's what you are calling a same country, right? The election is better than Nigerian own.
Hey, well, we don't have election. You know our election is all rigged.
They don't have.
It's money game, right?
No, they don't.
No, I mean in our whole country. It's money game.
Wherever you are now, I came into
and
this
in America
platform.
they don't use money for election.
I came.
You use money at least. It's still
excuse
more,
me. Which election? Which local election in the United States that have gulped in Nigeria that have gulped $100 million?
Yeah, but I mean, politics is money, right?
Okay,
but not in the case Nigeria giving 10,000 naira to candidate to voters to vote their candidate.
I've seen during the election in America where they give people grocery and everything and they tag it.
And water, they wait for them on the road. They said they are standing on the line that they will be tasty.
Let not deceive us. You can't compare American election and Nigerian election. I think there is some credibility in American election.
Talking down on your own country.
Have you heard something they call lobbyist?
I love my country,
it's another
but
word
there is
called
no
bribery.
credibility. Yeah,
it's another word for bribery.
That happens
Lobbyist.
America is good.
Lobby,
if it happens in your country, is a
I
shame.
know, Mike.
Yeah, my brother, let's stop this in the same country. Yeah, in America, this and that. I've heard you guys say these things, man. My brother, forget. In the US, they are even worse, man. I mean, there's no.
Everybody knows. Even our go election, everybody knows that one was rigged. Nobody, everyone did know. I beg you, push
even
stop all this.
They will do anything. No. Even when Trump wanted to run, what's the Biden? They started using his executive power to start charging the guy for crimes, different things. They started looking for everything, which ones, going through his taxes to see where they can find for.
If they know, Mike, if that happen in Nigeria, they will say the president.
Mike,
it's not different from what they are doing, Natasha. Which are the one?
What about $100 that Elon Musk promised anybody that voted for Trump? What about that one?
They do.
Some people receive the money now, and you are not coming here. You'll be
when Trump wanted to run, Biden started doing which one thing? He started using the judicial, all the judges. They started investigating the guy. The moment Trump said he wanted to run, they started investigating, looking for faults, charging the guy from sexual, saying he slept with a woman, he paid a woman not to talk. I mean, Abba. They charged the guy, they found him guilty of hush money. Hush money meaning that he paid a woman.
They went to his house. To
go exactly to say he paid the woman not to talk that he slept with her, so not to embarrass him. I'm like, you guys are going for that? That's witch hunt. It's even worse than what the Akpabio and then they are trying to do with Natasha, trying to look for something. What's going on with Natasha and Akpabio is too wrong, to be honest. It's like two people trying to use their power to finish each other. Natasha trying to use her female power.
Do you know how many US
to finish Akpabio? Akpabio is also trying to use his own political power to finish Natasha.
Mike, let me tell them. Do you know how many United States senators and congressmen and women that they have used the taxpayers' money to pay off sexual assault outside, like settling? Why did my Gates not become this thing? Is it not sexual whatever? I better make I hear word.
Even son of Joe Biden that has a case, his father used the executive order to pardon his son. I mean, they do it. So all this in the Western world, in America, they stop it, man. They will step aside. Bill Clinton, was clearly guilty of that sexual this thing.
But
he was punished. The Democrat. Now. The only reason why is because the Democrat sued by him. Now that's why they didn't.
Yeah, he was impeached.
What about Trump? Trump punished. Trump was sentenced, but still the president today. Can somebody sentence and become Nigerian president? I beg, Gary.
But that's the country law. That is the country law,
right?
You are
saying that's country law.
You guys always come with this in a advanced in a civilized world.
Yeah,
you guys start coming with America.
I understand your argument, right? But that is the law. If Nigeria decide to say, even if you are a criminal, you can contest for an election, that's our law. So we don't allow that.
No, you are saying step aside. Okay, wait. Is it the law that Akpabio will step aside? So it's not the law too now.
See, when in every country, right, when a leader is accused of sexual harassment, you want to investigate that person. You can't be it's more like be a judge, in your own case. Akpabio needed to step aside when after let me finish. After the investigation is done and is clean, he go back to his position. So what is wrong with that?
Who's investigating that? Okay, who's investigating that?
It's the Senate committee, the ethics committee.
The ethics committee. He's not in charge of the ethics. He's not the one ordering.
But come on. We want to
no, it's not now.
The Senate president is in charge of everything.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh man,
come on, Mike. Hold on now.
Mike, don't fall my hand though.
You can't say he's in charge of everything. No, it's not. They have rules.
The Senate president
is the dictator there, right?
This is a dictator. Yeah, that's what is
going on. He dictates everything.
In Nigeria Senate, let me tell you this. Except as long as the president you are in bed with the Nigeria president. You are good. Nothing will happen to you. You are in bed with majority of the senators. You good. As long as you take care of them. That's how to hold on to the position. Nothing more. Even if Akpabio is fine with corruption cases,
I just read the breaking news now. Mele Kware NNPC.
I saw that long ago. Yeah, they changed all the board member.
Oh, I just saw it now.
Yeah, Tinubu don't give to him man now.
Tinubu unpredictable man. Oh.
The guy dangerous.
What happened?
Very dangerous. The CEO of NNPC. They change him. They change all the board members actually.
But even that one, I thought he's supposed to have removed that one right from day one. Now the guy has been there for how many years now?
I think the guy was property. I think he was with him, right? Look at Mefele. Mefele, he said during Goodluck Jonathan when Buhari came in, he have to use money to make sure he remained in power. It's power play, right? So it's power play. So I think now it's time for him to go.
I agree with you. Like the way I kind of don't agree with the extreme way they're going after Natasha. To be honest, like to the point where they want to remove her. I'm not with that because I don't think it's that bad. You know.
The issue here. Let me tell you this. You can say you don't like it, but that lady is not behaving maturely.
Well, many of them are behaving maturely now.
You know, as a senator in Nigeria, you are more than a minister. And then for you to now be coming with all this petty, I can, at that level.
Simba, let's be honest ourselves. Let's be honest ourselves. Compared to other senators, how many of them are very mature? I mean, come on.
Thank you.
So it's not like that. I mean, we're talking as if the other senators are just this all professional, upright, and then she's just the only one that's just so bad.
Mike, the question we can ask Natasha is that, Natasha, are you willing to go back to that house?
If she's going back.
No, relax. No, I'm asking a question. If I know her, I will ask her this question. Do you want to go back to that house? If you want to go back to as a politician, you must be very deft and crafty and know your game very well. They have suspended you, and then you went ahead and disparaged the whole Senate out or the whole Senate. Everywhere you are going to one television station to an internet. What do you mean? What is so special about suspending you?
You can't say the whole Senate now. You
are not the first person to be suspended. I think if I were in a position, so far the Akpabio is my family friend. There's always a way to settle among ourselves. And I will
let me ask you.
Give me another position better than the one I'm having.
Remy, you say she attacked the whole Senate or something like that in that nature.
What I mean is that she went ahead to Deutsche Welle, America, everywhere in Europe, talking about the way she was treated in the Senate by the Ethics Committee, that they were not good. Not only Akpabio, she talked so many stuff that is unwarranted off. And then you're just disparaging Nigeria in the international community.
I agree with that. That one.
Mike, earlier when I said she's not mature. Okay, for you now, what will she achieve by all those things that she was saying all over the
I think probably the obedience rubbed that thing on her. That running to America, running to international world to go and embarrass your country. That part, I think that's where she kind of lost me, man. Like, I literally was still kind of giving her, but going to UN,
if she's
Mike, if you're hanging around with many obedience, they kind of rub that rubbish.
If she's politically savvy, if she's politically savvy, this thing they will have resolved it since.
No, the thing is this. That's the deal.
Most of the steps that she's taking, she's not taking steps that can resolve that problem.
Honestly, Simba, if it's beef between her and Akpabio, honestly, I don't care. Like, I won't say you're wrong for having a problem with Akpabio or not liking Akpabio. I don't think everybody have to like each other. If all politicians, if they are all smiling, hanging around, then it's really dangerous for all of us. You understand? If they are all in that Senate, all getting along, then who's going to check who? Who's going to, like...
Thank you, Mike.
Who? You understand?
Mike, thank you.
So, I'm not against them fighting, disliking each other in that Senate and really being enemies. I'm not against that. In fact, the Akpabio, if they want to be enemies there, that's fine with me. The only issue I have with her is just the extra things that she's doing, like just the blackmailing, saying you sexually did this, and when you can prove
Mike,
it, and
I
going
agree with
to
Mike 100%.
international play to embarrass your country. That's where me I don't
Yep.
like. And then
I agree
not
with
getting up
Mike.
from your seat, breaking the rules, all those things where me I don't like. But
Do,
if it's
do you
her,
know
just
the
hold on,
current thing now that she has
if
done?
it's her not liking other senators and talking bad
Eh?
about them, I'm okay with that. Yeah, go
She
ahead.
has deleted those inflammatory comments that she made today that they wanted to assassinate her and kill, because I think the DSS is waiting to that. She deleted that and she claimed that her account was hacked. That's what she's claiming now.
No, she didn't delete anything. That was it was not a written message. She was actually speaking to the people. Those statements are still there. She reported that case to the DSS already. So let's get it correct. Natasha, I will support her to fight on, man. She will be the next governor of Kogi State.
No, now they are. How would you say that your words were hacked too? Because you said those words.
It's not. She said it on a live TV. It's not.
Okay, why did
even,
she
it was
delete it
not
and she
a
claimed it's
message.
been hacked?
How do you delete what is everywhere? What is on the TV? What is on YouTube?
Okay,
what is
I mean,
everywhere?
your guess is good as mine. I'm just asking, why did she delete it?
It was not deleted anywhere. I can pull it out for you and play it here right now. It was not deleted. That's not correct.
Because that's what I'm getting right now, that she deleted it.
It's not correct. She made a categorical statement. So see, it is not hidden how Yaya Bello treated this lady.
When?
Before election, Yaya Bello went and divided
That's politics
road
now.
going to
It's all politics.
How do you which guy? No,
they
that
treat
is
themselves like that. It's politics.
How do you split a road into two just because a woman is contesting for an election? That is madness. How do you do that? You are wasting taxpayers' money to fix that road.
Well,
if she
has a wish, she should do her own too. It's all politics.
No.
You speak as if you are not a Nigerian, as if you are just as if you were born yesterday.
We should have no. That's too much. And you are still fighting. She went to the court. She defeated you and your stooge. You are still fighting her. She is there. She is gonna remain there. Nothing they can do.
No. Not until just wait. Not until when she started this scandal of ours. It was there.
No. The thing, Simba. The thing is that she claimed, right? Now it's been from seat to when she was abroad, that she claimed that as soon as she lands in Nigeria, there have been high level plan from some places to get her arrested as soon as she gets to Nigeria.
Why do you want to arrest her?
From there to Akpabio, the governor, Yaya Bello, they are planning to assassinate her now.
Yeah, let them deny it. Let them come out and deny it. Don't speak for them.
Where is the evidence?
Was she saying it categorically, or was she just saying
it?
She said it. She said it categorically that they wanted to assassinate her.
She gave the date and the plan and the time. She
said a lot of things, but one thing for me, particularly, right? One thing for me is that I know people are they want to make this thing sensational because it's even very tedious and very nebulous already to me. I don't even want to discuss it. But the angle that I always see is that you lied clearly, openly, with your full shares. You made like 3 different or 4 different videos, right? And even when it was debunked, you came back to reorganize your videos until the guy took it up and he couldn't stop until he paid them. I'm talking about Reno Omokri now, because people are not actually looking into that.
You're carrying out to somewhere else now.
No, it is all part of the Natasha's conversation. If I was a thief yesterday, right, and today I'm sermonizing to you, just like El-Rufai, just like Peter Obi, told all of them that they were governors, and we saw what they did in their respective states, and one of them is claiming
as if he's just starting policies today. So it is your past, right, that will define your present and will define how we take you serious in the future. So when hold on,
yeah.
when you claimed that Reno Omokri did this to you, and you were very sure about that, you made videos. You made a couple of videos, even when Reno actually even told you guys that you were lying. You said no, Reno was
Enigmatic,
lying and
why do
everything.
Nigeria always, they don't even normally refer to that now.
Because they want,
neglect
you
that.
know, as I'm trying to say it now, you say, why did I take him to that place? Why wouldn't I take you there? Because
They
you want to.
they just want to they want
Uh-huh.
to neglect
Why wouldn't I
that.
take you there?
That
They speak of
he's a liar
Akpabio as,
before,
hold on,
from the
they speak of Akpabio as if when Akpabio was governor, right, they can compare any of their state governor with Akpabio's efforts in his state or achievement. So when we start like that, let's take it to the ground, to the root too. Because Akpabio, and I say, when you think about this, patterns, right, and witnesses, the two of them, they do have pattern, because you want to claim Akpabio had a pattern of sexual harassment by virtue of the fact that a lady, former MD of NDDC, accused Akpabio of sexual harassment, which Akpabio has already taken to court now. One, I think Akpabio can fight that in court. And then on the part of Natasha Akpoti, talking about patterns now, let's start from 1, Yaya Bello, 2, Dino Melaye, 3, Kyle Defayemi. Do not forget, it's not even about sexual harassment alone. Mischaracterization of their words and their statements. Kyle Defayemi, yeah, she mischaracterized Bamidele's words, twisted it, and then misrepresented what he said. Now, now Reno Omokri, very prominent, very profound case, and she lied on that. And Reno Omokri was paid out of court for out-of-court settlement because they are local chiefs and this relationship with her husband, everybody waded in, they had to take everything out of court. They paid Reno Omokri out. Now, doing the same thing with Akpabio, 2 years. We know sexual harassment is not statute bad, but 2 years after you
She did it to her husband, though. This man that married her.
hold on. We are going there now. 2 years after whatever you said happened, that happened. You did not tell your husband. You didn't tell your husband, the closest person to you. You didn't tell him until recently. You didn't tell your husband's close friend who was on the same trip with you.
Enigmatic.
Too.
There is she said that day that her husband asked her that.
And she
what did I hear?
I mean, everybody they know now. But you know, the problem I have with Nigerians, like we always say, is that we always want to pick and choose, and then they will say, in the Senate climbs, somebody they want Akpabio to step down. Donald Trump today is a felon, 34 count charges of felon. Again, 34 count charges. One of those charge, right? People, you can Google it as I'm speaking. One of those charge, 85 is, as we speak now, Donald Trump is a validated, under the law in America, is a validated sexual predator and a rapist. And he was charged $85 million.
And the guy he cannot visit school yard.
He cannot visit school anywhere. He was charged $85 million. $85 million to pay to that lady. Number one.
Enigma,
Hold
you
on.
are right. But
Number one. Hold on now. Let me speak, please. Number one. Number two. He has accumulated total of $400 million in damages and payment of charges for several damages or several offenses he has committed, right? That is America president. He did not step down during the election. He put his head in the campaign. Elon Musk, because we want to talk about money in politics. Elon Musk, there was an election that just held today. The result just came out 2 hours ago in Wisconsin, right? The Supreme Court election in Wisconsin. Elon Musk put $20 million in that election, a local election. During the campaign of Donald Trump presidency, Elon Musk spent over $250 million in that election. In a Senate climb, America Senate climb.
So what
right?
is wrong with that, though? You are just going off topic.
I'm not going off topic. No, hold on. I'm not going off because Nigerians, they like to. We know
What's your point?
Let's see. The point is that you guys want to always speak right to one corner. You don't want to speak about Natasha who be lying.
If you listen to what Mike said now,
why is it now? Why is it now? First of all, do you know what it means? Even some senators, they were so mad, they were so pissed off, right? At Akpabio, why did you give this lady this? Is his top 1% of the most juicy committees in the house? You gave it to a newbie in the house because it's your friend's wife. What about us?
If
Are we not your
that
friend?
one, I don't even pity that Akpabio.
I don't pity him at all. The guy na idiot. Now stupid guy. I don't pity. Not be the same lady. Don't they fuck him up now? And you know this lady.
No,
and I said,
any man that think that a woman worth an investment is just making a mistake.
He's a stupid man. Akpabio is the most stupid. Is the most stupid. Is the most stupid senior president I've ever seen. You do not trust a lady, particularly a young lady like that who had history. The guy, Akpabio. I mean, we are all Nigerians. How many Nigerians had access to Aso Rock as we speak? Natasha Akpabio had access to Jonathan's Aso Rock. She had access to, as tough as Buhari was, she had access to Buhari's Aso Rock. Now she's in power, right? In the Senate. And look at the stunt she's pulling on all our men. And that's why I said it earlier. Apart from the fact that she's an Ibira lady, go and find out about Ibira people now. They are stubborn to the core. They are like stone. Look at Yaya Bello, look at all of them. And then combination of Eastern Europe, Ukrainian and Russian blood. The thing where you guys they see for National Assembly now, Akpabio caused it. Even if Akpabio wanted to compensate her, the chairmanship committee that Akpabio gave her now should have been the one to give her the senior committee chairman on diaspora. She never wanted that. She doesn't like that. She wants that one of local content. And why is her husband in the business of the Senate? That husband will have to travel from Nigeria to go to UK to lobby Akpabio. Is she the only one in the house that has husband? Is King Gigbe not a very powerful man that could have lobbied for Ireke King Gigbe? The other lady from Rivers State, the former deputy governor to Wike, is she not a powerful person that could have been lobbied for to have powerful positions? How could you give such a powerful position to an opposition, a PDP, and you are giving it to a woman? Because your friend who is not siding you now, who is throwing you under the bus now for the same woman, because of Okwe, you won't kill yourself. I don't be for Akpabio now. I'm very mad that I know for a fact Ahmed Lawal will never make such a mistake. If Yari were to be the Senate president, now Hausa man, you know, go make that mistake. Make it a lash or Okwe every night. They no go make that kind of mistake. You don't play with power like that. Look at what has ended up Akpabio's life. It's making a mess of the Senate. It's making a mess, and this lady, she's your family friend, and this is where I come from. If I were the husband, and Akpabio is my family friend, years before I met you, and 2 years after our marriage, you're in the Senate, and you are rubbishing my friendship like this, not just Akpabio. That man has a lot of friends in the Senate, including the Senate leader. Almost 15 out of the senators are close friends to Alema. Almost 10 governors as friends to that guy. How do you want that? If you were the governor, if you were the friend in the political trench with him now, would you still trust him with what this lady is doing? Would you still trust him? Akpabio that trusted him with his wife. Look at what she's doing to Akpabio. And the husband is quickly quiet.
This matter personal now. You are taking it very personal.
Because you guys don't know what is happening. Because we are blaming Akpabio from behind the scene. Akpabio messed up big time. You don't play with power like that like a kid. You don't play with power like a kid, like Akpabio fucked up. How could you give some? Do you know what it means to give the top 1% of the juicy those positions? It is a position to lobby. It is a position to lobby power, to lobby high level individuals in the Senate.
Is that not why the husband lobby? That's why he lobbied.
Okay,
right?
but she but look at what. Okay, if the husband lobbied for you, right? Has it panned out for? How does it pan out for Akpabio now? Tell me. If you were Akpabio and you stick your neck out for your friend, for his through his wife, and the friend's wife is messing you up like this, how would you feel? How would you hold your friend?
Yeah,
How you
I
go
think
take the friendship?
you need to go out of this personal. I think you are
It's
taking
not.
it very
It's
personal.
personal now because she's taking it personal already. Is she not taking it personal?
Yeah, that see. We disagree with some things
Is
she
she not
did,
taking it?
right?
Do you know how many people
Both
have spoken to this lady?
hold up,
Let's solve it family
both
way.
myself
Just
and
like they
Mike
told Wike
disagree
and
with
just like
some
they told
certain
Fubara.
things.
Fubara, let us go the political route. If you go through the constitutional means, you go lose. Finally, he went the constitutional means. Now he said he's depressed. He said he's depressed. At the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, it's not easy for you to win a contract of $150 million in that Nigeria if you are not highly connected. It's not easy for you to win a contract of $85 million in that Nigeria if you are not connected. It's not easy for you to win a contract of $270 million in that Nigeria if you are not connected. Those were the contracts that Alima won. Those are the contracts. You don't, how many people feel get that kind of level? They can't still carry your wife, can't senate. Give them that kind of top 1% chairmanship position. The people will give them, you see the way they do them now. And you go think, say, I go see if they follow you to one kind of friendship. Tell me people have not spoken to this lady to calm down.
The woman that can leave him tomorrow.
If you go by her history, has she not left her previous husband? What is the percentage?
Wow.
What is the odd that she will not leave you eventually?
This matter long ago.
What is the percentage that she will not leave you eventually because of Okwe? You won't finish your life.
Apart from that, I don't really like the fact of her
Akpabio na
moving from
bastard.
one country to the other, telling stories about Nigeria. That was
I
really,
agree
really
with
bad.
you on that. I agree with you.
And she was on the TV misrepresenting the fact. She was saying she was suspended for something she wasn't suspended for. They've spoken to this lady behind the scene, top men in Nigeria, including some top military men. But that's why they are leaving her now to do her worst. Akpabio,
yes, she's up to the
went
task.
out the
You
way.
saw what they did to her today, right?
Do you know what it? Do you know even know AY? Do you know what it means to even have an appointment in Nigeria to get to secure an appointment?
You see that 6 months, she go serve and finish.
Eh?
If she
How many days has Fubara been home now? How many days has Fubara been home? Did you see Fubara is calm now because he has seen that when you are in the corridor, when you are in power, some people are in power, some people are in the corridors of power. But you are not in corridor of power, you are in power. But he failed to use the power. Now he said he's depressed. Right? And look, what
Fubara
I'm talking about.
Be calm.
What I'm talking about is I think this
people like AY that you say, okay, go on, we are behind you.
I think this will teach a lot of our men, not even Akpabio now, a lot of our men some lessons. I think we will teach them a lot of lessons. Those guys I know at least this guy now, Senator what's his name? All of them, right? They are very close to this man. It's just like you, AY and our guy. Guy, follow your waiting they happen. You know that kind of thing, man to man. You know if you control your wife, everybody is tired of Natasha. She's not listening to the husband. She's not listening to elders. She's not listening to anybody. And those were the same elders that when you offended Reno, when you lied to Reno, those people rallied around you and they were able to get things out of court for you. But in your own case now, they do strong-head.
Omo, this matter, you don't take a person that. You see, I understand.
The important thing is that whatsoever she is doing, she will serve that 6 months. So
it doesn't matter. It doesn't. They are not hungry.
So what is the end game? Why is the
noise?
noise? Why all these
that was
things?
really shiesty, man. Regarding the way she went
No. At the end of the day, she's gonna serve her 6 months.
See,
even if she's going to come back, that 6 months must be completed. So why is she running around the world painting Nigeria blue, black, and purple?
See,
what did she gain?
Yeah, even if she serves 6 months,
then when she finishes, she will come back to serve that same Nigeria.
Even after 6 months, I'm sure the court will rule them out, right? But if she serves 6 months, it doesn't matter. She's still working for her people. Her people love her, right? Her husband is giving her full support. You see what they did. How do you tell a senator just because of issues going on? You are telling her not to come to her state. You are telling her not to I mean, because of how you declare, just for a young lady, because of how you declare, what's it called?
But look at it from the other side. If there has been fracas yesterday, there's a people fighting one another, and the other people who are bad, you won't be saying what you are saying now.
No, I supported her for coming. No. Nothing will happen. I supported her for. You need to show your strength. This politics.
Let me finish. You are egging her on now. All people are egging her on. But when she meets at Waterloo in the future, you guys will withdraw and run away.
Nothing will happen to her.
No. And look, let me be frank with you. The worst enemy anybody can have is to fight with government. Because it's quite glaring now that they are just waiting for her, okay? They know she had made a lot of mistakes. They have sent a lot of emissary to her and her husband to settle this thing out of thing. But she going out of her way, telling different story every time to all these TV stations. Telling us there was a time he said she was Akpabio said this, Akpabio said that. They want to so many stories and then you look at
Remy, you know, if you have people like KY, people like KY that will say, "Oh, go on, we are behind you."
All those sims. Nigerians are not creating sims now. We are creating strong men. How you go get wife? No go fit. Okay, Simba. This is what will happen eventually, right? Like I said, and I said it earlier. The league of those politicians who are husband friend, they don't even care about the girl now because they see her as a small little girl. That her husband is the one that is a weakling, that is a simp. They will pound on that husband because when you want to go through go against cartel, what do? You follow the money, right? You did not become a big man all of a sudden because of your brilliance. The guy now, go and look. People should go and check what Alima was doing. He was not educated now. Go and look at Alima's history, how he made his money. Go and check it. Nobody the same politician give you the leeway. So they will leave Natasha alone to continue to do her crazy since you've been unable to be a good husband to talk. Imagine if Natasha was married to another person. Will she have this effrontery to be doing all those kind of things? No.
See, during election, they will still go to her husband to collect money. Trust me, he sponsored some of these people. He give them money.
So
right?
We are talking about the recall. You guys are saying
you can't recall. Recall is just
now we are talking about going back.
Is it not the same set of people that line up for her yesterday?
Nobody is recalling her. Recall is a scam.
That recall
Let's call it what it
is going to be very tedious. AY, you said she will go back to the husband to go and collect money to finance his election again.
The senators, not her. All those senators that are talking, some of them will go back to the husband.
But anyway, you are not getting the point. If they focus on her husband, right?
The husband will financially weaken because
if they focus on her husband today, go and look at what they did to government. Go and look at how they treated Mimiko. Go and find out Mimiko's story. The former governor of Ondo State. Go and find out how they dealt.
Alama is from Niger Delta. The resource control.
Forget the resource control. Who they give you the resource control? Who they give you resource control?
From the resource control. This
when this fat boy, what's his name? In River State, what's his name? This guy waiting like the other guy now. Asari Dokubo. When Asari Dokubo start to show himself. They don't collect everything from her, give Tompolo way de loyal.
No, they didn't collect anything from Asari. Asari was not Ito Pipeline contract.
No, look, AY, you go to talk as if we don't be Nigerians.
But it's true now. Asari was never
it takes more thing like this. It takes more thing to show Alema Pepe. Forget Dangote say we be.
Asari is loaded. Even when they were doing,
listen to me. Even Dangote
before Fubara was sacked. What was he saying? What was Asari saying?
Even Dangote gone, we be Baba Olu gone.
Why did he change? Why did he change his this thing? Why did he change after?
So what do you want Asari to do? What do you want him to do?
What we are saying?
Forget about Asari. What I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to tell you now, even it happens in America here, right? When you are politically exposed, first of all, Alema is politically exposed. Number one. So the biggest problem you can have is you to be politically exposed. it's like you are a drug cartel, you are a drug person. When you mess up with the wrong people, they know they all they do, they don't need to attack you. They will follow that your money. Dangote as Dangote is today, if they want to frustrate Dangote in Nigeria to make him come to the level of probably the level of almost the 10th richest in Nigeria, it takes simple thing to get him out of the way. That is what I'm telling you. That because of Natasha now, is this guy going to lose all the political relationships and allies he has built over the years?
No, it doesn't work like that. Men will be men, but I'm gonna tell you,
men will be men for this kind of level. For this kind of level.
Akpabio will go down with this issue. Just be watching.
But who will do all that now? Who will make him lose all those political?
So who will go up? Who will go up? Who will go up if Akpabio goes down?
Watch and see. Before election, Akpabio will go down. I'm telling you.
I know why obedience are really happy at PDP. Is that I think this is the game.
Who is obedient? Who is obedient though?
Can I ask the question?
Who is obedient?
No, not be you. I know be because like I said, it takes very little thing like this. It's just a pen, a stroke of pen to bring Alema to his knees. Forget what you talk. Niger Delta, blah 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 blah.
Know how to run their see.
But men, now only men know how to run their things. I cannot run things with you. AY, if you were Natasha's husband, I tell you now, and this is how it works. Not be only you know politicians. If you were Natasha's husband and Natasha is moving mad like this,
if you listen to me,
hold on, and Natasha is moving mad like this, and we all have interest, I will not come to the same understanding with you. Because you have failed.
Listen to me, there are a lot of things I disagree. You know, Natasha did. I'm not in line. I'm not in line with her. But the bully is my why they
the same pot where you learn, you scatter out because of woman.
There are some things. Natasha,
which kind of talk won't come to talk? Which kind of talk you won't tell me why?
I feel it was childish. There are things I don't agree, but that doesn't mean you know. I mean, she is doing her job.
Listen to me, AY. If you were Natasha's husband, you, me, Remy, all of us on this platform, we dey shop for the same pot, and your wife they move like this. How you think all of us go to look you?
Yeah, I understand you.
So which kind of talk which kind of talk you want make we come to talk with you? Say na men, which kind men?
AY, you have to understand that what Akpabio is doing is exactly what Natasha is trying to do to him. Because Natasha want to destroy that man's like she really want to that what she did by accusing him of those things. She literally want to destroy his political career. So now if he's doing the same thing in return, all we can say is both of them should come. But you can't just say Akpabio should be the one to come. It's both of them.
Mike, I agree with you. Mike,
yeah, but they both she want to destroy him, and he has the right. If someone wants to destroy you, if a woman try to destroy you like that, you say you won't give him back now. So
I think to me they are not of equal standpoint in terms of political weight. You cannot compare Akpabio with Natasha. I beg, come on now. I beg, please. We are comparing super heavyweight with a lightweight. What are we talking here?
Compare in terms of what, though?
Compare in terms of everything. Has your like Natasha what? Been a governor before? No. Has she ever been a minister before? No. Has she ever been to all top position before? No. This is their first position as a Senate president in politics.
Remy, that thing she did. Don't say person don't get power. You know, the power is not only political power. Remy, power is not only political power.
Yes.
Do you know what they call female power? The one she used. You know how much image you don't already damage.
Remy, female power, let me tell you the female power versus political power. Female power has a threshold. Our threshold is as it is now. When she started, let me tell you how there's a dynamics to this. There are two political regions now that are viciously supporting her. One, the obedience. One, two, the PDP. right? Number three, the ones who do not even either like the APC or they don't like the administration. Before, right? Some people were on our side, but at a point, even the moderate ones, they are already peeling off. And like I said, go back to what I told you earlier, because people want to be, they want to be deaf. They want to be deaf. They want to pretend they are deaf, right? They are talking about Natasha that lied on Reno Omokri that the case was settled out of court. People are deaf about that. So people are putting the things together. Even if I will go with this woman, the way she's moving mad like this, okay, intelligence tells me what happened 2 years ago. Why did you not even bring it up to your husband? All of a sudden, right? Just a month after you were removed from the top 1% of the most juicy position in the House of in the Senate, you found an excuse to start fighting mad. No, number two. Then number three, your husband that is politically exposed. And I just told you the series of contracts he has had, he has won. How did he win the contract? The person who no go school. How did he become a billionaire overnight in the same Nigeria? So at a point, what if Natasha does what she did in the past, right? To move on from this man, go and marry another man, because she's been married in the past. So who tells us? If I also suffer, which kind of pele tell us say he must say Natasha goes live with this man, will be this woman's wife until they are old and 90 years old. Who tells us that she's not going to move tomorrow? Let's assume that odd probability is going to move away from this man. So what will become of this man that has built all these bridges over the years to crumble all the bridges again because of Okwe? So who will talk about that? Because if the guy was if Alema is my older brother, I will be telling him, bro, now they go, they come. Okay, they come, and then from the history of this one, she don't go many places before she reach you, and we know the history of how she became your wife. The history is out there. How you were married. Officially, you were not divorced from your first wife. Officially, you were married. He came to the house, chased the house, almost snatched the husband, blackmailed the husband. All the things were there. I'm not making anything up.
Enigmatic, look at it this way. That eye shift might also be using this woman. I beg, go and sleep with that man. We get 100 billion contract. And I give you 10 billion.
Come on, guys. Come on.
Come on.
Remy, did you not see the lawsuit Natasha filed against that man, the same man today?
Yes,
so who tell you Natasha cannot destroy the same man tomorrow? Having completely destroyed the man's political alliances. Who tells you this same Natasha cannot pull the rug again to destroy the same man tomorrow?
Very funny.
The Natasha that can be looking forward to destroying one of your most valuable friends, who is a senior president, who has given you leverage, who has given even the woman leverage against other top ranking politicians in the house. So tell me the same lady will not run you down tomorrow? Some people don't get brain. They don't get brain at all. They just run emotion up and down.
The question is this: you took the same man to court for sexual harassment or whatever, and before we can turn around, you went ahead and married the same man.
Look, I think I'll find the lawsuit. And send it to one man. If you read that lawsuit, when I read the lawsuit, I was asking myself, why did this man go ahead with this woman? Why? This is a classic blackmail. You marry me or you pay me 10 billion. So how he borrowed the man 400 million naira, how she got pregnant, how she lost the pregnancy, how she did this, how she had emotional stress, how she had a lot of things. Look at the lawsuit. The same woman who can put the same stunt, and you got married to the same man, and the same man, Alema, right? The father-in-law to the first wife spoke openly how this woman treated his daughter that was Alema's first wife. So when you go through that history, and you go through the recent history with Reno Omokri, and you want to tell me to think about integrity with this kind of person, destroying everything is seized in front of Alima, and if Alima is my older brother, I go tell the guy, if now to mark what then use for you, this will mark I go come out for your eye. She's destroying Alima surreptitiously by proxy. She's doing that because there's every tendency that 50-50 she will walk away. She has walked away from previous marriages. Is Alima different? Is Alima special? Wait till they talk. No be Russian lady. Wait till they talk. You don't know how they move.
One step closer and I cut her throat. Leave. No, I can't do that.
It destroy marriage, destroy friendship of over 20 years because of waiting.
Enigmatic.
Ma'am, you can't be here.
How long has the AC been acting up?
I'm sorry.
Enigmatic has taken this matter personal. The husband is not complaining actually. I don't know why you're complaining for her.
How will you know if the husband is complaining? How will you know?
He's giving you her full support, right? You don't see what's going on.
How long before it reaches 200 kilowatt hours?
I mean, I get Natasha did some things wrong. If I would have stopped her, but the fight is unnecessary because she's also fighting, right? Even today, that's a disgrace. The Senate, the governor of Kogi State, they were unable to stop her to hold a rally. She flew into Kogi, held a rally, and she was out. So that's like a disgrace. It was unnecessary, calling for a coffee, calling for no movement, calling for whatever.
It
was unnecessary.
Let me ask you this. If you have been following Nigerian political space, earlier on, when Ribadu came, you are telling him that the reason why the Northerners don't trust Igbo is because of that coup. Is that right?
That's a fact. Yeah.
Okay, but it's not because of that coup. I think we need to go and study Nigeria history, immediately post-independence. Let me tell you this. Do you know that if you look at allegiance between any part of Nigeria, it has been between the Hausas and the Igbo. You understand what I'm saying? No, just hold on now. Before. Because most of us did not even know what happens after that coup. You understand? Even before the coup, Zeke and Amadou Bello has been fighting.
Make sure you keep everyone as far away as possible.
They've been fighting. There was a dissolution of the parliament that time. And it's only the president that can constitute when they had the 1964 election and the northern MPC won majority in the house. Zeke refused to constitute that parliament. Most of us, we don't know what happened in that country, and that's why we talk the way we are talking. Look at how our Ketola was consumed in the southwest because of this kind of shenanigan. Let me tell you, if you are politically savvy, you will not be playing with all these petty. What Natasha is fighting is a petty things. She should not, as a politician, you should not be fighting such a thing.
Oh, Natasha is a woman now. What do you expect her to do? You can't.
Are you supporting Natasha because she's a pretty woman?
No, pretty care. What you pretty there? That one says foolish.
Nigerian male,
because she's yellow.
Everything
is that what you call pretty? No, that's.
It means I don't find out.
How will you even support her because of her intelligence? Not even pretty, none. Pretty. She just yellow.
If she's that intelligent, she won't be acting so foolish.
If she behave herself very well, she has more to gain than what she's going to get because she's going to lose in this battle.
She's gonna be next governor of Kogi.
Now you go put them there.
We go there here now.
Okay.
It go shock you.
Let's wait and see.
You know how Yaya Bello fought Natasha, and she's a senator. It go shock you.
Okay. I've been seeing that one in obedient space now. It's not the next. It's going to be the next governor of Kogi. Let's wait.
Obedient, they don't have a say. How many Obedient they Kogi? They don't get say for those areas now. Obedient is mostly in the southeast, to be honest. They don't get safe for most part of these areas, right? That's just the honest truth.
Is that when Dino was contesting and he was shouting on the social media at that time, people were still giving him a chance. Look at the way he lost. You people just, I don't even know, maybe because you are not politically inclined. Everybody just become an emergency political commentator in Nigeria because of 2023 election.
No, bro. I see. Dino case is just different from Natasha. Dino was just a noisemaker. Natasha understand this game, right?
But Natasha is a politician,
She's fighting. Oh yeah, she's a politician. She's fighting.
And Dino
right?
did not fight during his own time, Let me tell you.
Yeah, Dino is anyhow, man. He's a noisemaker. Dino was a noisemaker. Dino, don't forget. Dino.
Let me tell you.
Let me just say this. Let me quickly say this. Dino political career was kind of different from Natasha, right? So don't forget, it was during that APC 2015, during President Buhari, that election that APC swept everything across the country. That was how Dino, some of these politicians were able to get into power, right? That was how Dino came as.
You have forgotten that Dino was even
he
before
was the House of Rep.
House of Rep. So don't forget that.
Yeah, he started with that. But when that senatorial election, a lot of them that came, it's just like Labour Party, right? A lot of the senators that came under Labour Party, most of them were unknown. It was because of the obedient movement. Ordinarily, they can't win election. Just like, for example, senator from Benin, the Neda. Neda cannot win election in Benin. It was the obedient movement that was very popular in Benin. That was how he was able to get that position. It's not because of himself. Nobody know him in Benin then. But the obedient movement, sometimes some movement like this can bring people into positions. That just, if you go back to Cortez, he knows he will lose, right? So except maybe now he might join APC to work with the governor and see if they will give him ticket. It's just politics.
You don't know that's what is going to happen. It's coming back.
If he is smart at this point, he does not have option than join APC or look for the ticket. If he can get the ticket, yeah, why not? Oshomole is there, he send it with him. He can talk to him. Politics is just calculation and a lot of manipulation going on, right? He can't stand alone. Trust me, neither cannot stand alone. Even now, they even hate him in Benin. So
they hate him because of the role he played in Natasha, I mean.
Even before then, he has not been doing nothing. All the senator from Edo, Isole Oshomole, you hear, right? So he has been there doing nothing. It was people started hearing his name because of this controversial issue, right? He has not done nothing, even in Benin. So he knows it's gonna be hard for him to come back.
Let me tell you, all those things that you are talking about, it doesn't matter in Nigerian politics. Whether
it matters.
It doesn't. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you. The senators that have been there before him, what have they done? Who knows them?
Yeah, it kind of matters. In Edo, it matters. Trust me. They will look at what are you doing, what have you done. Yeah, you can have. It matters to them, just like the current governor of Edo State, right? You know, he was a senator. The senator that was there, usually in Edo Central, they will not allow you to be senator more than twice. So that was how they kick him out. And this governor then, before he became senator, he used to work for the people. People look at all these issues to vote for you. He used to do work for the people, like build schools, get people water, do little stuff here and there. So it really matters. It matters. People are becoming more enlightened politically.
Hey, what I'm saying, the reason why I say it doesn't matter is this. You can have that one during the people vote during the general election. But what if you don't get the party nomination? That's what I'm talking about.
You know.
So at a point, people don't have choice they have to choose among the people that they presented to them. You understand? At the point of selection or the primary, the citizen doesn't have to say. That's what I'm telling you. They don't have a say at that level. So whatever you now get as aspirant, that's what you are going to vote for.
Yes, that is correct. That is why I was saying, if for example, if Neda want to join APC in Edo now, Oshomole is the leader in Edo State. He's in the Senate with him. He can talk to him and say, "Hey, I need this ticket." You negotiate before you move, right? If you guys are gonna give me ticket, I will move to APC.
You have forgotten when Tinubu went there for presentation of budget. What did he tell them?
He said what? I can't remember.
I think it was being sarcastic. I think they were asking him that maybe you forgot something or something. He said, "Okay, if that is what is here, that means all of you are going to be returned."
Tinubu does not have the power to return all the senators, right? So he can only support people, and mostly in the southwest, he can support, right? Even for Tinubu, you know how difficult it was for Akpabio to emerge as Senate president. Tinubu have to move around senator's house at night before that election, a day before that election. Ask any senator if you know.
No, let me tell you, that one is not. That is the way the thing has been right from time immemorial. If you don't have,
but I'm just telling
if you don't,
the
only time we have a rebel like somebody like a coup was what Saraki did. Apart from that, look at the way Obasanjo was removing them that during his own tenure.
Don't mind that old man now. Now when he's talking, you say, "Oh, this guy, he's sometimes he just." I like Obasanjo for something, but when I hear him talking as if he's a self,
you know what's funny about Obasanjo? Now you're going to sit down now they criticize.
Honestly, I'm shocked.
Hey, because Nigerians, let me tell you,
no matter
how bad you are, and that's why I don't even like the way people Nigerians behave. If you are as bad as Satan, once you are speaking against somebody that they don't like, they will love you.
Bro, I don't.
The way obedient are celebrating Obasanjo because
I like Mike. I like Obasanjo for some things he did, right?
Like
but
what?
When
like
it comes
what?
to
just tell yourself. What did he do?
Hold on. I will go there. When it comes to politics, I'm saying Obasanjo that gave people power to kidnap a city governor. Election were rigged. You do election in a state, you will hear 3 million votes, 5 million votes. Today you can't even get 500,000 votes. I'm like Obasanjo that if he tell you cannot be a governor of this state, it's only Tinubu that was able to fight Obasanjo in Lagos then. Obasanjo was a real dictator, gave Adedibu power, Saraki power, the Uba brothers power to kidnap a city. When I hear you speak, I'm like, what? This old man, can you just go and sit down? Like, it's annoying, man. In terms of what he did, right? You will not during Obasanjo, Nigerian GDP was good, and jobs. We have excess.
What was our
Hold
GDP
on, let me finish. Our
no,
GDP
you cannot finish when you are giving us wrong statistics now.
I don't know that. So I can't have exact number. But during Obasanjo, our GDP improved greatly.
It did not, and I will tell you. Let me tell you.
Ola will come in now. Come and defend Obasanjo. Watch.
No, there are things. You see, I like to put it.
Do you know why? You know our GDP was not good. That was why they have to rebase the GDP during
which is true.
Jonathan. You understand?
Actually,
our
that's
GDP that time was just roving around $200 billion or so during Obasanjo regime.
See. During Obasanjo, look at the telecom. It was able to achieve results in the telecom industry, right? Yeah, he failed in power. There are little stuff.
But when people ascribe that telecom to him, that was what going on all over the world that time. Now
it was a
worldwide
technological shift. Now,
there was no country that was exempted from that.
You,
it was
you
it
gotta
by
give him the credit. He was the
no.
president. What are you saying? No. What do you mean no? He was the president.
Give him credit for the technology.
For what?
The technology changed now. We went to the new age.
You give him credit for opening up the space for companies to thrive.
The space was there.
His policies. No. Come on. There are credits.
The companies came to Nigeria. They came to everywhere. The telecom, the internet age, everything. He came. He was when Ebola invented the whole thing. So the whole world, it was a shift in the whole world. It was a global phenomenon.
Before
Africa,
before Obasanjo came, there was telecom now. So
not the kind of thing. Not exactly. Yeah.
Okay, get your point. Yeah, but to be
even
honest,
if you look at what they call it that time, GSM is global. What is it? Global something.
He tried.
It was global.
He tried the reform in that sector. In power, he failed.
Let me tell you, even in that sector,
the economy
do you know what he did to Nitel? I was Nitel killed. How did they sold? Who did he sold Nitel to? You see, the whole thing was just a scam. Forget about it. No matter how you want to flip this man, it's just
you don't allow me to talk. That's the problem. The
continue.
Obasanjo did some. He tried to commercialize, to privatize some of the companies, right?
Let me ask you. Mention one company that Obasanjo privatized that is working today.
Yeah, that's what I want to explain to you now. That was, don't forget, the BP. That was when Atiku did all his evil things. Why you see Obasanjo see 18th today. Obasanjo, in terms of the economy, like I said, the GDP improved during his time. Our foreign debt were cancelled. The truth is,
even that, let me tell you, even cancelling foreign debt is a bad economy measure. How many countries have you seen doing that?
It's like America canceling their trillions of debt.
I don't even know the perception Nigerians have about foreign debt.
How are you going to go pay debt when your country
gets problems? How can you take money and say you want to go and settle debt? Go and look at even the developed country in this world. Go and look at them. Go and look at the debt of America. Go and look at the debt of France and all those things. How can you say you are canceling debt?
It's like Trump saying he wants to set American debt.
Our argument there is hard sometimes. I mean, in general, I give him credit for some things, but when it comes to stuff like politics, it should not speak, man. I don't want to hear that one. Because I know the politics of Obasanjo play across the country. It was really dirty. EFCC, we are going after people, opposition. I mean, I'm not a supporter.
Do you know what he was saying that time? He said that PDP is going to rule for 60 years.
60, yeah. Obasanjo that was changing.
You cannot, during Obasanjo regime, it's only who he wants now. He can't just, there was no election. There was no election in Nigeria at that time.
Obasanjo was changing Senate president as if you are changing clothes. He will just bring money. Even the worst one try to get third term. Like, come on, man. If you come to politics, Obasanjo should. Well, I don't even know why people listen to him in politics. He's pretending as if he's a saint. I'm like, really? Like, are you kidding me?
If it's not for Tinubu and Buhari that came in, Obasanjo will still be the godfather of Nigeria. He's one picking president. I want to pick Yaradua and Jonathan to come in. And he wanted to keep running, the guy wanted to hold Nigeria yoke, forever.
Obasanjo wanted to hold Nigeria to ransom. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, I know that.
He's the one that pick Yaradua and Jonathan to. But fortunately, I won't say fortunately, but when Yaradua died, Jonathan was kind of slipping off his hand. So, he was still kind of trying to use some kind of power. God knows, sir. He probably would have used military to overthrow Jonathan, sir. Who knows? So, luckily, that Tinubu dynasty is what got rid of Obasanjo, cut his hand off Nigeria totally. When Tinubu team up with Buhari and get rid of Obasanjo's dynasty, get rid of PDP.
Look at how Obasanjo was one that destroyed Afenifere now.
Normal.
He was one that destroyed Afenifere.
He's calm there actually. He's calm there.
Uh-huh. And he killed their political figure. Once Bolage was eliminated,
that one, I'm not aware of that too.
Don't be afraid. Let me tell you, there is this book written by Bisi Akonde. Go and read it. He said it that even this man that just died a few weeks ago, Adebanjo. He said government has a hand in the death of Bolage. He said it.
Yep. Everybody knows.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, everybody knows definitely.
How many political assassinations took place under Obasanjo?
Don't mind him again. That one too. Like a lot of big time politicians, they will just clear you up. Obasanjo need to just go. He should just retire.
Let me tell you, if you look at our political terrain now, it's far better than what we have under Obasanjo. Far better. Our electionary process is better. At least now you will still see opposition, even if they don't win during the election, they will still go to court and still win. Obasanjo, tell me one person, one opposition that went to court during Obasanjo and won.
But even Jagaba is playing dirty politics, so Jagaba want to collapse all the political parties to APC. Jagaba politics is also very dangerous, man. Yeah,
if those ones allowed it, any politician can do that.
I mean, he's doing it already. I mean, Jagaba is a real politician, right? Unlike Obasanjo was coming.
Let me say, AY. I don't even know why. One man was praising Ribadu when he came, and because all those things that guy said, I was just looking at, they're just rubbish. They're just rubbish. Okay, let me give you, and that's why I usually tell people that if you have to go back in the history and the mentality of these Northerners. You understand? He is talking about what happened even in your state. Okay, when have they not been hearing how these Fulani people, did they actually come here and condemn what his people, is a Fulani guy, have been doing? Did he condemn them? No, tell me now. He's talking about political, he says that insecurity, that it has been worse under Tinubu. Who are those people creating that insecurity? Are they not the one? They are the one. They are the one behind everything. But he came here and if you are eulogizing him and say this is talking rubbish. Absolutely
Ribado?
Yes.
Nigeria is a funny place. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Let me tell you this. Most people don't know that before 1945, I will tell you this AY. The North has not been in the Nigerian parliament. They only came after 1945. And all this power that we claim that they have is the British that gave them. When they came that time, they were even given condition. Because when you talk about secession, it's virtually the Northerners that have been talking. They were the first to be fighting for secession. They want to secede from Nigeria.
That's true.
They are the first.
Mm-hmm.
That time, they said for them to join the parliament in Nigeria, that they gave 3 conditions. That the way the British have drawn the map of Nigeria, that there should not be any alteration in the north-southern border.
Yeah. And
they said 2, that whatever Nigeria is doing, that their representation in Nigeria, because that time it's only House of Representatives that they have in the parliament, that it has to be based on population, which the British there was no consensus census that time, but the British has arrogated more than 50% of Nigerian population to them. and they say it has to be based on population, and that's why they have more representation, which they have been using up to today. And they also said that the revenue sharing should also be based on population. And the southern people, they considered all those things to them. Is that not what you are suffering today?
See what I see, right? To be honest, at this point, I feel
Hold on,
Nigeria.
hold on. You said the British gave them power. Don't you think it was after the Civil War that they became powerful?
No. In fact, this one was even before. I'm talking about between 1945 and 1949. Because before they wrote 1949 Constitution.
Okay, so before the Civil War, can you explain how powerful? In what way they were powerful?
It's the same thing now. Now they have more people in the parliament. You understand?
Wait. Before the Civil War, like let's say at independence, like show me in what way the North were very more powerful than the South.
They were the one controlling the federal now.
How?
Oh, so you don't know?
Wait, now just explain it. Now it's not about. I don't know. Okay, explain
okay.
It.
One. Let me tell you. There is if by the time after the election they have more representation in the House, more than even
which election?
Federal election. Now they have this parliamentary election that they used to hold now.
Wait, what is this thing where they said when the Southwest and the Southeast thought if they combine, there will be a more powerful position than the North?
No, they cannot. They cannot even be as much as them. That was why Zeke actually look at them and say, okay, if I actually align with these people, it will favor me than align with the Western region.
From what I know, in fact the East had more representative. You know, I mean there was.
Let me tell you.
There was
there is no. The NCNC is not here.
The NCNC had more votes than.
No, it has a more national acceptance.
Okay,
because it was not an Eastern political party. You understand? Unlike AG that is local. AG of Awolowo was a Western region party. NCNC, you've forgotten that NCNC was not even formed by Zeke. It was formed by Abat Macaulay. A Southwestern,
you're saying the what's the Northern Party again that time? The
MPC.
MPC was way more powerful than if you combine the.
Exactly. Yes.
I don't think so. Right? But anyway, let's say maybe voting whatever power they have back then. But what other power did they have over us to control things, to dictate?
They were the one. Let me tell you, even with the Western region, they were the one controlling the military.
The military.
Yes.
The military.
Easy. Let me tell you. Do you know that there was something that happened under our constitution that time? The head of state and the commander-in-chief of armed forces supposed to be the president, which is supposed to be Zeke. But in 1964, what happened in 1964? The military refused to obey the president. They said
they said who was the head of the military that time?
It was a British man.
Well, in 1964,
it was a British.
In which year?
1964. In 1964, it was 1965.
We got independent. How can the British be the head of the Nigerian military when we already got independent?
Google it. You said I just Google
it. The number one military rank man was Agui Rossi now.
No.
It was 1965.
A British man was the GOC of the Nigerian army.
After independence.
Yes. After independence.
Okay. So who was the Nigerian that was the most powerful Nigerian in the Nigerian army back then?
Agui Rossi was the
most. In fact, it's not even Agui Rossi that is supposed to hand over to. Let me tell you this. It was one Ogundipe.
Okay, fine. So
Ogundipe, you know, let me tell you.
Ogundipe cheated out now.
Wait, okay. Whether he was supposed to be whoever. Let's say
he was a white man, Sha.
Okay, white man. Then for the Nigerian, the white man is the most powerful Nigerian, the man in Nigerian military. Okay, fine.
He was the head of the army.
Okay, then the second,
there was after them die. They now handed over to Ironsi.
Okay, so Ironsi became the most powerful
Became the most senior, not necessarily the most powerful.
He's not
Who was the most powerful then?
He became the most senior. You see,
who was the most powerful?
You see, the way the army power operates.
Talk about this.
Let's explain now. The power was not concentrated in one person, as at that time. You understand? The North are the one controlling all the junior ranks. You understand?
Junior ranks.
Yes.
Izongu was able to control.
Was a
come on now.
Wait, now Shebi asked us, make we talk now. We're trying to tell you.
No, you can't just use all these buzzwords controlling the North, controlling this.
I will explain.
You got to break it down. Break it down.
Let you know why we conclude that way. You see, when they wanted to overthrow Ironsi, it was not necessarily a senior officer coup. You understand? It wasn't a senior officer coup. It was a junior officer coup, and it was a northern coup.
Nice, a northern coup.
Yeah, it was a northern coup.
Let's not discuss the coup. Hold on, wait. Let's stick to what we were talking about. Who was controlling?
And we are telling you.
Wait, hold on. The document is there. The list. Hold on.
In the junior cadre than the rest of the other regions.
They said again.
The northerners were more in the junior cadre. Even now,
in the junior officers
are still more.
Now we are not talking about now. Hold on. Let's not.
Even then, they are more.
We are talking about. Hold on. We are talking
like that.
It's the top rank officers that are more of Igbos. Then, Mike.
You say?
It is the top rank officers, the officers that are more of Igbos.
Even the
soldiers are more of the northerners.
Bros, the officers, the record is there. You know how the military works. We have officers there, you have the troops. The officers, the record is there. The region that had the most highest number of officers, both from junior officers to senior officers, were the Southeasterners.
We are telling you that.
Yes. If you hold on. If you now combine the Southeast, the South, the Southwest, all the officers together, way more than the Northerners. The Northerners didn't have that many officers. In fact, by the time they did, hold on now, wait.
Telling you now.
Bros, calm down. The record is there. The number is there. The list is there. So this is not me, my father telling me this one, that one, or these stories that they talk everywhere. Because Nigerian, bunch of things we hear from each other is bunch of propaganda. Yeah, the record is there. Go and look it up. The fact of the matter is, even when the 1960 school, when they killed the few Northern officers that were there, the one that were left, it was only Gowon became the highest ranking Northern officer left. Imagine when there were still hundreds of Southern officers. They were there and they're up because by the time the Northerners did the counter coup, the amount of Southeast officers they killed were so many that even after the coup, the Southeast still have more officers left than the North. That's why they still had the confidence to go to war with the country. To be an officer, wait, let me tell you the reason why. To be an officer, first of all, you have to have education. To be an officer in the army, you have to have education. So the reason why they start add more officers because we have way more educated people in Nigeria than them.
Explain to you.
So they didn't have that many officers than we did.
Let's explain now.
How can they control the army?
Wait now. We told you that before the war, Igbo had more senior officers. But the junior officers and the other ranks,
senior. Don't make us stop.
Let's explain now. They are junior officers now. All those captains, all these IBB, were they not junior officers?
I'm saying they had both more officers. Forget junior officers.
They don't have more.
Yes, they did.
Junior officers.
What's this guy talking about?
Which officers do they talk about? Where they get? Where will they talk?
Do you know what they mean by officer rankings?
Why won't I know officers? They are junior officers. They are junior in Nigerian army structure and systems. There are senior officers. There are junior officers. There are other junior commission officers. There are also non-commissioned officers. Non-commissioned officers are all those warrant officers, W1, W2. Those are non-commissioned officers. We have junior commissioned officers like second lieutenant, captain. By Nigeria order then, because there were not too many most senior officers, you consider a major, a lieutenant colonel as a senior officer. All these them Absalami, all these them Babangida, they were officers now. All this Salu Ibrahim.
What is your point here?
What we are telling you is that before the war, the senior, when we say senior, maybe somebody in the rank of maybe a colonel, brigadier, and the rest, by Nigerian Army standard then, because now you will not even consider a colonel a very senior officer in the army because there are so many generals. Now the point is, at that time, the Igbos were the topmost. You understand? But if you are looking at colonel, lieutenant colonel, major, down, their Hausas were more.
Now lie.
Because
That's a lie. That's a lie.
let me give you the
Where
analysis.
do you get a number from? Where do you get it from?
Let me give you the
No,
analysis.
pull it up. Pull the number up. The
Okay, put
fact
the
is
number
there.
that told you that Igbo officers
I
were
will
more.
pull it up. In fact,
Which number?
I will
Pull
look
it.
for it.
Pull
In
it
general,
out.
in the Nigerian army, if you are talking about, you have to
Who
understand.
told you that Igbo officers were more? Pull it.
At this, hold on, calm down. Let's not just argue roughly. Calm down. Go and look it up to yourself.
Mike, why you they argue with you? Don't know.
Alaye, Nisuru. Let me talk now. Just sort of now. The fact of the matter is this.
Why are you like convincing yourself? The fact is, the Igbos, they have more officers in the Nigerian army, so also even in the ministries.
Exactly.
So don't
told you
which
that.
one
I
is
told you
Patowski is trying to
from
play
one
this game
rank
of
to
junior officer.
We told you that before the war, Igbo had more senior officers. So what's
officers in general, not just senior officers. No,
so just
officers
put
in general.
just
how
put
many
it before
generals
the
do you have during
war,
the war?
the Igbo
Before the
control the
war,
military. Simple.
how many
Patowski want
generals
to
do you
start
have?
doing all these those arguments.
Controlling
Hold
is
on.
not. We are
Before
talking
the
about
war,
number. We are talking
before the
about
war,
number. It's not about
before the
control.
war. Sorry, before the war, how many officers do you even have in the Nigerian army up as a whole? As a whole, before the war, it was only 2 generals that we have, or 3: Ademulegun, Aguiyi-Ironsi, Ogundipe, and
Forget about Yoruba. Yoruba does not even have representation in
My
Nigeria.
Malari
what I'm saying is that in the army before the war, how many generals do you even have in the Nigerian army before the war? You can count them on your fingertip now.
No, it was on the fingertip. They have generals. Trust, they have
How many do you have?
Listen,
before the war.
Calm down. I will put that number out for you at some point, but just give me
that
time.
Are Nigerians.
Yes, Nigerians, yeah.
That are general in the army before the war. Even Irosi
And
that was
the only northern guy that was the actual general was my Malari, and we had more southern.
Tell me another
maybe not only one, but not only my Malari.
Tell me another Igbo general that you have apart from Irosi.
Bro, what's this guy? I will look it up. I'll put it up. I just can't remember
it now.
They had general. Irosi was
now?
more of this guy, man. Just the fact of the matter is this. Let's not make it all diverse.
Bring it up.
The point of the matter is this: before the coup, after the British left, most of the officers, both junior and senior, in the Nigerian army, officers means, so I'm not talking about troops. Troops is different from officer class. Officers.
Before you move on, Mike, wait. So you are talking about officers?
Officers, yes.
Military.
Let me explain. Simba, maybe you don't understand.
Simba, wait.
You know there's difference between troops and officers.
Simba, wait. You should get the big picture. Don't let us go this minute. When we are talking of the warfare, the force, the size, the capacity is what we are talking generally. So forget about the word officer. Use it as just a general thing. Don't start categorizing. In the population of the military, at the higher cadre, the Igbo people are leading. At the lower cadre, just from lower cadre to anything, whether rank and file, everything, the Hausas were more. That's what Simba and Patowski were saying.
No. That's not what they're saying. No. Patowski
that's what we are saying.
Patowski said they are more junior officers, not amas. That's what
I
he said.
was following. See, when they say that, you should understand it from the general concept.
And even the rack and file, that one, the rack and file, those ones. Okay. Talking about troops.
Okay, let's use the word military personnel. Let's use the military personnel.
If you talk about military personnel, in terms of troops, hold on. First of all, in the military, who's really relevant is the officers. Troops are just guys recruits and they stand and you give the order, you can get rid of them anytime. That one, they don't count. They are always in the thousands. So nobody count which tribe is which and which. No one, there's no anyone can come up with number of which region has more troops and rank and file troops, things like that. No one can. They just recruit people from all over the place. But when you talk about officer, those are the real. Hold on, officer. Those are the real. That's the real army. Those are the commanders. Those are the one that command the military. You understand? So, as far as rank and file troops, no one knows. But what we know was, as far as troops goes, what we know was that when the war started, is when the officers started recruiting troops from bushes, from all over the place. And then typically, most Northerners were the ones signing up during the war to fight, to go and shoot in the front. And then a lot of Southerners too also sign up. But the real army is the officers. They are the one that's the real army, the structure of army. And those are the ones that run the army. So I'm telling you, and the main argument we're arguing here is
okay, let's not lose the context. Let's just focus on the context. The thing is this: are those people, decision maker you are talking about, at command, the Igbo people, they are the top of the echelon. They were leading. Now, when they plan the first coup, even though they still have higher ranking officers among
It's
Yoruba
not
and
even
the
true
South.
now. It's not even true.
what I'm even saying is,
just let me read it out
if you
to
combine the South, the old Southern officer, the Igbo, the Yoruba, the South, all of them together, they are way high. The number is
Let
combined
me
way
read
higher
it
than the
out to
Northerners.
you. Hold on, let me read it out to you, so that we'll
Don't know what you are reading, no.
Okay,
Post it,
I just brought it up
no,
now.
post it on the screen.
Doesn't know
Am I
what
going
he's
to
reading. Just let him read whatever I want to read.
let me
Let's
read
hear.
it out to
Cite the
you.
source.
This
Before you go and read
Vanguard. This
IPOB, this
Vanguard. No, what am I going to gain by
Vanguard.
lying, by reading what is not existing? This Vanguard, and their pictures are here. Nigeria approaches the month of October 1st. The senior officer meets 30 Nigerian military officers before 1960. From the left to the right, Captain Robert Adeyinka Adebayo, Captain Philip Effiong, Captain Ume Ogere, Imo, Major Adesoji Ademulegun, Major Wellington Bassi, Major Gowon Norman Foster, GOC, Nigeria Army, Major Aguiyi-Ironsi, that's the
That
GOC.
normal Foster, I think it's a British show.
Major Ralph Adetuji Shodende, Captain Zakari Mamalari, Captain Conrad Nwanwo, Captain David Ejo, that's an Urubo man. Then
It was a Midwestern.
Lieutenant Igboba,
the governor of the Midwestern region.
Lieutenant George Kurubo, non-Nigerian, that's Ghana. We even had Ghanaians. Lieutenant Akaga, Lieutenant Patrick Wuna, Lieutenant Louis Ogbonia, that's Ogbona, Lieutenant Chukwuemeka Odumego Ojukwu, Lieutenant Eyo Ekpo, Lieutenant Ato Unegbe, that's Edoma, Lieutenant Agbogo Lagema, that's from Plateau, Lieutenant standing third row, Lieutenant Hilary Mubilitem Njoku, that's an Iboma, Lieutenant Macaulay Zefili, that's an Iboma, Lieutenant Ogunewe, Lieutenant Shedrack, that's from Middle Belt, Lieutenant Alexander Madiebo, that's from Middle Belt, Second Lieutenant Eze, Second Lieutenant Yakubu Gowon, Lieutenant Sivanos Onwanje, Lieutenant Yakubu Pam, that's another platoon, Lieutenant Azan Kassina. The very first row to be commissioned officer was Wellington Bassi with Army number 1. 2 months later, Aguiyi-Ironsi and Lieutenant Samuel Ademulegun number 3 were also commissioned. A short while later, Ralph Adetuji Shodende 4 and was also commissioned. So the first 4 officers of Nigerian Army were Bassi from Calabar, followed by Aguiyi-Ironsi from the southeast, followed by Ademulegun from Ondo State, Abediki Tideni, then followed by another Yoruba man, Shodende from Abeokuta. That's all. So the Igbos were not even too many in this. They are not. Yorubas were even more than Igbos. So that narrative is wrong. So you can hear all their names now. The Middle Belt from Plateau, from Benue, then the Yorubas were more than the rest. Were more than the rest. Can you hear me?
Mike is not talking again. No?
Oh, see, I've been talking the whole time. I was muted. I've been arguing. I said majority of the name you mentioned are Southerners.
They are from Yoruba. They are not even Southeasterner. That's what I'm saying.
South,
Southeasterner and Middle Belt.
Bro.
From Plateau.
No. South. Sorry, South is at the higher. I don't. Whatever list you read.
No, now can't you hear the names?
Bro, you saying the first commission, or you talking about by the time
I've read several names. Then
hold
later
on.
I read the
But majority of the name, first of all, the one you read, I don't know what the name you read. The majority of the name are Southerners. That's the fact. I didn't count, but
no, wait. Okay, look at it now. Captain Robert Adeyinka.
Can you put it on the screen so we can follow you up? We can follow you. Is there a way we can
okay, let's read one by one. Captain Robert Adeyinka Adebayo.
Okay,
that's somebody from Ola's town. Captain Philip F. Young. That's Yoruba man plus Calabar man. Captain Ume Ogere. That's from Imo. Captain Ume Ogere, Imo. That's either from Imo or Cross River. Major Samuel Adesoji Ademulegun. That's from Odo State. Major Wellington Bassi. That's another Calabar man. Major General Norman Foster. That's the British man that is the GOC.
Yeah, it was the British. Yes.
It was the British. It was GOC of Nigerian Army. He was the chief of army staff. Then sitting next to him is Major Agui Rosin. That's an Igbo man. Major Raf Adetunji Shodende. That's an Egba man. Major Zakaria Mamalari. That's the northerner. Captain Konrad Nwanwu. That's an Igbo man. David Ejo. That's an Urobo man.
That one you mentioned for David Ejo is what?
That's the an Igbo man. Nwanwu.
Okay.
Captain Konrad Nwanwu.
Okay.
Then David Ejo. That's an Urobo man. Lieutenant Colonel Igboba. That sounds like a middle belt person.
What's the name again?
Lieutenant Igboba.
Spell it.
Igboba. Lieutenant George
Igboba. That's Igbo man now.
Remurewon Kurubo. That's from South. Is it okay? That one, Remurewon Kurubo, they wrote in front. Non-Nigeria. Then Lieutenant Colonel Akaha Akaga. That sounds like middle belt.
That's an Igbo man.
Lieutenant Patrick Awuna. That sounds Igbo. Lieutenant Colonel Ogbona. That's Igbo.
All these Igbo, you cannot speak fast, so that way I don't put it down.
Note it now.
I'm noting
Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu.
Another Igbo.
Eyo Ekpo. That's from Cross River. Lieutenant Otto.
Eyo who?
Eyo Ekpo. That's Cross River name.
Okay, that's a Cross River.
Lieutenant Otto Unegbe. That's
that's the Igbo man. Come on.
No, Unegbe. Unegbe na Edo man now.
Spell it.
Of 15 military officers you mentioned now, all of them except one is a Northerner. All of the rest are Southerners.
That's the main argument I was even presenting. It's not really like I was
the main argument. Said the Igbos are the one.
Hold on. No. Simba, the main argument was not really about Igbo people, whatever. The main argument was
okay. I didn't know what. Wait.
Calm down. Before Patoki started turning to.
I'm not in a hurry now. Don't tell me.
First of all, me, I know for a fact that majority of officers were Igbo, but that's not the main argument today. But the main argument I was arguing against Simba was that he said the Northerners were in charge of the military, and I'm like, no, that's not true. The Southerners are in charge, and if we combine all the Southern officers,
if you say
right, calm down.
You know, Mike. Let me
the fact of the matter is, hold on, the fact of the matter is, we need to stop this idea that it was after the war that the Northerners took over Nigeria. Before the war, they didn't have control of Nigeria like that.
Okay, so can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me tell you the genesis of what even make the military to look as if they have power in Nigeria. You know, in 1964, there was a fight between Tafawa Balewa and Zik, because as at that time, the MPC, they were not in alliance with Zik party again. They came and that was when Akintola joined them. They had an election which the Western region and Eastern region boycotted, and at the same time they came out with a result. And the Northern Alliance, NNDP, that's what they called them that time. They have the majority in the house. Now, in Nigerian constitution that time, the president, which is the Zik, that's supposed to constitute the parliament. But because the thing didn't favor him, he refused to constitute the parliament. And the whole situation now led to a chaos in Nigerian this thing. And so they are now looking at, okay, they have to declare state of emergency. The military has to come in. Who's now to be the commander-in-chief? The military, they refuse to listen to, because they are not, Zik was not in power. Is the
who was
MPC,
the military man that would refuse to listen to Zik?
the Oyibo man that we are talking about?
Okay, so the white man.
Is Western
Okay, so it was the white man.
Evra.
So it was the white man that was in charge.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So why do you say it's the northern?
No, I didn't say it was the northern. I'm just giving you a background. You understand?
So if the white man refused to listen to Zik,
because they are the ones.
So he's the white man now. So he decided not to listen to Zik on behalf of British, not on behalf of the North. The British are focusing on their interests. So whatever Nigerian leader, anyone who asks them to do, if it's against the British interest, they won't do it. So even if it was Tafawa Balewa that gave the British man order, and the Queen of England look at it and say, "Come on, this is against our interests in Nigeria," you disobey the order too now. So the point I'm trying to make is we give this Northerners so much power. Like I think they just control us. They just have this muscle over us, and we are just weak. And that's why a lot of our people they always sound weak. Even Bello.
It's not.
Look at the guy. The way the guy ran to the north to go and buy down, to go and beg them. I'm not saying it was wrong for making peace, but the thing is, we have this fear that whenever Northerners we just be shaking. It's because our parents put in our head that these people are so powerful.
Why, earlier on, Mike, when I was talking, okay, why did they concede initially when the Northerners want to join the parliament in 1949? Why did they consider those things to them? The borders, the sharing formula, and the representation in the House of Representatives. Why did the Southerners consider those things to them?
Which Southerners?
Oh, so you don't know?
Wait, you talk about 1949?
Yes.
1949 is no Nigeria, so whatever was going on then,
that was what I'm saying. The whole thing have started before what people are looking at.
Which whole thing are you talking about? That the Northerners are hold on. Simba, let's try to put structure on what
I think Mike,
are you saying hold on.
We need to go and study our history.
Wait now, wait. Are you saying the Northerners just have this magical power?
It's not magical power. Let me tell you this. Maybe you are not listening to me. They were not part of Nigerian parliament until between 1945 and 1949. That was when they joined. And before they joined, because they wanted to secede, that's what I'm saying. They don't want to even be part of Nigeria.
Okay, cool. So we are the one forcing to brought them. Yeah, I agree with you.
So and the condition they gave that time before they joined was that there should be no alteration in the northern and southern northern border that the British has created. They said, okay, they will consider that. They also told them, because even that time, even we don't have any consensus population census, but from what the British has arrogated to them, they have more population, more than 50% of our population, and they said that the representation also will be based on population, and even the sharing formula of revenue will also based on population.
Is that not what they are saying today? That's what they said back then.
Yes.
And so let's assume that's what he said. I don't know, I can't confirm, but let me go by what you're saying. So if they decide to put something on the table that favor them, that does over the South, so why did your Southern leaders agree?
They agree. That's what I'm saying. That the problem.
Okay, so what are you blaming for this? Did they use force to make them agree?
It's not. Is that the only one? Even when they said they are not ready for independence, Why can't they say, okay, if you are not ready, we are ready, we are going?
Okay, so the Northerners didn't use any kind of power to get anything.
Even let me tell you, even when we are talking about the war, the coup, the 1966 July coup by the Northerners, the main reason why behind it is because they wanted to go.
Okay, so what is this power that they are
But when they said that, even the British, they have not even left them completely that time. They are the one that now say, okay, you guys don't go because you have an advantage. And
I
that's why
don't know where this thing just. I don't know where the British man met the Hausa man in the room and say, "Come, don't go." All these things,
you don't
just like this.
understand. They see, let me tell you,
They
they
will tell
see
us that it
them.
was the British that broke
Let
the
me
war
tell
not
you,
to do this.
the British that they have their interest in Nigeria, and
They
they
do
think
now.
that if they put them there, it will favor them than putting a
I don't
Southern.
think it's the British that's putting them there. We all know every person has got into power. We all know how they got there. I don't see how it was the British man that is putting them there. I don't see it. I follow the whole facts and I see that most of the things the Northerners get, they benefit them. We gave it to them. It was all handed to them. You see that one of one
Think
starter
that
or the
you
other. Hold on.
yourself. Mike is
Everything.
supposed to come from Ondo State. I get it for you.
Mo nísìnyí now. Yeah, what yes, so Zima solo, Jago solo, but Malve solo, yes, so you got. But the point I'm trying to make is this: everything the Northerners benefits get from, like we claim that they are reaping from the South. It was handed to them in a platter of in a platter of platter of gold by
I
Southern.
agree with you. They handed it over. Yes, they gave them. They gave them that time.
Everything,
Yes.
everything from the power, when it became powerful after the military, because like example before the war, they were not it's usually foolish decision of one certain leader or the other. One foolish decision, we just hand it to them. Even this sharing thing that they are sharing, we claim that the Northerners are taking the oil from the South. It's not be Rossi that decide to create up something, put everything to the center and share. So at the end of the day, the people they will say the Northerners taking our taking. We are the one that gave it to them. Everything they benefit from the South, they didn't use their own might to get it from us. And neither did the British. It's we, the Southerners, foolish way we do things and think we give everything to them. Even today, even when they win the election, we hand it to them. Even in the next election now, if they become powerful, we're already saying it because the South is ready to give power to them because they don't want Yoruba man to remain in power. So at the end of the day, when next election now, the Southeastern vote for the Northern guy, and the Northern guy wins from a defeat Tinubu, we'll start crying again that the Northerners are.
Mike. I think I said this thing.
We will blame them that they are controlling us.
I told Aizon when it was 2 days or 3 days ago. I said that it's because we are not united in the South. That's why we
are foolish.
Yes, we are very foolish.
Just like look at the military list we just gave now after independence. Look at the name of the officer. Literally, we could have just ruled them. Like imagine if all those Southern officers, Yoruba, Igbo, South, all of them just say, okay, North versus South. We've just been power. Like literally, they were powerless. So how do we go from that number where we just dominate the military to them now becoming the people that took over the military after the Civil War? So it's our
you see now we have a Southerner there now, and most of the criticism is coming from the Southerner.
His deadly enemies, his worst enemy are Southerners. Southeast.
Yeah, but the thing is, even till now, if the South come together, to be honest, they can achieve anything, right? But now it's even worse that the South are so divided. Oh my God, I can't even understand. Like you go to
you see, people always think I like it not. Simba, trust me, I don't. It's not that I like them. I just get sick of seeing Southerners not realizing, not looking in the mirror.
Mikey,
they don't look in the mirror at all.
Like
the Southerners, they don't look in the mirror at all. No, it's not that. I used to talk like you guys, trust me. Not. It got to a point I can't realize, see, most of my life, the people who don't give me a headache pass, now my fellow Southerners. I literally not know they never stress me since they born me. I couldn't realize they come. I begin to think, took my time to think.
You know, Mike.
I swear to God, the people don't scam me, we don't betray me, we don't do my life. Now, either my own Yoruba people or Igbo people or South, it's Southerners. But then people will tell me, say, my problem,
Mike,
my enemy is Southerners.
when during the Tinubu case, and that after our election, this court case that they have. Do you know that there was a time they were doing rally, and you can see the Southerners say, hey, even they should not, even if they give it to Atiku, they will prefer Atiku to Tinubu. Southerners saying that too.
Yeah, let me say this. Satana, they don't know how to unite. Even in that election, right? Like my position was when I saw some Satana supporting Atiku, I'm like, are you crazy? After Fulani rule for 8 years, it's just painting there. You see, I said,
But why should the South unite? I mean, what is it
so,
that
I mean, they don't have to, but they should stop blaming Northerners for their own.
exactly what do we share in common that's so peculiar that we have to unite?
But they will be doing this not the control South, the bully South. They will be South, they bully now, and they bully ourselves.
Yeah, but however, during that election, right? After a Northern rule for 8 years, it doesn't matter. Let South have the power. It doesn't matter where the person is coming from, but let power just go to South for just equity sake, you know. But I understand your whole point. We got to look for a way to work together because there are issues like, let's say in the Senate now, if the Southerners are united, there are things they can pursue. I said, no, this is where we start in the South, but we don't have that unity.
I think the way forward is for the whole country to unite. This South North thing, we just need to throw it away. Just need to throw it away.
I think we confuse ourselves with this South North dichotomy, okay? Because it really is not. It really is not.
It doesn't exist, man. It's just some bullshit.
It doesn't quite exist because even when you look at the North South dichotomy, okay, if you say okay, the South should vote as a voting bloc as the South, okay, the Southern voting bloc, a decent amount of it actually stretches to the North Central.
Exactly.
It's like we talked about that.
They are pretty much Southerners now.
You know, I looked at the map.
Hey, you people should not make that mistake. Oh, there's no time that the North Central has been voting in like Southerners. Forget it.
No.
Where did you get that one from?
What I'm saying is this. They are independent. I mean, are you saying that they are not independent senators that vote? Because I think the other problem is this. Okay, when we advance this North-South dichotomy and as individuals that are educated, we keep advancing it. What it does is it actually reinforces it within the northern senators, okay, and within the north, it reinforces it for them as well, because what it convinces them is the idea that the South is against them, okay, and if you convince them that the South is against them, you leave them no other option than to band together as a voting.
Let me tell you this, Aro. The minority, because I call them the minority, they always look for the easiest of the majority that they can exactly, and that's why an average North Central would prefer to go with the Northerners than to come with the Southerners.
Well, when you keep telling them, when you keep saying the North, they have no choice. You've left them no choice.
No,
by insisting on the North, by insisting on the rationale of the North versus the South, by insisting that there is a dichotomy, you leave them no choice.
Okay,
you leave them no choice because you separated yourself from them.
Wait, who started the dichotomy?
Well, it was started at the time when they went to the Lancaster House and they made the agreements.
No, not just that. You see, they have leaders among them who rather will identify with the South. Look at Sunday Awuni. You know that man Nilorin now.
The Kogi man.
The Kogi man now. Awuni. Not the older brother, not the younger brother.
I know Sunday Awuni now.
He would rather claim himself to be Northerner. In fact, at a point he was chairman Arewa.
Yes, now Arewa Constitutive Forum.
He was the president.
One way, you know, about it.
So they always look for a way that will make it politically easy for them.
There was a day,
the like of Simba, that are used to Ilorin, they are the one betraying us in the south here. You know.
No,
Okay, look
I
at Jeremy Bewon. Look at Jeremy
don't.
Bewon, General Jeremy Bewon. General Jeremy Bewon is from Kogi now. By
Yes,
all
it's from
intentions and purposes, he's a northerner, but he is possibly one of. I mean, when we talk about military administrators in
yeah,
Nigeria,
but you
in
claim
Western
to
Nigeria,
get
that
the
are of
one.
consequence.
The fact of the matter is this: the person from the Yoruba man you mentioned from the North Central that rather align politically with the North. It's not because he doesn't seem to have the Yoruba man or he doesn't have more love for the Yorubas. He see that these people they are less likely to betray me and they are straightforward when they talk. He knows that
Simple. That's
if I enter
exactly.
the room, even the reason why most certain politicians are going sometimes along with the Northern, because they know when they enter a room with the Northern, when they have meeting, exactly what they agree is what's going to be. But
It's
your
gonna be
fellow
exactly.
Southerners, you enter a room with your certain politicians, whatever you agree in that room, it's not likely to
No,
be.
Mike.
Even hold on now, let me give you this one example. Even when the Southern Governors Forum, they all met in Delta State to have
In
meeting.
Delta, they met
Hold on
3
now
times,
with
Mike. They
Okowa.
met in Lagos. They met
Hold
in
on.
Delta. They met in Enugu.
They met in Delta, with Governor Okowa, and they all agreed that the next president will come from the south. The person that hosted the meeting, the Okowa, he himself gone as the one that run as the vice presidential candidate to the Northerner. So, and they had a meeting. So, why would this small central politicians that are Southerners by blood, by mentality, culture, by love, by heart, why would they not choose to align with the North when it's time to do their
Let's
political
not.
job? When they know the Northerners are easier to deal with.
Let's clarify
We
something.
just need to start looking in the mirror about our behavior.
It's not. I don't like the way you are placing them as if we are betrayal. There, it's not true. What you are
let's
saying is not
clarify
actually
something.
true.
Let's clarify something for them. You see, this middle belt that we are talking about, let's even say some of them are Sadara. The part that are Southerners among them are the Lori of Kwara and the Egbe of Kogi. The rest are not Southerner. The Gala, the Gbira, the Barutin. Do you call it Barutin or a Tapama Southerner?
The Nupe.
They are not.
The Benue people, the chief, the Jukuns.
The chief, the Jukuns. So the ones that you can claim as Southerners among them are the Yoruba, the Okun.
And they are even
are telling me they don't minority. They are not Southerners.
Melo Laye team, the Okun people and the Yoruba Ilorin. That's all.
Hold on now. You're saying the
So
teams, the Doma, the Jukun,
the Domas are not Southerners now.
The Domas are not Southerners.
Yes.
Two-Face in Libya. Two-Face in Libya is not.
Because that one they stay for Lagos now. He's not a Southerner.
He's a Northerner now.
He's a Northerner. He's from Middle Belt.
He's a Northerner.
He's a Northerner.
But can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I'm saying culturally.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Pato, can I ask you a question?
You.
What actually from a geographical perspective, what makes a Northerner, what makes a Southerner? So geographically, who is a Southerner and who is a Northerner?
This year, geopolitically, alignments have been created. Such, if you look at the way those people are geopolitically aligned over time, they've either identified as a Northerner or as Middle Belt. There has been no time that they identify as Southerner. They have gone through two phases, and they are just like this. The Middle Belt, just like Midwest, have gone through two phases. We have identified as Southwesterner, and now we have even gone through three phases. We identify as Southwesterner, Midwesterner, and Southerner. If things realign, we would rather be Southwesterner. You see the Middle Belt guys. But let me land. Let me land now. Get in land.
Now.
The Middle Belt people have always identified as Middle Belter and Northerner. If things realign, they will choose both, either of the two. They have not at any time identified as Southerners. Even during the Awolowo time, the Oku people in Kogi, they've always tried to add them to the north. And Awolowo and the rest are fought. You understand? So that's the point. At no time have they say, oh, we are Southerner.
Patoski, what Mike was saying earlier, as if let me tell you, have they ever have any agreements with the Southerners and they failed them?
At any
Why
point in time.
how did he come about say, okay, Mike, I don't even know where you get that one from.
At no point.
Well, what did I
Have there ever been any
That you
political
say they
agreement
believe that
with
they have
Middle Belt?
they believe the Northerners more than the Southerners.
No, what I'm saying is,
have there ever any agreement with the Southerners and they failed them?
Well, Southerners, wait, they don't have to have agreement with Southerners before they fail them. You watch Southerners having agreement with Southerners and they failing each other. That's enough for you to know. They say the wise learn from other people's mistakes.
Northerners fail themselves too now.
How often?
Let me tell you, you know,
you may not even be able to give me
maybe Mike doesn't know. Mike, do you know the person they call what's the name of this this guy, this thief guy that was killed now?
Which guy?
J.S. Tucker. Do you know
Tucker.
J.S. Tucker? Do you know the person called J.S. Tucker?
Tucker is from is it Benue now?
He's a Benue guy. Yeah, you know the thief massacre. You know what led to thief massacre? Because those guys that time they were also agitating for their own state from the north, because they feel maligned, they feel alienated by the Northerners.
It's a different story when you're talking about people agitating for their interest.
You understand? Instead of people listening to them, they went and killed most of them that time.
Hold on now. We are not talking about criminal behavior of people.
It's not criminal. I'm talking about people.
Hold on. Wait, let me lie. We are not talking.
We are saying that those people have never always aligned with them.
We are not talking about people agitating for personal self-agitation. We are talking about when it's time to meet, to make deals, to make agreements. That's what we are talking about here.
Let me tell you, if the British have not drawn the map for us, if they have shielded them to the south, they will still remain with us till today. That is it. It's not by their own volition. They just matched them like that.
But Simba, the fact of the matter,
they didn't choose to be there. They were not. It's not by their own decision.
I get that.
Simba, that's the point I was trying to get to when I asked Pato that question.
Hold on, I never said
that was the idea I was trying to get to when I asked Pato the question.
But at no time have they decided to say we are Southern now.
They
never tried to identify with the South.
They never identify with South. I agree with you.
We the Edo have identified with Southwest severally. Even with our
culturally,
everything.
Which culture are you talking about?
Hold on. If you put
Edo has always been part of Western region now until they gang up and move away. So
exactly. So those people have never at any point, and they have never even at any point tried to make a push to us. It is recently that we start having alignment with the Yorubas in Kogi, with the help of people like what this guy that Tinubu is trying to push as Kogi governor now. That was that. Faleke. Yes, now.
The wider point I'm trying to make with you is this: any Nigerian that has interacted with Southerners, mingled with Southerners and Northerners, which is particularly what the experience of people from that Middle Belt have had. They really mix with both North and South. They understand that I can easily trust a Northerner and a Southerner in anything, whether in business.
But I beg, this trust of the thing that you are talking about is just your own
you can deny it all you want.
There's nothing like trust there.
Simba,
it's not based on trust.
You can deny it all you want.
Mistrust is everywhere.
In fact, in business,
you know why, Mike? Let me tell you why I do not agree with you. I stay in Kwara, and even Patoski will work in Kwara for them. Let me tell you this. I asked an Abri Kwaran, and they said, come. That, when you talk about even the first lawyer that they said they produced in the north, is an Ilorin person. The father of the present governor that they have. You understand? They see themselves. In fact, most Kwarans, even when you even get to offer, not only Ilorin people, most of them, they school in the north. They went to ABU. They did not even go to University of Ilorin.
Yeah, most people from Ilorin went to ABU. Yeah.
You understand?
Even my
So
brother
they
is
see
There's
they
nowhere you go in Yoruba and you won't find Ilorin people. In Lagos, there's a lot of Ilorin people.
no,
So
just wait,
you see
Mike.
that way.
Why, Mike? Let me tell you
It's
what
where
is happening.
destiny takes you. It's not really.
It's not bad.
He didn't
Let
go
me
to ABU
most of
because
them
he liked
school in
North
the north.
and South.
The
wait
not
now.
Ilorin
What I'm
people.
saying, get me. They see that, but if they want to come southward, they will be at the disadvantage. They have that advantage of being in
They
the
can't
middle.
face that competition.
Exactly.
They rather it's easy for them to school in the north.
It's easier, yes.
You are
They have more
straightening my
advantage
view, man.
aligning with these people. It's not because of trust. They believe that by the time they come
Look at
south,
somebody like
they
Dino
face a lot
Melai
of
now.
competition.
Dino Melai went to ABU. Waiting Dino Sabi if he enter ABU. If he had
Let
come to Nigeria,
somebody like
enter
Dino.
no if he enter Unilag. He will struggle to enter UI. But easy. You go
So
and
what you are saying is that everybody from that area, I don't know,
very
which
easy.
everybody from the south.
Very easy. People were using
Everybody from the south no book. Everybody from the
people were using 200 to enter. I know guys who were using 200.
Let me tell you, Mike, you will not believe Patoski. If you school in Nigeria, you know what you are talking. In fact, even as Satan at that time, if you have less score, you can go to one of these northern universities and you get admission.
One guy straight. I say I know
so
guys.
What are you talking about?
So what does that have to do with the main point?
Simba, Momo, our boys were 200 away. Let near few team now. They take 200 jam score. Enter electrical electronics is one of the
and because those universities they are still looking for candidates now. They don't have students
to enter. Simba, all this you are saying right now, it even really kills your argument about how Northern
Atoski 200 DIO because you know that time safe. You know that time safe with 200 DIO. 200 DI because
let me tell you in the south then. If in the south, if you score less than 200, you no go get any admission.
No, if you enter state, if you enter state university,
no book
only federal university. I'm sorry. You know,
get
in
the
north.
When people don't even enroll, we are not saying they don't have brain, but when people don't even enroll, they don't even enroll. That is the problem.
You see why I get frustrated.
Let me give you a good example.
Early 90s, you will enter FUTA with less than 200 for physics electronics. For sure.
When?
As early 90s. In FUTA.
Which early 90s? Which early 90s?
Early 90s. Yeah.
Where all those universities that they were just commissioned those times, how many people even
FUTA was not just commissioned in the early 90s.
University now. With early 90s.
was not a new university.
But you go use leg.
No. It's not always leg. It depends. Sometimes
let me tell you, FUTA that is even talking about is limited to those people in Ondo State that time. How many? It's me from Washington that will say I want to go to FUTA.
That's not true. I wish FUTA was limited to federal. Will it be limited to
hold on. Let me explain to you. You see, I know someone. You know, let me tell you, I know someone who scored 190, and they mail admission letter to him to FUT Mina. From FUT.
See, Patosi, this one was
no leg, nothing.
Most people then wanted to do electrical engineering or one other year. So if they cannot make it, they just look at some other department that were not competitive, like physics electronics. So they will just push you to that
guys
place.
Will go
to push you to industrial mathematics.
I know a boy who
I know. I was just telling you that it was not every university in Southwest that was taking 200.
Just went to ABU to go and do diploma in law and enter law. The guy is a judge.
No, they will even do pre-degree now. You forgotten that they used to do pre-degree.
ABU has pre-degree. As at the time they have cancelled A-level and pre-degree here. ABU still had pre-degree. How in your money now?
No, you that use A-level to enter university, you are so lucky now. Like people like Simba.
But they cancelled
A-level.
They cancelled A-level 1987.
Me, I did not do A-level. It was JAMB that I used to.
Okay. No, even A-level CS assisted up to 1990. Patoski A-level CS.
Really, I thought they cancelled A-level in 1980.
No. Let me tell you, when they cancel A-level in the south, another thing that this ABU that we are talking about, they used to do IGMB. and the
Even
considered as
up
A-level.
to the late
So
90s.
even IJMB up till now, they are still using that IJMB up till now.
It's a interim jump. Ilorin was still doing IJMB as at the time I was working in Ilorin now.
That's what I'm saying now. They are still using
funny
it.
enough, that Ilorin happened to be one of the best schools so far that I can point to, because if you are going to Ilorin now, I don't know whether it has changed in the last 5 years or but for about 15 years now, if we are going to Ilorin, in fact, you will go to that school, you will just graduate and say, when did you enter school safe? It's a break now, just 3-4 years ago now.
No, let me tell you.
Maybe
Wait,
Lauren
Ola.
Fashola went into Lauren now, and Fashola is a brilliant mind, and there's several
No,
brilliant
let me
people
tell
that
you
went
what
into
happened in Ilorin. Let me tell you what happened in
went to
Ilorin.
Uniben, no.
But Fashola is not attending in Ilorin.
Fashola went to Uniben.
Okay, I don't know why I thought he went to Lauren.
Hey, let me tell you what happened in Ilorin. We are the one that suffered the problem.
Okay,
They had the VC that sacked.
Strike for 1 year. Yeah.
Hey, 1 year, say 2 years.
Say 2 years, yeah.
2 years
just sack.
I spent in my final year in medical school. I spent 2 good years in final year.
Okay, that time you were in final year.
Yes. And then what they even did that time was that when we even eventually finished, for 6 months we were not inducted as doctors.
So the first escape well.
So that time, what did VC now did? You know what happened? The ASU, there was no ASU in Ilorin. So they don't normally join ASU strike and everything. So they used to have seamless calendar. So that popularized Unilorin that time. If you want to go to any federal university in Nigeria, in fact, it now make Unilorin more competitive.
Very competitive,
because,
yeah. Yeah, I know. Ọmọ ọ̀rẹ́ mi tó wọ Unilorin nígbà tí mo wà ní Ìlọrin yẹn. The girl enter for medical school. Before I knew it, I met the father at the mechanic shop. Say, ọmọ ẹ máa ti parí. I said, when? The girl don't graduate from medical school, sharp. The calendar.
But now they have joined back. They have joined back.
But
I think most of the problem that we have in Nigeria is that most of us, we don't know the history of that country, and we have to go and study the history of that country.
Especially Mike. I go to do agidi.
Most of the things. Tell me what I don't know.
Most of the things that most of the problems that we think we're having now.
Tell me what I said that I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I'm not saying you don't know. I just
so
say
what
you
are
get agidi doesn't mean you don't know. I say you get agidi. I'm not saying you don't know.
Agidi in what sense now? You talk to now. If you through the pain, go say
no, see, the thing is, the one you know.
You just want me to be singing the tune.
The one you know, others knows too, because all of us will read.
Olashe, you go help me shut down.
You want me to be on the Saturday band
background, right?
Singing the song of, they not they bully me.
Ladies and gentlemen,
they cry like that's what you want me to be doing.
If you want to move it to the background, move it to the background, though.
Let me round off. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for holding forth with us on the show tonight. One man went to move.
When all I want to talk about, go background.
One man went to Mo is coming.
No, we talk. I'm just busy. I'm just busy. That's why I'm not.
Come and have fun with us. Don't forget to put it in your calendar for our guest. Our guest that is coming on Saturday. Thank you very much.
Well, I don't even can do present your own view to the public.
Good morning, everybody.
Bonjour.
Hello? Yeah, bonjour.